Chapter 51. Kellum, a wizard from the Green Tower, and the man who had witnessed Peenia, once notorious as the rogue of the Blue Tower, behave like a meek lamb in front of Count Palacio, was still processing what he'd seen the day before. Peenia had even apologized to Milan, Kellum's apprentice and a fellow wizard. But Kellum, a fifth-tier wizard, had his suspicions about Count Palacio from the beginning. Specifically, he doubted the Count's strength. Of course, Kellum hadn't yet reached the sixth tier, where the eye is opened, allowing one to fully grasp another's strength with just a glance. However, even at the fifth tier, his senses were sharp enough to detect a person's magic power. And in Kellum's eyes, Count Palacio's magical energy was too weak. Kellum knew that knowledge was essential for wizards no matter how large one's mana pool. It meant nothing without the knowledge to wield magic. However, no matter how exceptional one's knowledge was, it wouldn't be possible to use magic if their inherent magical power was too small. Naturally, this raised questions in Kellum's mind. Was it possible that the rumors surrounding the Count's strength were all exaggerated, created by the man himself to elevate his own reputation? Kellum had almost reconsidered his doubts after witnessing Peenia's sudden change in behavior, but today, at the arena, his suspicions were confirmed again. There was no mistake. Count Palacio's magical power was far too meager to be the subject of such grandiose rumors. And it wasn't just Kellum who harbored these doubts. No matter how I look at it, I can't sense much strength from him. What do you think? I feel the same way. His mana pool is far too small for someone of a high tier. TCH, so it was all nonsense. Looks like he fabricated it all to build up his prestige. Pity. His reputation will be completely shattered after this friendly match reveals everything. Just as Kellum had thought, the other professor-level wizards at the fifth tier, gathered with him, expressed their doubts after sensing Count Palacio's magic. But before the arena was engulfed in the frozen wasteland, all the wizards fell silent. Even the lower-tier wizards, who had been watching with curious expressions, became quiet. On the contrary, the fifth-tier wizards who had been casting suspicious glances at Alan now stood dumbfounded with their mouths agape, watching the unfolding events. Yet the emotions the wizards felt were not all the same. The lower-tier wizards gazed at Alan's magic with awe and reverence, while the higher-tier wizards were utterly shocked. It all happened in an instant, but they knew exactly what Alan had done. Composite magic. And more than 3 spells, at once. Kellum's jaw dropped. Of course, composite magic was something even he could perform, and any fifth-tier wizard present could do the same. However, to flawlessly execute 3 or more spells at once, without a single error, was something no one could guarantee. How in the world did he do it? By now, the fifth-tier wizards had already erased the thought that Count Palacio's magic was insignificant. Instead, their minds were filled with the same curiosity and respect for Alan that had driven them to rise to the fifth tier. And just as all eyes were focused on the arena, crystal. Alan quietly muttered the word, forming a seal with his hand. At that moment, crack. Dozens of small spheres, each about the size of a marble, began forming across the entire arena. Rotation. The spheres, which had been hovering in mid-air, began to slowly rotate clockwise. Just as the wizards were wondering about the purpose of these spinning spheres. Eek. Barak, who had been startled by Alan's magic, finally snapped out of it and hurriedly began preparing his own spells. If he failed to act now, he realized that not only would he fail to expand his influence, but he could end up embarrassing himself, so he hurriedly prepared a spell. However, the other wizards either expressed confusion or frowned as they watched Barak's spell preparation. That's came Alan. It was understandable, as the spell Barak was preparing to use was one of the Violet Tower's main offensive spells, a blatant killing spell not typically used in friendly matches. Yet, Barak never got to fire his spell. Crack. In the next instant, Beric was turned into an ice statue. All the wizards stared blankly, recalling what had just happened. In the very moment when Beric had been preparing his spell, one of the rotating small spheres suddenly burst, turning Beric into an ice statue. And with that, the winner of this friendly match is Alan Palacio, the referee wizard announced in a bewildered voice. That was truly remarkable. By the way, what was that seal you just used? Could it be an ancient spell? He used composite magic, but how exactly did he structure that arrangement? Immediately after the friendly match ended, Alan, who had ascended to the stands leaving the dumbfounded Beric behind, was bombarded with questions from the wizards. Of course, there were no wizards who dared to break the unwritten rule of not asking about independent magic, but the flood of questions made Alan realize something surprising. Through the conversation, he came to understand that the wizards had no knowledge of the seals or phrases he used. How curious! Alan had been aware that the seals and phrases he used were relics of a long-forgotten era. However, he hadn't expected there to be absolutely no information on them at all, which made the discovery even more intriguing. As he absorbed this newfound realization while conversing with the wizards, Alan's attention shifted. Wait, what did you say? Third tier. Did you just say third tier? There's no need for modesty, claiming to be at the third tier. That's impossible. The wizards treated Alan's admission of his tier as a joke. Leaving behind the bemused wizards, Alan exited the arena with a sigh, though the moment was brief. He began fiddling with the ring on his left index finger, an item in the psychedelia game called Memory of the Black Eye, Hogaftu, with a satisfied expression. As expected, it's quite useful. The ability of Memory of the Black Eye was simple. It allowed the user to store one of their spells and use it later with a slight boost in power. In short, it was like an enhanced memory keeper spell, storing a spell for future use with added amplification, and for Alan, it was highly efficient. Due to the restriction he faced, Alan could only cast 5 spells, and the harsh environment where he had to use one of those spells was a significant disadvantage. After using that spell, he would be left with only 2 usable spells. But by using Memory of the Black Eye, Alan could now use all 5 spells in combat situations. And the spell amplification is quite strong as well. He recalled that when he had used a spell earlier, the effect of the harsh cold felt at least twice as powerful as usual, then quickly shifted his thoughts. It seems that the glory of the snowy mountains is quite good. Reflecting on the spell he had just used, based on the phrase glory of the snowy mountains, Alan couldn't help but think once again about the mysterious thing. When it had first informed him of that phrase, Alan hadn't fully grasped the meaning. At the time, the phrases in his mind were understood only as tools to enhance his magic, without a deeper understanding. However, after using the spell based on Glory of the Snowy Mountains several times since returning from the desert, he had recently come to understand what kind of effect that phrase generally had. When the manifestation of the materialized magic ends, it freezes the surrounding air. Unlike twisting or distorting the nature of the magic itself, this effect seemed more like it was touching upon a fundamental law, and Alan had used this to implement his spell today. Is this what it was referring to? He recalled hearing that a phrase is like a key that can open certain doors to the rules designated in this world. He found this increasingly fascinating. The more Alan learned about phrases and words, the more his magic advanced at a rapid pace, fueling his growing curiosity. Glancing outside the tower, he noticed the view. The sun was just now hanging on the mountainside, casting the sky in the colors of sunset. It's about time, I suppose. As Alan watched the slowly sinking sun, he remembered the other item he needed to retrieve from the central tower today and turned to leave. The first night of the society. That count. What is it? Are you really a third-tier wizard? Yes, I am. Really? Yes. Oh. I'll keep that in mind then. Lion, who seemed utterly disbelieving of Alan's words, left with a doubtful expression. Count. Count. Penia. I know for sure that you're a third-tier wizard. Is that so? Yes, I absolutely know that you're a third-tier wizard, absolutely, without a doubt. After Penia emphasized Alan's tier 3 times and left, Alan noticed that it was late at night and headed to the library, confirming that the moon was already in the sky. Whoa! With a low, resonating hum, he arrived at the empty, silent library again. The eerie atmosphere was enhanced by the absence of lights, with only the blue moon in the sky casting light over the library. As he entered the library, a deep voice echoed in his ears. It seems that someone has managed to solve my riddle at just the right time. The voice's solemn resonance caused Alan to shiver involuntarily. It wasn't that he sensed anything in particular, just an instinctual trembling. Like how the weak naturally tremble before the strong, simply hearing the voice evoked a creeping fear from deep within. Yes. Alan answered, forcibly suppressing his rising fear. After all, the item he needed could only be obtained by meeting her. And then. Oh, impressive. Despite hearing my voice, you didn't panic. You've held your ground. As the blue magical energy began gathering in front of Alan, slowly taking shape, he felt sweat forming on his palms. He knew exactly who was about to appear before him. The first human to reach the 8th tier after the Age of Forgotten Gods. A wizard whom every magician revered and admired during her lifetime, known as the First Chalice. And to the beings who once wreaked havoc on the world, she was known as the Eternal Terror, a slayer feared and worshipped. The Archmage Heinkel. As Alan muttered her name, the blue magical form solidified rapidly. Before him stood a woman wearing a pure white pointed hat, her blue eyes visible underneath, and a relaxed smile on her face. To the wizards, she was the First Chalice. To the beings that had once thrown the world into chaos, she was the Eternal Terror. Alan swallowed nervously behind his calm expression. While Heinkel wasn't an enemy, if he made even a slight mistake in his answers, he could trigger her infamous temper, which might result in his immediate death. Thus, Alan mentally reviewed the things he absolutely must not say or bring up in front of her. The first words the Archmage, who exuded an overwhelming aura just by appearing with her relaxed smile, spoke as she gazed at Alan were. "Wah!" A sound of terror, as though she had seen something horrifying. A question formed in Alan's mind. Chapter 52. Archmage Heinkel. She was the first Archmage to appear among humanity since the Forgotten Age of the Gods and was known to players in Psychedelia as the Witch of Rit. The reason she was called the Witch of Rit was simple. If you played as a mage, almost every player would inevitably meet her. Although she didn't directly influence the story, the items you could obtain from her after a certain amount of time were incredibly useful for mage players. However, the problem was her personality. Contrary to her doll-like appearance, she was extremely irritable. If you made the wrong choice during dialogue while trying to obtain an item, she'd kill you without hesitation. By the third meeting, you might be close enough that she would only insult you for a wrong choice instead of killing you, but in the first and second meetings, there was no mercy. Worse yet, if you chose to defend Milk even a little in any of her suspicious dialogue choices, she'd get highly offended and kill you on the spot. This earned her the nickname Milk Witch. Thanks to all this, Alan was very nervous. He knew the words and topics she disliked, but given her notoriously unpredictable personality, anything could happen. He had even made some preparations in case things went wrong. But this situation was entirely unforeseen. Alan stared blankly at Archmage Heinkel, who was looking at him with an expression of fear. He then realized one thing. She's really short. The White Wizard's pointy hat made her seem taller, but in reality, she was much shorter than Alan. Quite a bit shorter. I want to solve your riddle. Since in the in-game illustrations, she was always seated, he had never noticed this fact. It wasn't really useful information, but still, it was something new. With that in mind, Alan finally spoke to Heinkel. He needed to solve her first riddle to receive an item. However, I'll give it to you. I'll just give it. Suddenly, Heinkel blurted out those words and handed Alan a jeweled box that had flown in from somewhere, even though he hadn't solved the riddle yet. Then, good enough, right? For someone who had appeared so majestic and arrogant under the moonlight, she was now acting like a frightened mouse, nervously glancing at Alan. I'm leaving. With that, she quickly turned around and scurried away, disappearing in a burst of blue magic. It was an unexpectedly undignified exit compared to her entrance. Heinkel. Alan called out in confusion, but there was no response, as if she had no intention of returning. Holding the jewel box, Alan stood there with a puzzled expression and decided to cancel the spell he had prepared for potential emergencies. SSSS. As soon as he undid the seal in his pocket, the magical power dissipated like dust. After standing there bewildered for a while, Alan finally regained his composure and opened the box she had given him. It's here. Inside was the very item he had intended to get by solving the riddle. What's going on? Although it was supposed to be something he had to earn through solving the riddle, she simply handed it over and disappeared in a completely unexpected way. Thinking back to the moment, he recalled that she hadn't been looking directly at him but slightly behind him. Was she looking, behind me? He glanced over his shoulder but saw nothing but the library bathed in blue moonlight. In the end, Alan had obtained the item he wanted. He was glad to have gotten it so easily, but at the same time, a small doubt began to form in his mind. For the next few days, Alan attended the magical conference, listening to various presentations and satisfying his curiosity. The theories presented at the conference were quite helpful to Alan, who had been learning magic through self-study until then. In addition, the nighttime discussions with Lion about magic were a significant help in advancing his magical abilities. Unlike Alan, who had a deep understanding of mana control, she had a talent for constructing the magical frameworks needed to manifest magic itself. This gave Alan the confidence that he might soon be ready to attempt 4th rank magic. Of course, 4th rank magic required so much mana that it was difficult to use even once properly, so he didn't plan to attempt it immediately. Then, on the 4th day of Alan's stay at the magical conference, he heard the news. A foreign entity has appeared in the labyrinth of Lartaniat. Yes. I've heard that it caused mutations throughout the entire labyrinth. Alan learned about the appearance of the foreign entity in Lartania's labyrinth. How much time has passed since the foreign entity was discovered? It's uncertain, but it's believed to be about 5 days now. The Information Guild suspects that it's been around a week since it first appeared. How far is it to Lartaniat? It's not too far from here. It should take around 5 days. After hearing Evan's estimate, Alan thought for a moment, then quickly grabbed some paper and began writing a letter. It wasn't long before he finished, and as soon as the letter was ready, he said, "Send this to Lartaniat, and then I'm heading out immediately." Immediately? Yes. Without hesitation, he left the central magic tower and began preparations to travel to Lartaniat. After bidding farewell to Lion, who was disappointed he was leaving earlier than expected, and Peenia, who seemed to give off a strange energy of disappointment despite her lively response when she heard he was leaving, Alan headed straight to Lartaniat. 5 days passed. Traveling non-stop by carriage, Alan finally arrived at the labyrinth city of Lartaniat. Wow, it's changed a lot since the last time I was here. It's even more fascinating now. Evan spoke with a tone of admiration, and indeed, Lartania was a much more impressive sight than any other territory Alan had passed through so far. The city walls, which defined the interior and exterior of the city, were not particularly tall, short enough that you could easily see the buildings inside. The majority of the buildings within the city were unexpectedly luxurious and unique, quite at odds with the image of a city of mercenaries and adventurers. It was as if architectural styles from all over the world had been gathered in one place. Because of that, the city didn't evoke a mystical feeling but rather just seemed visually unusual. Wasn't the setting that people from across the continent, except the Empire, came together and built whatever buildings they wanted? Recalling Lartania's background, Alan entered the city. It feels uneasy here. Yeah. Just as Alan expected, the atmosphere in the city was somewhat chaotic. Rumors of the foreign entity emerging from the labyrinth had spread, and some mercenaries were already seen leaving the city. After navigating through Lartania by carriage and reaching his destination in the southern district, Alan soon arrived at a shop called Maerd, owned by Rhine. Upon arriving, he couldn't help but be amazed. Is this really Maerd? Yes, it seems like the right place, Evan stammered in confusion. The reason was simple: the building was enormous. If you asked how big, well, compared to the surrounding 4- or 5-story buildings, they looked like mere toy houses in comparison. Isn't this supposed to be a shop? It should be, Evan replied. Alan, though maintaining a blank expression, was clearly taken aback as he looked at the building. It was so massive that it seemed more like a temple than a store. Seeing this, Evan spoke up. I had heard the shop was big, but honestly, I didn't expect it to be this big. Alan nodded in agreement. He had heard that the shop was doing extremely well, but he hadn't expected it to be this successful. To think a magical appraiser could hold so much power. Is this why she's managed to gain influence in Lartania? Alan found himself nodding unconsciously. He knew the universal truth from both the previous world and this one: money could solve anything. That's one of the reasons I'm here to ask for a favor. Although his primary task was dealing with the foreign entity, Alan had come to see Rhine, the magical appraiser, because he needed to borrow her influence. Let's go inside, Alan said, and together with Evan, he began walking up toward the Maerd building. As they reached the massive front doors. Do you have an appointment? Asked a person, who appeared to be a receptionist, standing in front of the door. Do we need one? Alan asked. If it's urgent, you can meet her right away by paying the fee. A fee? Yes, if you wish to meet Lady Rhine without an appointment, it will cost 3,000 gold coins. 3,000 gold coins. The price was enough to buy a mansion in one of the nearby territories, if not the capital of the Astrian kingdom. Alan, stunned, responded with disbelief. And if I make an appointment now, how long would the wait be? If you make one now, let's see, about 10 months, approximately. The staggering time frame made Alan feel dizzy. After a moment of contemplation, he continued. Could you at least deliver a message to her? Tell her that Count Palacio is here. Ugh, you're so noisy. Get lost already. Before Alan could finish his sentence, a voice interrupted. A man who exuded an air of wealth, probably a noble, looked at him with disdain. Why is a penniless beggar loitering around? Behind the man were a group of mercenaries, and he spoke with such crude arrogance, it was as if he lacked any intelligence whatsoever. Alan's expression turned incredulous, but the man, paying him no mind, approached the receptionist and casually tossed a pouch of money in front of her. Open the door, the man said. The receptionist checked the pouch, nodded respectfully, and immediately began manipulating something. With a loud rumble, the massive doors started to open. Before stepping inside, the man glanced back at Alan and smirked, clearly trying to provoke him. His sneer was blatant. Pathetic beggar, he sneered. The man walked into the building, and as Alan watched, he also noticed the mercenaries following him, their faces filled with mockery. They were so openly showing their contempt without even knowing who Alan was that he couldn't help but frown. Soon, Alan realized who the man was. He's the son of the Lord of Lartaniac. Though he couldn't recall the name, he remembered the man's appearance from the illustrations in Psychedelia, a bloated figure with a sleazy mustache, the infamous son of the Labyrinth City's lord. In the game, he had acted like a scoundrel toward the player, but experiencing it in person was even more outrageous. Just as Alan was about to speak. "No need to go inside." A voice came from the now open doorway. Rhine emerged, her green eyes glowing as she walked out. "Oh, Rhine. You came all the way here for me." The scoundrel's face lit up with a bright smile as he approached her. "But get lost." Without hesitation, Rhine pushed the scoundrel's shoulder aside and cursed at him. She walked right past him and his mercenaries, heading outside. Ignoring the receptionist, who had bowed her head in embarrassment, Rhine approached Alan. Unlike how she had treated the scoundrel, Rhine spoke to Alan with the utmost respect. "I've been expecting you, Godfather." She bowed her head politely, and everyone present stared at Count Palacio in disbelief. Chapter 53. The owner of Maerd, known for her extraordinary magic appraisal skills in the Labyrinth City, and already serving as Rhine's secretary for over a year and a half, was her Sirenia. She constantly felt exhausted. Objectively speaking, her duties were limited to receiving guests and managing reservations, so there wasn't any real reason for her to feel so worn out. However, it wasn't physical fatigue, rather, it was severe mental exhaustion. To be more precise, it was due to the numerous troublesome clients. Of course, because Maerd's status was quite high, there weren't many people who caused real trouble. Yet, this didn't mean there weren't those who gnawed away at her mental peace. In fact, there were times when she thought dealing with the absolute worst troublemakers might have been better in some ways. Today had been a relatively peaceful day for Sirenia, and she was feeling rather good, at least until a man who looked like a noble entered with a knight. In truth, this man wasn't particularly troublesome. Like many others, he boasted about how he knew Rhine, but that was nothing she hadn't heard hundreds of times before, so it didn't even qualify as annoying anymore. The reason her mood suddenly plummeted was because of the person who entered right after him. Or rather, what entered. The man, no, noble, who followed him was the real reason for her mood swing. Even Sirenia, with her solid capitalistic smile, couldn't help but feel her expression falter when facing him. He's back again. Lavalda Greystone, the son of Lucy Moore Greystone, the current lord of Labyrinth City Lartania, and a well-known piece of human garbage throughout the city. Despite the fact that all of his power came from his father, he wielded it as if it were his own and acted as though no one ranked higher than him except his father, a spoiled brat ignorant of the ways of the world. He threw money arrogantly, showing no regard for the noble who had entered before him, insulting him without hesitation. Sirenia almost frowned but barely managed to hold it in. After all, she had no right to frown. No matter how troublesome the person was, he was still the Lord's only son in the Labyrinth City. Even the master of Maerd, whom Sirenia served, had to bow down to Lavalda, so Sirenia quietly opened the door. But what happened next left her in stunned silence. Rhine, who had always maintained a smiling face despite the annoying provocations of the trashy Lord's son, suddenly said, "Get lost." It wasn't just the fact that Rhine had lightly tapped Lavalda's shoulder, as if her previous attitude toward him had been a lie, that shocked her. What shocked her even more was what followed. "I've been waiting for you, Godfather." Rhine bowed her head respectfully to the man Sirenia had thought was just another ordinary guest. What's going on?" Sirenia, confused, wondered if she was dreaming. After all, Sirenia had observed Rhine for nearly 2 years and knew this, even when the Lord of the Labyrinth City came, even when high-ranking nobles from other countries arrived, even when the Prince of the Ashtalan Kingdom visited, Rhine had never bowed her head to anyone. That's why Cyrenea, unconsciously lowering her smile and leaving her mouth agape, soon saw the mercenaries and La Valda doing the same. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. "What did you just say to me?" La Valda, who had been frozen as if his brain had short-circuited, finally processed Rhine's words. His once dazed expression now contorted into clear displeasure. However, Rhine responded without hesitation, "I believe I told you to get lost." Rhine spoke so naturally that Cyrenea's expression now turned to one of utter shock. The reason for this remark was clear to anyone watching. It was an outright declaration of hostility towards La Valda. La Valda let out a disbelieving scoff before his face twisted into a demonic expression. "I don't know what's so important about that penniless noble, but I'll make sure you regret turning your back on me." With those words, he turned and stormed out of Maerd. Shortly after, La Valda Greystone, the son of the Lord of Labyrinth City, left with a demonic look on his face, one that hinted he could do anything. Alan finally had the chance to speak properly with Rhine. "I received your letter. It must have been a hard trip, godfather." "And you too, uncle," Rhine said, speaking in a calm voice, in contrast to Deus, who remained silent as if silence were golden, and Cielrang, who talked too much. Alan, who had been watching her, nodded slightly and asked, "But is this really okay?" "What exactly are you referring to?" she replied. "La Valda," Alan answered, bringing up the name of the son of the Lord of Labyrinth City, which had only just come back to him. Alan was aware of the immense power the lord of this Labyrinth City, Lart Aniat, held. He also knew that the lord often shielded his son, so he was concerned that La Valda might cause trouble for Rhine, who had settled here in Lart Aniat. "Oh, if that's what you're worried about, you don't need to be concerned," Rhine responded. "Really? But he's the Lord's son. It seems like he might cause trouble for you. He probably won't show up again. Besides, I didn't expect you to know that rascal." Alan paused for a moment at Rhine's words but replied naturally, "He's well known in Lart Aniat, for his looks and his attitude." "Is that so? In any case, as I said before, there's no need to worry." Although her voice was flat and emotionless, unlike the others he had met, there was a distinct sense of confidence in her words. "Well, if you're sure about that," Alan nodded briefly before engaging in a casual conversation with Rhine. Naturally, there wasn't much substance to their conversation. They exchanged pleasantries about how her work in Lart Ania had been going, whether she still kept in touch with the kids from the orphanage, and other simple matters. However, as they continued with this light talk, Alan couldn't help but feel unusually good. It might have seemed a bit amusing, but he felt that Rhine had grown up well. Not that Deus or Cielrang hadn't matured, but there was something about Rhine that gave him the impression of a diligent daughter, even though he hadn't paid much attention to her before. Because of this, Alan found himself feeling oddly proud of her, enjoying their conversation in good spirits. After some time passed and their small talk came to a close, Alan brought up the main reason for his visit. "The truth is, I came to see you today because I have a favor to ask." "Feel free to ask. Is there by any chance a subjugation force being formed against the outer god?" At Alan's question, Rhine thought for a moment before responding, Yes, I believe a subjugation force is being formed right now." "Would you be able to help me join that subjugation force?" The reason Alan had sought out Rhine, who held significant influence in Labyrinth City, as soon as he arrived, was so that he could join the subjugation force against the outer god. It was difficult to join without being somewhat famous within Lart Aniat. Of course, given his reputation from outside the city, he might have been able to join on his own, but he wanted to be absolutely sure, which is why he sought her out. After what happened earlier, it might be a bit difficult now. "Of course, it might be a little difficult," Alan started, recalling La Valda's behavior and realizing that relying on Rhine's help might indeed be challenging. But then Rhine spoke up. "That should be doable." Really? Alan asked, a bit surprised. Yes. But didn't things get a little tense between you and the Lord's son earlier? Alan hesitated to say that the situation seemed more than just tense, but he looked at her, waiting for her response. Don't worry about it. It's not something I can't handle. Besides, is he really that much of a concern to you? She asked. Are you talking about La Valda? Yes. Well, he is the Lord's precious son, so I thought he might cause you some trouble, Alan replied. Ryan nodded slightly before responding, in any case, you don't need to worry about that. All right, I'll leave it to you then. Despite her blunt manner of speaking, her words carried a strong sense of reassurance, which made Alan feel oddly proud again. After a bit more conversation, Alan suddenly thought of something and asked. By the way, why do you call me Godfather? Excuse me. Well, Deus and Seal Rang refer to me as their benefactor or master, but why do you call me Godfather? I was just curious. Ryan paused for a moment, thinking, before replying, because Godfather seemed like the most fitting word. Is that so? Yes. After a brief silence, Ryan added, for now, you should rest. You must be tired from the long journey. With that, Ryan assigned rooms for Alan and Evan within Maird and then disappeared somewhere. As soon as she left, Evan, who had been waiting, spoke up, wow, she's really matured, hasn't she? Has she? Alan asked. Yes, she's still a bit blunt, but she's always been like that. But aside from that, out of all the kids we've met, I think she's grown up the most. Alan nodded in agreement. Indeed, she feels like she grew up in the most textbook manner. Ryan had mentioned she would inform them of further plans, and since not much time had passed since they had gone north, Alan decided it would be best to rest and review their plans. With that in mind, he headed to the room Ryan had provided. By the time he entered, it was already late in the evening. The next day, having barely rested after rushing to Lartania by carriage, Alan awoke feeling groggy, even though he had slept for quite a while. Noticing that the sun had risen, he slowly got out of bed, dressed, and left his room. He soon met Ryan, who was having lunch, with Serenia, her secretary, guiding him there. And then, I've taken care of the matter you mentioned yesterday, Ryan said. So quickly? Yes. There's a regular meeting today, so you can attend it? Alan was briefly taken aback by how efficiently Ryan had handled things. But before he could dwell on it, she continued. Oh, and about La Valda Greystone, the matter has been taken care of as well. I killed him cleanly, so you won't have to worry about him anymore. She said it so casually, as if commenting on the weather, all while taking a bite of her sausage. Her tone sounded like she was saying, the sun is shining brightly today, despite delivering such shocking news. Alan, who had almost responded nonchalantly, suddenly stopped. What? Staring at her, his mind filled with countless question marks. Chapter 54. La Valda Greystone was indeed a character whose very existence was harmful. Among the many characters you could encounter while playing Psychedelia, he was one of the most notorious scoundrels ever created. The massacre at the 30th level mercenary camp. The monster abyss absorption incident. The Chimera biological experiments. Nearly every malicious side story that took place in Lartania during the game happened because of him. In other words, considering Lartania's future, it was certainly better for the city if he didn't exist rather than simply being alive. However, La Valda Greystone remained alive because he was the son of the Lord of the Labyrinth City. The position of being the Lord's son, within the city, meant he wielded virtually unlimited power. It essentially allowed him to reign like a king within the city. In short, by killing La Valda, Ryan had, in effect, committed regicide, which made Alan, who was in disbelief, question in a daze. Yes. You killed him. Lavalda Greystone. Yes. Rhine answered as casually as if she were discussing what she had for breakfast, and Alan felt dizzy from the reply. Truly. Yes, Godfather. Was there an issue? Why did you kill him? Well, because you said he was an inconvenience. Alan and Rhine exchanged confused looks. Still, isn't killing him a bit much? But if he were alive, wouldn't he continue to bother you, Godfather? Talking with Rhine, Alan suddenly realized one important fact. Ah, right, she's one of the 5 great sins. Though he had momentarily forgotten, because of her image as a daughter who had grown up well without needing much care, Alan remembered that Rhine was destined to become one of the seeds of the 5 great sins in the future. Without realizing it, cold sweat trickled down his back. But before that, how on earth did she manage to kill him? Lavalda Greystone himself wasn't all that strong. However, the mercenaries that followed him everywhere were, as far as Alan knew, not the kind of people that could easily be taken down. They were mercenaries of at least a rank caliber. That's why Alan found it puzzling that Rhine, who wasn't a fighter but simply someone who worked as an appraiser, managed to deal with them. As Alan wore a perplexed expression, Rhine cautiously spoke up. Was there a problem? Perhaps due to his repeated questioning, Rhine now seemed to be wondering if she had unknowingly made a mistake, her expression turning slightly dejected. Not so much a problem, more like, is it really all right? Which part? Mostly concerning your personal safety. If it's about that, you don't need to worry, Godfather. Is that so? Yes. I made sure to disguise myself as someone else. Although her expression remained neutral, Rhine nodded confidently. Watching her, Alan couldn't help but recall a phrase he'd seen in an old community. So this is what they mean by having a different mindset. Clearing his throat, Alan spoke again. Anyway, thanks for your concern. Don't feel too down about it. I'm not feeling down, Godfather. She looked a bit dejected just a moment ago though. I'm really not. How can she commit regicide so easily and yet be embarrassed about something like this? Alan looked at Rhine with a mixture of amazement and fascination as he continued speaking. Anyway, try to avoid putting yourself in danger if you can. Why, Godfather? Well, all sorts of problems could arise. First, you could be put in danger, and all the hard work you've put in could come crumbling down in an instant, right? Rhine made a puzzled expression at Alan's words, as if she didn't understand what he was saying. Though it shouldn't have been a difficult statement, she tilted her head slightly, as if she couldn't quite grasp his meaning. After thinking seriously for a moment, she suddenly said, "Ah," as if she had realized something, and gave a small nod. Don't worry too much, Godfather. I understand my duties well, she added, before resuming her meal. Alan was left a little dumbfounded as he watched her. Even though they were having a conversation, it felt as if something was slightly off. However, continuing the conversation didn't seem like a good option, so Alan closed his mouth. After all, regardless of everything, she had dealt with Lavalda for his sake. A bit, no, actually far too excessive, but still, she had acted on his behalf, so Alan decided not to press the matter further. But no matter how much she considers me her godfather, was this really necessary? As Alan absent-mindedly ate his sausage, pondering such thoughts, Rhine suddenly spoke up. Oh, I've been wanting to show you the eye of the tracker, Godfather. Would you come with me? The eye of the tracker. Yes. Alan nodded at Rhine's words, and soon, after finishing their meal, he followed her into a room. Inside, Alan saw a golden eye floating in the small room. It was surrounded by a halo of blue light, and anyone who saw it could immediately tell it was no ordinary object. As Alan stared at it, Rhine's earlier words came to mind. She had said she would show him the eye of the tracker. This is the eye of the tracker. Alan couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Originally, the eye of the tracker that Alan had given Rhine was just an artifact, a round sphere with a small eye-shaped jewel embedded in it. Its effect was simply to appraise artifacts from lower levels with a bit more detail. In other words, it wasn't a particularly remarkable item. Even in the settings of the artifact itself, there was no special description, much like the essence of the Golden Mane tribe. Thus, Alan had never imagined that the eye of the tracker could be hiding such a secret. "The engravings are gathering smoothly," Rhine said. It didn't take long for Alan to deduce that this eye of the tracker could enhance certain relics by engraving them, but he didn't bother to confirm it. He had already realized why Rhine had shown him such favor. Was it because of this? The reason Rhine's company, Maerd, had gained widespread fame was because of her ability to create engravings. It turned out that her success was, to some extent, due to the eye of the tracker, so it was only natural for her to feel gratitude toward Alan. Of course, Alan had never imagined the eye had such a function. Still, given that Rhine was feeling grateful to him, it would have been awkward if Alan remained oblivious to this fact. "I see. You're using it well," Alan said, nodding as if he had known all along about the true nature of the eye of the tracker. "Yes, although the engravings have slowed down a bit after 400, they're still gathering. I think I'll have them all within a few years." "I see." Alan felt a growing curiosity about what exactly was being gathered, but he didn't ask, fearing it might raise suspicion in Rhine. So, he just nodded slightly, and a bit of time passed once more. "Then let's head there right away, Godfather," Rhine said. Alan, along with Evan, followed Rhine to the location of the regular meeting. Alan had two reasons for wanting to participate in the extermination of the Outer God. The first was because it was clear that the current mercenaries alone would never be able to defeat the Outer God. Of course, the mercenaries gathered from the 5 major guilds to defeat the Outer God possessed superhuman strength, like Baba Yaga or the Master Knights. However, Alan knew that even that wouldn't be enough to take down the Outer God. The second reason was that, in order to exterminate the Outer God, Alan absolutely needed the strength of powerful mercenaries who would follow his commands. This was why he was determined to join the Outer God extermination squad. However, the problem was, "TCH. You're bringing this weak-looking guy along. Ha, he looks like someone who just rides on his reputation. Are you here to tag along and take credit?" The mercenaries didn't seem like they would follow Alan's orders at all. In the meeting room where Alan had entered, 4 men and women were glaring at him with extremely displeased expressions. Maverick, the guild master of the Tyrannomad Guild, clicked his tongue, looking irritated as he fiddled with his sword. Hyman, the guild master of the Arcadia Guild, lifted his pointed hat with a sneer and spoke with blatant disdain. Myaon, a beast woman and the guild master of the ancient trackers, spun a dagger on the table in front of her, letting out a derisive laugh with her slitted, feline eyes. And among them, the strongest of the mercenary guild leaders, Argonia, the guild master of the Kalimadra Guild and a half-dragon with a dragon ancestor that had disappeared long ago, simply stared at him in silence. Naturally, her gaze wasn't particularly welcoming either. "I expected some hostility, but this is worse than I thought." As soon as he entered the meeting room, Alan quickly assessed the situation and noted the overt hostility and mocking glares from the guild leaders. He had somewhat anticipated this scenario. The people present were powerful enough to gauge Alan's magical abilities, and more importantly, they were all mercenaries. Mercenaries, who prioritized strength above all else. Alan knew that if he wanted to have a conversation with them, let alone gain any respect, he first had to avoid being dismissed and earn their acknowledgement. "Noble lord, I've heard rumors that you've been poking your nose into places you don't belong. But seeing you in person, you don't seem like someone worth talking to. Why don't you just leave?" Ha! Without hesitation, Alan raised his left hand, which was clad in his gauntlet, and formed a seal. At that moment, crackle! With no warning, the once ordinary meeting room was filled with ice. My Aeon, who was about to rise in surprise at the sudden event, was caught off guard. Concentration. As soon as Alan spoke, the surrounding atmosphere and magical energy gathered around my Aeon. Freeze. At his next word, the air and magic that had gathered around my Aeon reacted instantly, forming frost. It quickly multiplied and crackle! Encased her in ice. My Aeon, bewildered and unaware of how she had been attacked, was frozen solid inside the ice. There was no particular reason for freezing her. According to the settings Alan knew, my Aeon was the weakest in terms of combat power among the mercenaries present, unable to reach the level of a superhuman. That's why she couldn't react to the sudden attack and ended up frozen. After briefly glancing at the immobilized my Aeon, Alan calmly walked past the mercenaries who had rushed into the room, realizing something was wrong. Step, step. Not too fast, but not too slow either, he moved at a steady pace, as if nothing had happened. He soon sat down in a chair opposite Argonia and I think now we're at a level where we can talk. Crossed his legs. What do you think? A heavy silence descended upon the meeting room. Chapter 55. Silence falls in the meeting room. The mercenaries who entered late all wore tense expressions, and Maverick, Hymen, and Argonia, who were seated, looked at Alan in the same way. Yet, even in that moment when everyone's gaze focused on him, Alan's expression remained calm. To be precise, only his outward appearance seemed calm. Did I miscalculate? Behind his expressionless face, Alan thought nervously as sweat beaded on his skin. Should I have used a different method? No, there wouldn't have been another impactful way. Freezing my Aeon was only possible because I caught her off guard. While staring intently at Argonia, Alan also kept my Aeon, visible from the corner of his eye, in mind. She's still frozen. He had used all of his magic power, casting ice magic 5 times with his enchanted armor, so my Aeon remained in that frozen state. He hoped the conversation would move forward before the magic broke. Knowing my Aeon's personality, Alan was certain she would go on a rampage as soon as she was freed from the magic, and with growing anxiety, he looked at Argonia. If Argonia, the strongest among those present, acknowledged Alan, there would be no further conflict. Besides, the reason Alan had confidently cast the spell was that he trusted Argonia. Through the game, Alan had seen several times that Argonia would coolly assess situations and make rational decisions rather than stubbornly holding onto unnecessary pride. Specifically, it was because a situation in a particular quest was very similar to the current one, and each time, Argonia had reacted the same way. In the silence, Alan wanted to open his mouth and prompt a response, but he held back. Since he had already cast the spell, it didn't matter what he said now. From this point, it was up to the mercenaries to make their judgment, and to earn their approval, he needed to maintain his composure. A short while later. So, you're challenging us? The silence was broken by Maverick's voice, his expression twisted in displeasure. Seeing Maverick almost ready to draw his sword, upset by the sudden attack, Alan thought, I'm done for. But stop. To Alan's immense relief, just as Maverick was about to draw his sword, Argonia intervened. What? Are you telling me to just let this go after what happened? We were the ones who ignored him. Even so. I told you to stop, didn't I? Argonia's expression slightly darkened. Maverick glared at Argonia, clearly displeased. TCH. Eventually, Maverick clicked his tongue and sat back down as if he had no other choice. Hymen also remained silent, indicating that he had no objection to Argonia's decision. Seeing the situation settle, Alan breathed a sigh of relief and spoke up again. When do you plan to descend into the labyrinth? We plan to descend in 2 days, Argonia replied politely. For a moment, Alan wondered, was Argonia always the kind of character to speak so politely to someone, but he continued. Then let's continue the meeting tomorrow. With one person like this, we can't really hold a meeting anyway. Alan suddenly shifted his gaze to my Aeon. Once the freezing spell ended, the magic would be undone in an instant, and my Aeon would certainly throw a tantrum. For now, Alan decided to make his exit. Let's do that. As Argonia accepted, Alan stood up without hesitation, turned around, and passed by the mercenaries. Creak. He exited the meeting room. With that, silence filled the room. And then, this is bad for my heart. I swear I'm never doing anything like this again. Finally outside, Alan clutched his pounding heart, let out a small breath, and hurriedly left the mansion. Shortly after Alan left the meeting room, Maverick, after sending the soldiers away, spoke with an irritated expression. Ha, I really don't like that guy, no matter how I think about it. Is it because he's a noble and never got smacked around? It was obvious to anyone that his words were directed at Alan. However, shut up, would you? What? I said, shut up. Did you just say? Maverick, who had been glaring silently at him and furrowed his brow. The two never got along. Ha, seriously. Why is this guy still acting up after being spared? What? Don't you get it? Argonia spared you, you idiot. At those words, Maverick, who seemed not to understand, made a displeased face. Stop, Maverick. Hyman's right. What did you say? If you had drawn your sword earlier, you might have really died. What? How does that even? When Argonia added his words, Maverick, who had been scowling, fell silent. He had been too irritated earlier to notice his surroundings properly, but now he saw it. The beads of sweat trickling down Argonia's body. What the hell? Maverick cursed under his breath, startled. He had never seen Argonia sweat like that before. Even Hyman, whom Maverick grudgingly acknowledged as stronger than himself, was also sweating. Maverick couldn't help but stay quiet. Argonia. What is it? What was that, anyway? Hyman, aware that Argonia had lived for hundreds of years, asked, hoping he might know something. Argonia remained silent. In truth, he had a vague idea. But that knowledge wasn't his own, it came from the Red Dragon, his mother, who had long since disappeared from this world. He recalled the warning from his mother, who had claimed there was nothing in this world to fear except one thing. Long ago. Remember this. If ever a black eye appears in the night sky, avert your gaze immediately and do not look at it. If you do happen to see it, turn away. Do not acknowledge it. Do not remember it. If you grow to be a powerful mage someday, erase that memory from your mind. Remember this, my beloved child. Never, ever look directly at the one who consumes boundaries. Recalling his mother's words, Argonia thought back to the earlier moment. The blue eye that had appeared behind Count Palacio. An eye that felt endlessly ominous. Just gazing at it made one feel as if their soul was being sucked out. Creep. The black eye that had glared at him with a sly smile. Who is that man, really? Argonia swallowed his breath quietly. The next day. Contrary to Alan's worries that they might still refuse to accept his plans and continue to argue, the meeting proceeded smoothly, and Alan realized two things. The first was that the otherworldly being was on the 12th floor. The second was that they intended to block it on the 5th floor. As soon as he heard this, Alan immediately explained his prearranged plan in detail and also briefed them on the information he had gathered about the otherworldly being. That took about 30 minutes. Alan, who had even shared the knowledge of the otherworldly being, disguised as information from an ancient book, watched the gathered mercenaries with slight tension, wondering if they would object. In the end, we'll have to compromise, right? The strategy Alan had laid out was one he was confident in, a plan to capture the otherworldly being with minimal damage. But that was only his own thinking. He knew full well that the mercenaries weren't under his command. He couldn't order them to follow the strategy, only suggest it. That's why he was so nervous. Let's go with that. I agree. No objections. Me neither. Without a single complaint, the plan was instantly accepted, and Alan stood there, bewildered. Really, no one had any issues? He asked again, just to make sure. None. Me neither. Same here. Me too. Hearing the four of them respond with no objections, Alan couldn't help but think to himself. Was yesterday's impact really that strong? Alan shook his head slightly. Even though the events of yesterday were impactful, there was no way it was enough to make Argonia and the mercenaries of the 5 great guilds this obedient. Which led him to wonder. Could it be? Alan glanced over at Rhine, who had accompanied them to today's meeting. But Rhine, with her usual indifferent expression, still showed a clear hint of confusion, which made Alan even more puzzled by the situation. Something feels off. The mercenaries were much more obedient than they had been in the game, even going so far as to use polite language, and Alan tilted his head in bewilderment. Even Myaon, who should have still harbored some resentment after being frozen by Alan, remained quiet, which was strange. But it would have been odd for Alan to directly ask why there were no complaints. Then, let's head down tomorrow. It'll take some time to prepare. With that, Alan wrapped up the meeting. And so, the day of the decisive battle arrived. Leaving Evan behind, Alan set off with Rhine, who insisted on accompanying him and the Outer God subjugation team, heading toward the 5th floor. It's much more oppressive. Even though Alan had seen the labyrinth dozens of times in the game, the real thing was far more ominous. In the darkness where nothing could be seen without torches, monsters would leap out at any moment. The deep, abyss-like darkness that the light couldn't reach naturally stirred fear in people's hearts. Of course, because of the number of mercenaries, the area around Alan was relatively bright, but the darkness didn't completely vanish. I should never come here alone. With that thought, Alan continued descending into the labyrinth, and after some time passed, when they had gone beyond the 2nd floor, a break was given. Resting in the safe zone that the mercenaries had created inside the labyrinth, Alan heard a voice. Hey, do you have a minute? It was Myaon, who had approached him without him noticing. Why? Alan, a bit tense, thought she might be looking to pick a fight. I just wanted to talk, that's all. But surprisingly, Myaon sat next to him with a light smile, almost making Alan feel foolish for being so cautious, and she started chatting casually. Alan, who listened in bewilderment, soon heard Myaon ask. By the way, does the Count have any aversion to beast folk? No, not really. That's a relief. Why is that a relief? Alan, puzzled by her answer, gave her a questioning look. Hey, Count, by any chance? With a sly smile, Myaon continued. Do you have any interest in mating with me? She casually dropped an outrageous remark. Chapter 56. Alan knew quite a bit more about a character named Myaon than the other mercenaries. This was because Myaon was a companion character that could be recruited into the protagonist's party in Psychedelia after clearing a certain level of the labyrinth. In the early stages of the game, many players frequently recruited her, even at a low level, as she would join the party at a much higher level. Alan, having played through several personal events with her, couldn't help but know her well. However, despite this familiarity, Myaon's suggestion caught him completely off guard, and Alan maintained his silence. Got something on your mind? Myaon smiled subtly. Alan, who was staring at her face, which remained radiant despite the scars, slowly asked back, suddenly. Suddenly? This is already our third time meeting. My Aeon, her cat-like ears twitching, continued, by now, we've figured each other out, haven't we? I know you're strong. Ah. Alan let out a small sigh at her words, finally breaking free from his halted thoughts. He could now guess why she was making such a proposal. He remembered that my Aeon's tribe had a tradition of revering the strong. Though it was a distant memory and not entirely clear, he recalled that her tribe held a strong sense of admiration for those more powerful than themselves. Worshipping strength. They feel a profound attraction to those stronger than them. Alan looked at the numerous scars scattered across my Aeon's body, almost like the marks of her tribe, and spoke, sorry, but I have to decline. Huh. My Aeon's expression showed slight disappointment at his words. However, it wasn't long before she let out a sigh, as if it were unbelievable that she had been showing such a face just moments before. Well, nothing I can do about it then. I was really thrilled when I got overpowered in one move. Her tone was full of disappointment, but her expression resembled that of a saleswoman who had just failed to close a deal. Watching her, Alan thought to himself again. I knew that the way beast folk and humans think is clearly different, but this part is really something else. As Alan was thinking, my Aeon spoke up again, well, still, let me know if you change your mind. I'm pretty charming, you know. Like a persistent salesperson, she said her piece and left. As Alan stared blankly at her retreating figure, he suddenly heard Ryan's voice, who had been silent until now. Shall I take care of it, sir? Huh. No need for that. She spoke rudely to you, sir. Ryan, who hadn't taken her eyes off my Aeon as she walked away, uttered this chilling statement. Alan pressed his lips together tightly. No, you're not thinking of killing her just because of a few words, right? Alan, realizing that there was someone even more unusual than my Aeon nearby, quickly responded, there's no need for that. She didn't actually cause any harm. Yes, sir. Ryan nodded immediately and shifted her gaze elsewhere. Alan felt a strange sensation. Something feels off. He tilted his head, feeling that the way Ryan treated him was a bit too excessive compared to how others, like Deus and Seal Rang, treated him. Just then. Break's over. Everyone, move out. Argonia's sharp voice announced the end of their rest, and Alan, halting his thoughts, got up and started walking into the darkness once more. About a day passed. The expedition to exterminate the foreign invader had spent a night in the labyrinth, a place akin to the abyss, and continued to move forward. They had now reached the fourth layer. As expected, it's really different from the game. Alan clicked his tongue as they had only reached the fourth layer despite traveling for more than an entire day. Considering the large group's slow pace and inability to take shortcuts, the reality of traversing the labyrinth was starkly different from the game. In the game, simply defeating certain monsters would naturally lead to the next level, but here, in the depths of the abyss, monsters appeared relentlessly, and just dealing with them had taken more than a day. Alan once again made up his mind never to enter the labyrinth again as he looked around. The mercenaries, who had ventured into the labyrinth several times before, were familiar with the abyss-like darkness, even making occasional jokes, but for Alan, this place had already become somewhere he never wanted to return to. There is a good item for wizards around the 40th floor of the labyrinth, though. For a moment, he recalled some information from the game, but soon shook his head, deciding to give up on the item altogether. It had taken over a day just to descend to the 5th floor, so what about reaching the 40th? It was easy to realize that it would take an incredibly long time. After some time passed, a voice came from ahead. We're almost at the 5th floor. Alan, who had been walking absent-mindedly, turned his gaze toward the mercenary's voice and saw a door in the distance, glowing as if it were the exit of the labyrinth. Not long after, they finally arrived at the 5th floor. The 5th floor, huh, Alan muttered expressionlessly. But that was just his exterior. Inside, he was genuinely surprised. He could see the sky as if they were no longer inside the labyrinth. And it wasn't just any sky, it was a bright, clear sky. Looking at the blue grasslands and the crumbling ruins scattered below, Alan thought to himself, "This is completely different from what I saw in the game." Although the scenery was similar to what he had seen in the game, the feeling upon reaching this place was somehow different. In the game, the 5th floor had been more like a save point for resting, but here, it was truly peaceful. Alan felt a brief moment of calm, as if the heavy burden on his heart was being lifted. However, it didn't last long. "All right, take a short break and then start preparing immediately," Argonia's voice reminded Alan of their purpose, and he slowly began reviewing their plan. "Let's hope the operation proceeds according to plan." Right after the Outer God Extermination Squad arrived at the 5th floor, the mercenaries, who had taken a brief rest, soon got up and began preparations in earnest, just as Alan had instructed. And then, click. Watching their precise movements, Maverick clicked his tongue and shifted his gaze. He looked at Alan. To be honest, Maverick still didn't like him very much. No matter how he looked at it, Alan didn't seem particularly strong. What's so great about a guy who's already panting just from walking through the labyrinth? Maverick recalled the conversation Argonia and him had a few days ago. No, to be more accurate, he recalled their expressions at the time. They had all been drenched in cold sweat, silently holding their breath. What on earth did they see? Maverick had looked at Alan several times but still couldn't find anything special about him, so he turned away, his face showing clear confusion. And then, at that moment, he felt something strange. Something so trivial, but mixed with a sense of déjà vu. As Maverick pondered what it might be, he turned his gaze once more and realized what was causing the déjà vu. It was the noise. The bustling noise his subordinates had been making as they prepared Alan's plan. None of it could be heard. It was as if time had stopped. Sensing something was wrong, Maverick looked at the mercenaries and soon identified the source of his unsettling feeling. It was the mercenaries. Just moments ago, they had been chatting and joking as they carried out their tasks, but now, they were all frozen. As if they were dolls. They had stopped in the exact positions they were in while preparing for the plan. Motionless. As Maverick, feeling increasingly uneasy, tried to speak, the mercenaries' bodies began to collapse. Like slow motion. Starting from their legs like pillars, the mercenaries' bodies slumped diagonally to the ground. Splosh! Red blood stains soaked the ruins and the green plains. And then, Maverick, his eyes wide open in shock at the sudden turn of events, saw it. Standing so nonchalantly before the fallen mercenaries was a goblin. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness as he locked eyes with the goblin, who was emotionlessly staring back at him. In that moment, he realized several things. The goblin in front of him had killed his subordinates. The goblin in front of him was the foreign entity that this expedition was supposed to exterminate. And that he needed to draw his sword immediately. However, despite being aware of all of this, he couldn't take any action. He couldn't scream out in rage. He couldn't draw his sword. He couldn't even call for reinforcements. He couldn't do anything. Even though the figure before him was a goblin, one of the thousands he had slain before. Instinctively, he knew that this was no ordinary goblin. The gaze of the goblin, or rather, it met Maverick's. In an instant, Maverick understood the emotion in that gaze. It was one of boundless boredom and arrogance. It was filled with ennui, as though indifferent to everything happening. And there was arrogance, as though looking down on everything from above. At the end of those emotions, who gave you permission to meet my eyes? It pronounced its judgment. A finger was raised. Slowly, but surely. It pointed directly at Maverick, as if marking his approaching death with precision. And then, just as Maverick, overcome with terror, closed his eyes as he saw the finger begin to move. Freeze. A cold, emotionless voice echoed. Crack 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 dash. The earth froze over. Ice crystals, spreading like greedy fingers, surged over the grass in waves, freezing everything in their path. Crystal. Crack crunch. A chilling sound, like something being squeezed and crushed, reverberated through the air. Get a grip. Hearing that voice, Maverick opened his eyes and saw a man standing with his back to him, wearing a black coat fluttering in the freezing wind. From his left hand, a pale gray magical energy flowed like smoke. Before him, the goblin, or rather, it was trapped within a crescent-shaped ice crystal, its eyebrows slightly twitching as it faced off against the man. It was Count Palacio. Maverick, as if entranced, could only stare blankly at that back. Chapter 57. Alan discreetly lowered his gaze, looking at something frozen in the shape of a crescent moon. Then, he turned his attention to Maverick and spoke. I told you, pull yourself together. As Alan confirmed that Maverick, who had hastily stood up, was now belatedly gathering himself, he turned his gaze toward it. No, the exile. The exile, clad in the black robes of the eastern wind, had just moments ago been staring at Alan with eyes full of indifference and arrogance. Why did things go wrong? Alan glanced at the exile, his expression tense. According to the report, the exile was supposed to reach the fifth layer not now, but 3 days later. Even that was assuming the exile moved at a rapid pace. Originally, it was thought that it would take more than 5 days for the exile to descend to this place. That was how it should have been. Yet now, the exile had reached the fifth layer. Unknowingly, Alan's hand trembled slightly. The exile standing before him had taken the form of a goblin. With ears far too large to be human, green skin, and a hooked nose, it was clear that this was indeed a goblin. However, no one, including Alan, thought of this being as merely a goblin. Those like Argonia and Hymen, who had gained eyes to see the truth of the world. Even mercenaries who did not possess such eyes. Everyone here knew that this was not something to be understood by its mere appearance. Its naturally overwhelming presence was enough to dominate the space itself. Alan was no exception to this realization, and then... Who? It spoke. The arrogance in its eyes had not faded. However, the boredom that once filled them was now replaced by curiosity, which brought a smile to its face. You're doing something amusing, insect. Its raised index finger slowly curled in, rubbing its chin. Watching this, Alan quietly spoke. Kalos. Because it was a lowly creature, it sought knowledge. Because it was a lowly creature, it reached the end of its search and awakened to the law, ascending to the rank of a god. The king of all gluttons. When Alan called out the name of Kalos, the curiosity in its eyes deepened. You even know my name? Impressive. Kalos brushed back his hair, now wearing a pleasant smile unlike before. Very well. I'm in a good mood right now, and it seems that the others are as well. I'll show a bit of mercy. Leave. And I'll let you live. A proposal. But Alan. Prepare for battle. He gave his answer by commanding the extermination squad. Tisk, I was going to let you live because you seemed like an amusing insect. Hearing this, Kalos looked at him as if gazing upon a fool. If you insist on drinking the punishment brew, then so be it, insect. He raised his hand forward once again. Prepare for battle. Argonia's voice, shaking off the fear, signaled the start of the fight. From the moment the exile reached the fifth layer, Alan's original plan had already become utterly useless due to the unexpected twist. His plan was one that required a full day of dedication to execute. However, that didn't mean he had given up on the exiles' extermination. No matter how much the plan had gone awry, he still believed that they could sufficiently take down the opponent. There were two main reasons for this. One was that Kalos, unlike Ulthultus, had not yet fully progressed to the level of a sage god as Alan had predicted. The other reason was that, unlike during the battle with Ulthultus, the mercenaries were now somewhat prepared for the exile. Magic shot out from Kalos's hand in an instant, directed toward Alan and the mercenaries. But crash! With the sound of something breaking, Kalos's invisible slash was blocked by the sword Argonia held. A dispel sword, is it? How amusing, you've brought something interesting. In Argonia's hand was a sword that could cut through magic, one of fewer than 100 on the continent, the dispel sword. Though it could not cut through people, the sword, made solely to sever magic, was enough to slice through Kalos's spells, as he had not yet fully reached the level of a sage god. Boom! With newfound confidence, Argonia kicked off the ground and charged toward Kalos, signaling the true start of the battle. Likewise, Maverick, equipped with a dispel sword based on Alan's advice, joined the fight, while Maion quickly used the surroundings to start firing arrows. 3 versus 1. Numerically, it was a fight where they had overwhelming superiority. Thanks to Alan, the mercenaries already knew most of the types of magic Kalos would use, making them formidable opponents who put pressure on him. However, even with the cooperation of the 4 mercenaries and the fact that all his spells had been neutralized, Kalos seemed to find the situation quite amusing, as a twisted smile crept onto his lips. Then, gathering his index and middle fingers, he formed a seal and lightly raised his hand. And with that, as if the previous piece had been a lie, monsters began to spring forth from the ground. The 5th layer quickly descended into chaos. Of course, Alan was not idle either. Who? Alan exhaled white breath and uttered a word. Ice and snow, ... As he formed a seal, frost began to gather in front of him. Watching this, Alan thought to himself, I need to end this as quickly as possible. Though the battle between Kalos and the mercenaries was holding steady, Alan knew it wouldn't last much longer. He could see it. The dispel swords that Argonia and Maverick wielded, though they had blocked a few spells, were slowly starting to crack. Hymen's expression was growing darker by the second. Shape. As he uttered another incantation, frost rose around Alan. Then, glory of the snowy mountains. A round sphere formed before Alan's middle and ring fingers, freezing and beginning to produce snow crystals. The inevitable fate of the blind. In no time, the ice flower bloomed. The hexagonal crystal rapidly expanded, consuming the surrounding air to create a massive form. Crack, crack, crack. At the center of the crystal, a beautiful spear materialized before Alan's eyes. And then, perfectly timed. Rhine, who had been standing behind Alan, pulled out a book from her chest and Esitra ia Amicia, muttered softly. Swish. In an instant, the magic tome spread open with a resonating hum. Clang. Suddenly, dozens of layers of black chains shot out from the air and raced toward Kalos. Caught off guard by this unexpected situation, the exile widened his eyes as he looked at the chains. However, snap! Before he could react, the ravenous chains had already bound his body. With this unanticipated assistance, Alan, having gained a quicker than expected opportunity, wasted no time. Ice Spear Halberd. Without hesitation, he cast his spell. And then, crack 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 dash. The spear, born from the blooming ice flower, shot toward the exile, engulfing him in an instant. Sizzle. It froze everything around it, bringing silence to the 5th layer. The monsters stopped moving. Following suit, the mercenaries who had been frantically crawling out of the ground also halted. Soon, their gazes all turned toward one point. The ancient ruins. In the middle of those ruins stood the enormous ice flower. The mercenaries looked in awe at Count Palacio, who had created the ice flower. Similarly, the guild leaders, who had been battling the exile just moments ago, stood with their mouths agape. Even Alan let out a small sigh of relief. But, crack! A strange, out-of-place sound of something breaking echoed, drawing everyone's attention to the massive ice flower. Sizzle! A sharp, clear sound followed. Rumble rumble! The ice flower, which had garnered so much reverence, began to collapse. And then, from within the crumbling ice, the exile calmly walked out. Despair filled the eyes of the mercenaries. The guild leaders, who had been fighting him, were struck with a sense of defeat. Yet the exile, who had brought despair and defeat to all, simply smiled lightly and spoke. "You got me, insect." Kalos, with a light smile as if the previous attack had amused him, left Alan in disbelief. According to his calculations, Kalos, who hadn't yet become a sage god, should have been destroyed by that direct hit. But it seems you still know nothing. Alan, staring at him in confusion, realized that the exile's body had no trace of ice, only shattered remnants around him. Did he slice through the ice spear halberd with just a slash? As Alan masked his shock behind a neutral expression at the exile's absurd feat of nullifying his attack, Kalos, still grinning, spoke again. "Still, thanks to you, I'm in high spirits, insect. So, I'll play along with you now. Although this is still far from a perfect manifestation in my current state, it should be an entertaining game nonetheless." Then, he wrapped his right hand around the index finger of his raised left hand, forming a fist seal. Release. In that moment, a surge of magical energy spread out. Sensing the danger instinctively, Argonia and Maverick, without hesitation, leapt toward the exile, pushing off the ground. Vibration. Maion, who had just been relaxing moments earlier, quickly knocked an arrow and fired it, while Hyman raised his staff and cast a spell to intercept the exile's magic. However, just before Argonia and Maverick's swords reached the exile's neck, Maion's arrow pierced his heart, and Hyman's magic approached his throat. The magic that had already spread around the exile began to vibrate the air according to his incantation. Expansion. With that softly spoken word from the exile. Crack! Alan saw it. The bodies of Maverick and Argonia compressed and twisted in midair, as if crushed by invisible force. Along with the burst of blood. The nameless law. The exile's distorted smile accompanied his low muttering. And then. Flash! A blinding white light filled everyone's vision. Chapter 58. Right after the eyes and ears of everyone in the area were blinded by a pure white light. When their stolen vision finally returned, what appeared before the mercenaries and Alan was a massive crater. Nothing remained there. The grass that had been growing, and the ruins that had stood on it for who knows how long, now vanished without a trace. Even Argonia and Maverick, who had been standing close to him, had disappeared without a sign. In the middle of that crater stood an outer god, smiling darkly, twisting the corners of his lips. The expressions of the mercenaries began to turn to despair. Maion, who had been holding her bow, and Hyman, who had just moments ago been casting spells, both gaped in disbelief. And then, grinning dash, the outer god moved. Without hesitation, as if sentencing him to death, the outer god, who had appeared before the previously stunned Hyman, drew his hand from left to right. Though Hyman, knowing all too well what that action would result in, instinctively threw his body backward to dodge the invisible slash, he immediately tried to use blink. But then, How will you dodge what's coming from above? With words that seemed mocking and a hand cutting from above to below. Crack dash. By the time Hymen's body was split in two and fell to the ground, the outer god had already approached Myaon. Gasp. As soon as Myaon witnessed Hymen being struck down, she had already drawn her bowstring and was ready to fire, but as soon as he appeared, she tried to release the string. Kick dash. But before she could even release the arrow, the outer god's swift kick sent her flying into the ruins in the opposite direction. Now, only you remain. Kalos spoke with a dark smile. With all four guild masters taken down before they could even put up a proper fight, the outcome of the battle was essentially decided. For Alan, this was the worst possible situation. His plan had failed right from the start. The ice crystal cascade, which had drained nearly all of his magic power, hadn't inflicted any damage on the opponent. And the guild masters, who were supposed to stall for time while he prepared his spells, had all been defeated. Alan glanced down briefly. 2 empty potion bottles were already rolling on the ground near his feet. Having consumed 2 mana potions, risking the danger of magic addiction, his small mana pool was refilling at a rapid pace. But despite his mana increasing, his mind couldn't come up with the next step. Facing the outer god with his plan in ruins was overwhelming. What was even more problematic was the magic. I've never seen that magic before. Alan had faced Kalos many times in Psychedelia and was well aware of his abilities and spells. The reason the guild masters had held out as long as they did against the outer god was because their knowledge gave them a decisive advantage. But the incantation-based magic that Kalos had just used was something even Alan had never seen before. In other words, Alan's informational advantage had already disappeared by this point. That wasn't the only issue. That's magic. Alan felt a sense of despair as he stared at the crater behind him, where nothing remained. Even though the essence was different, the magic must have used the same words and phrases, yet the outer god's magic was qualitatively different from the one Alan was using. In short, from skill to information to planning, everything was overwhelmingly unfavorable, and even the mercenaries had lost their will to fight, merely looking up at the outer god. In this hopeless situation, where only death awaited, Alan glanced at the outer god who seemed to mock him. He was silent for a moment, then. Glory of the snowy mountains. He initiated his spell. Crystallize. At Alan's command, the air around them gathered once again, forming dozens of particles. Rotation. With the next phrase, the particles began to spin clockwise. Grin dash. Kalos, with a dark smile, moved his fingers at once. A simple motion from left to right. But. Crack dash. There's still hope. The invisible slash aimed at Alan struck one of the particles floating in the air, freezing on contact. Rhine, help me. The battle resumed once again. In a battle between mages, there were many factors at play, but 2 were of utmost importance. The first was the speed of magic casting. The second was strategy. To defeat an opponent mage, one needed to predict what magic they would cast and how they would unfold it, then act one step ahead. To gain the upper hand, one also needed a magic casting speed similar to their opponent. No matter how much one outmaneuvered the opponent, if the casting speed couldn't keep up, there would be no way to respond. In that respect, Alan's fight against the outer god seemed doomed to failure. But. Swish. Alan had Rhine by his side, deflecting the outer god's invisible slashes that slipped through the quickly thinning layers of magic. Crack dash. Even after casting defense spells more than 3 times, Rhine continued to block the invisible strikes, swiftly weaving between the remaining bits of magic. Alan could feel his hands trembling. By now, over 5 empty mana potion bottles were scattered on the ground, and his skin had taken on a bluish hue. Symptoms of mana addiction. His heart was pounding wildly, and his mana pool was recovering at a speed incomparable to normal, allowing him to cast yet another spell. Crack dash. But as soon as he cast it, the slash immediately blocked it. In that fleeting moment, Kalos appeared right in front of Alan as if he had been waiting. Hadash. Swish. With chains suddenly flying towards him, the outer god backed off, creating distance and casting another spell. It was as if a cat was toying with a mouse. With the attitude of an absolute being watching Alan's last desperate struggle, he could have ended it at any time, but he was merely playing with Alan. However, despite this humiliating situation, what filled Alan's mind wasn't anger, but a cold, rational thought. In that state, crystallize. Once again, Alan continued his defense. Defend. 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 As if he had no strength left to attack. Before he knew it, the blue skin that had spread from his fingertips up to his shoulders continued to block the attacks. That desperate struggle, more like a last-ditch effort, was watched by many. Some with eyes full of despair. Some with disappointment. Some with emptiness and frustration. Everyone was watching. Yet, even in such a situation, Alan relentlessly blocked the strikes. As if it were his final stand. With his eyes, now turned blue from mana addiction, bleeding. He simply continued to unfold the magic he was permitted to cast. And then, just as the chains wielded by Rhine, who had been defending alongside Alan, finally snapped. Grin. Kalos smiled as if he had been expecting this moment. Now. With a brief thought. Crystallize. Once again, Alan raised the particles to obscure Kalos's vision. Ice and snow. But this time, he uttered different words. The mana that gathered in front of him formed a seal, and white frost began to cling to it. Form. The frost soon expanded its power, spreading around Alan. Glory of the snowy mountains. The sentence, barely forced out as Alan swallowed back the blood rising in his throat, created a massive hexagonal crystal in front of him. The inevitable, of the blind. The hexagonal crystal rapidly expanded, devouring the surrounding air, and formed a spear just like before. No, it was something so beautiful that it couldn't simply be called a spear. But Alan, suppressing the blood surging in his mouth, didn't utter the final words. This isn't enough. At this moment, it was the situation that presented the highest chance of victory over the outer god. He had consumed all the mana potions he'd been saving for this moment. Despite his small mana pool, he had continued a war of attrition that was nearly fatal to him. And with that, he had successfully led Kalos into complacency. His body, now close to a state of collapse, had unlocked another restriction he had placed on himself in advance. A restriction that allowed him to bend the laws of the world when using magic while on the brink of death. Now, all that remained was to prepare the final strike to kill Kalos, hidden behind the ice that had blocked the slash. But Alan knew. This alone wouldn't be enough. Even so, the reason Alan cast this magic was because of what it had said. The next step in the natural order. The manifestation of true essence. But, in the end, you still know nothing. Alan recalled the outer god's words. Surely, his words were referring to that. And so, Alan had to achieve it. The final, unavoidable move that could strike when the outer god was off guard. Here and now, it had to be manifested. Think. His thoughts accelerated. His head, on the verge of bursting from mana addiction, frantically conjured and erased countless ideas at once. The maddening sound of his heartbeat pounded relentlessly in his chest. It was as if his brain were melting from the pain. But even so, he didn't stop. Searching through every possible thought, Alan sought a hint that could lead him to the next step in the natural order. And at that moment, it is the seal. A voice echoed in Alan's mind. Delusion and enlightenment are fundamentally the same. When you reach it, you will gain the key. With those words, spoken alongside a black ripple, whatever had uttered them disappeared, as if it had said all it needed to. Before Alan could even grasp its identity, he had found the final piece to advance to the next stage of the natural order. Without hesitation, he released the seal he had been holding and formed a new one. He clasped his right hand around his left, raising only his index finger straight, bringing the two together. The completed seal, the wisdom fist mudra. And then, Alan saw it. The spear, which had just moments ago been adorned with a beautiful pattern, began to twist in a strange manner, transforming into the shape of a key. Along with it, as the ice melted away, the once relaxed expression of the outer god became visible again. His previously leisurely demeanor hardened, and before he could even blink, as if realizing it had all been a game until now, he appeared in front of Alan and reached out without hesitation. Swish. As if it had been waiting from the start, Rhine's chain swiftly moved in to block the outer god in front of Alan. And at that moment, a variable was introduced. The outer god immediately shifted his attention, turning toward Rhine, who had left herself exposed while protecting Alan, and waved his fingers. Ah! A low gasp escaped Rhine, foreseeing her own death. But Alan, who had already predicted this outcome, grabbed hold of her clothes and pulled her toward him. Swoosh dash. The slash narrowly missed them. In return, Alan's hand, which had drawn her to safety, burst with blood. But without hesitation, he formed the wisdom fist mudra once again. Ice crystal spear. He uttered the final words. The key lodged itself into the giant crystal, turning. And in an instant, a glacier descended upon the plains. Chapter 59. As soon as Alan cast the frozen crystal spear, he could grasp the effects of the spell. Though the area was only about a 10-meter radius, not particularly large, the space's effect was the immediate conversion of a fundamental law. Just as water naturally flows downward, a law so obvious it is rarely questioned, in this space, such rules no longer applied. The law of the frozen crystal spear was simple: everything within the space would freeze. No exceptions. The spell was an absolute law, enacted by the caster's will. However, Alan's spell barely lasted 6 seconds before vanishing. From the beginning, this magic was not something that should have been permitted to him, neither in terms of magical power nor knowledge. But even with just 6 seconds of manifestation, Alan achieved what he desired. He felt a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he looked ahead. There, an outer god stood. Kalos, frozen blue and crumbling into small pieces. How pitifully weak this body is, he muttered. His body was far from normal. His arms were already shattered, and his legs were crumbling to pieces. Ha, you got me good. Yet, despite his condition, Kalos was smiling. The stern expression he'd worn just moments earlier seemed like a lie as he beamed at Alan. If I had been in my true form, able to fully manifest and use magic properly, your clumsy spell would have been no match for me. But he said it with a tinge of regret, then added, speculation means nothing. Just as he was about to respond to Alan's next remark. You're right, insignificant one. Or rather, with a chuckle, magician. I admit defeat. With those final words, he completely disintegrated, leaving only his clothes behind. And then, whew! Letting out a small breath that turned white in the lingering cold air, the mercenaries stared blankly at the Count Palacio, who had defeated the outer god with nothing but a human body. A feeling they couldn't suppress began to spread among them. Shortly after Kalos's destruction, the mercenaries, who had been looking at Alan with eyes full of awe, briefly celebrated their survival. Then, they quickly got to work, organizing the situation. As for Alan, he collapsed on the spot. A day passed like that. When Alan, who had fallen unconscious as if a switch had been flipped, woke up, he received some moderately good news. It was that both Maion and Argonia were still alive. Maion had vomited blood, but with the help of a potion, she could move around to some extent. The bigger issue was Argonia. Though he had survived the direct hit of the outer god's magic, even with the characteristic toughness and regenerative ability of a half-dragon, he was barely clinging to life, little more than a half-dead shell. It was practically impossible to carry him out of the labyrinth in that condition. Of course, Alan wasn't in any shape to walk out of the labyrinth either. Who? Forcing himself to calm his trembling breath, Alan looked at his left hand. His entire left arm had turned a sickly blue, as though frostbitten. From the looks of it, he wondered if it would need to be amputated. However, it wasn't just his arm. While his left arm was worse off, various parts of his body were already turning a bluish color, as though covered in bruises. Fortunately, this was not due to frostbite but a symptom of mana poisoning. No strength at all, Alan thought, letting out a small sigh as he looked at his arm, which remained completely motionless as though devoid of sensation. He soon lay back on the makeshift bed. This situation had been predictable, considering how much mana potion he had consumed. I'm lucky it ended at this, he thought. Among the effects of mana poisoning, nerve paralysis due to mana overload was relatively mild. It would take some time, but it would heal naturally. However, if he had suffered permanent damage to his mana core or if mana had flooded his heart, causing heart mana sclerosis, he could have died on the spot. Alan exhaled, grateful to be alive, just as the temporary tent opened and Rhine entered with her usual stern expression. "Are you all right, Godfather?" she asked. "It's just a little difficult because of the poisoning," Alan replied. "That's a relief," Rhine said. A brief silence followed. Alan glanced at her. She still wore her usual stern look, but Alan sensed a slight awkwardness about her. Before, even though she was blunt, we could still have a natural conversation. Today, however, she seemed disinclined to speak. Just as Alan considered breaking the silence himself, Rhine spoke up. "Godfather? What is it?" "Forgive me, but may I ask you something?" "Feel free to ask." After a brief moment of hesitation, she asked, "Why did you save me?" "Why?" "Yes, why did you save me? Why are you suddenly asking this?" "Back then, in that situation, I wasn't particularly useful." At her words, Alan looked at her. Despite her impassive face, her eyes clearly held the question, as if she truly didn't understand why he had acted as he did. Alan suddenly remembered that Zielrang had asked him a similar question, and a feeling of injustice welled up inside him. How do people see me? Do I really look like a villain? Why does everyone think I saved them just to use them somehow? Although he had saved them as part of his larger goal to eliminate the 5 deadly sins, Alan had never expected anything in return. At most, he had hoped for a little good fortune or perhaps a slightly fancier birthday present. Feeling wronged, Alan forced himself to sit up on the makeshift bed and began to speak. "Rhine." "Yes, Godfather. I don't know what you think of me, but I didn't take you in to use you." "Is that so?" Rhine answered, her voice slightly wavering. Seeing her response, Alan couldn't help but feel that she had indeed thought that way. He continued. "I think of you as family." "Family?" "Yes. A family that helps each other in times of need. Our relationship isn't based on profit or necessity. So saving you doesn't hold any special meaning. I did it because..." He sighed and added, "It's simply the natural thing to do. Just as you saved me." "Oh," Rhine murmured, her eyes widening slightly at Alan's words. Though she remained as expressionless as ever, her eyes clearly conveyed that his sincerity had gotten through to her. "Remember this, Rhine. We are not in a one-sided relationship. If you really want to do something for me, just remember my birthday or something. After adding that little bit of selfishness, Alan looked at her. Rhine, who had been staring at him blankly, finally smiled, a small smile tugging at the corners of her lips for the first time. Understood, Godfather. That's all I wanted to hear. Feeling that he had finally gotten through to her, Alan nodded slightly. After a brief conversation, Rhine left, and Alan closed his eyes. He had only been awake for about an hour, but his frail body, not yet fully recovered, craved rest. 5 days later. In the 5th level, where only a blue sky existed and night and day were indistinguishable, Alan had finally recovered enough to move again. "Can you move?" he asked. "To some extent," came the reply. Impressive, Alan thought, as Argonia, who had made a remarkable recovery with his monstrous resilience, got ready to leave the labyrinth. After 2 more days of climbing through the dark abyss, they finally reached the exit. "We made it!" Argonia exclaimed, unusually animated. At last, they had returned to the outside of the labyrinth. 3 days had passed since they returned to the labyrinth city of Lartania. Alan couldn't leave because he was still recovering, but as rumors and praise for the task force that defeated the outer gods spread throughout Lartania, the story slowly began to reach beyond the city. By the time Alan finished his much-needed rest at the building Rhine owned, Mayrd, he had confirmed that his mana-poisoning symptoms had greatly improved. He promptly began preparing to leave. In truth, he wanted to stay and relax a bit longer, but staying too long in Mayrd would surely be a burden. So, before heading back with Evan, Alan had one last meal with Rhine. "Godfather," she said. "Yes, what is it?" "When is your birthday?" Alan paused for a moment, then answered after some thought. "My birthday, it's September 25th. September 25th. "I see," Rhine replied. After finishing that conversation, they wrapped up their final lunch. "Well then, I suppose we'll meet again when the time comes," Alan said. "Yes, Godfather. I'll see you again," Rhine responded. "All right," Alan said, offering his final farewell before getting into the carriage to return to the Count's estate. As the carriage started moving, Evan turned to him. "Count." "Yes." "You must be looking forward to next year." "Looking forward to what?" "Ah, my birthday." "Yes. I'm not expecting much. After all, I get plenty already." "Oh, come on, formal gifts from well-wishers are different from what the kids will give you." "Well, I still don't expect too much," Alan replied, but contrary to his words, he was actually a little excited. In fact, he had been anticipating it since the moment Rhine asked about his birthday. "Wine, maybe." "No, Rhine deals with artifacts, so perhaps she'll give me something useful? Though that might be a bit expensive, so maybe she'll compromise on something more reasonable?" With these thoughts in mind, Alan hid his growing excitement behind a calm expression, imagining what gifts might come in a year. Meanwhile, shortly after Alan had left, Rhine sat in her office inside Mayrd. She gazed out at Alan's carriage as it moved off into the distance. "Gift. A gift for the one who acknowledged me as family." Her eyes shifted to focus on one particular place. In her view stood a single building, Lartania's castle, home to Lord Lucy Moregrace, the ruler of Lartania and the only one allowed to reside there. "There's something there." A smile spread across Rhine's face. Chapter 60. Although Yusha had repeatedly made similar statements, Rhine had long been aware that the Great Moon was fundamentally different from them. He was a friend of the Great Palon, who existed during the forgotten age of gods. He freely used phrases and sentences from that forgotten era, which could only be used through understanding. When he realized she possessed a library, he bestowed upon her the eye of the tracker. But more than anything else, what made Rhine feel the Great Moon was different was the eye on his back. That eye, which distorted perception just by being seen, was not even recorded in the library. It was this that made Rhine clearly realize that the great moon was an entirely different being. For that reason, Rhine had faith in the great moon, and she didn't think it was strange. After all, it wasn't strange at all to offer faith to someone so fundamentally different. Because of that belief, Rhine never doubted for a moment that the great moon would win this battle. In her heart, he was merely wearing the guise of a human, a being who would fulfill her one and only wish. Rhine gazed out toward the Lord's castle of the labyrinth city from beyond her office, continuing her thoughts. Family, huh? In truth, the moment the outer god used magic on her, she had sensed her own death. There was no avoiding it at that moment. The outer god's magic was inescapable. She had survived thanks to the great moon, who had saved her by creating the conditions for the outer god's defeat, even in the face of death. However, she couldn't quite understand the great moon's actions. She didn't believe her life was worth risking a scenario where the great moon could lose. At least, her own perception of herself was that she was nothing more or less than a useful tool raised by the great moon to deal with the black ones. So, she didn't understand it. Even though she hadn't yet completed the eye of the tracker and still had some usefulness, the great moon's actions seemed endlessly irrational to her. So, after much contemplation on her own, Rhine finally asked him the question. And that's when she heard the word family. Family. Rhine muttered bluntly. To her, the word family didn't carry much meaning. From the beginning, she was born into this world with a library and had never had a family. Family, huh? But even so, at least right now, things were different. Not that she attached great significance to the idea of family itself, as she still didn't feel anything philosophically or emotionally from the mere word. However, the definition of family had changed for Rhine simply because the great moon was the one who had said it. To her, who admired and revered the great moon so much that she kept a respectful distance, the word family uttered by him sounded incredibly sweet. Was it because the great moon had called her family? No. Was it because she was now tied to the great moon by the title of family? That wasn't it either. The sweetness Rhine felt from the word family came from the fact that the great moon had acknowledged a rational path for her to grow closer to him. A little closer, or rather, as close as possible, closer than anyone else, she thought. Thus, if the great moon knew, her godfather needed her more than anyone else, even more than Red Moon. At some point, as she reflected on this new personal goal, Rhine shifted her gaze from the Lord's estate of the labyrinth city and looked towards something else. There, a full-length mirror reflected Rhine's image. The reflection of herself was smiling. It wasn't a shallow smile. She was smiling brightly, showing her fangs clearly, with a slight blush on her cheeks. It was a smile she had never shown even in front of the members of the Blue Moon. It was a smile even Rhine herself found unfamiliar. As she stared at it absent-mindedly, Rhine grinned even wider and murmured, "Godfather." At first, it was just a hastily made-up word to address the great moon with reverence. But now, that hastily crafted word had become the most precious word to Rhine. That word had already become the very embodiment of her relationship with the great moon. Thus, after murmuring that word several times, she muttered, "I like it." Then, she closed her eyes and opened them again. When Rhine's eyes opened once more, they were filled with fanatical faith. Anyone who saw her would recognize a distinct and intense fanaticism. In the forest path that must be crossed when traveling from the kingdom of Asteria to the desert city of Colony, there was a man. On his back, he carried a pair of large kama, and he was looking down at the corpse of a man. The dead man held a quill in his right hand and had died without fully understanding what had killed him. His neck had been twisted twice, leaving behind a gruesome corpse. Despite having been dead for a month, the body showed no signs of decay, perhaps due to a preservation spell. The man who was watching the scene The agent, who was like the corpse itself, let out a dry laugh as he crouched down and touched the dead body. As soon as he did, he sensed the residual traces of magic. The agent realized that the body had indeed been enchanted with preservation magic, and he unconsciously licked his lips. There was only one real reason to cast a decay prevention spell on a corpse that had already been dead for some time: intimidation. To send a warning, he thought. It was practically a threat, saying, "Don't come looking for us, or this will be your fate." Was he trying to deal with Count Palacio and ended up like this? The man recalled the request the dead man had received about 2 months ago and began to ponder for a while about when and how he would exact revenge. Agents didn't have much camaraderie among themselves, but the man was driven to avenge this death for the sake of the agent name. Their identity, the 100% mission success rate, had to be maintained at all costs. However, the agent wasn't planning to immediately attack Count Palacio. He must be strong, then. The agent thought of the rumors surrounding Count Palacio. Over the past few years, Palacio had been wandering outside the kingdom of Asteria, building a reputation that, while sounding far-fetched, was nonetheless impressive. At first, there were rumors that he had contributed greatly to dealing with the northern outer god. Then came rumors that he had helped deal with 2 Baba Yagas in Colony. Finally, there were rumors that he had handled an outer god in the Labyrinth City. So, it wasn't just idle talk after all. To be honest, the agent had thought that Count Palacio's fame was somewhat exaggerated. After all, nobles often inflated their reputations with trivial tricks. But now, seeing that one of the agents had been killed without even putting up a fight, it seemed that Palacio's strength wasn't just based on rumor. A man who can easily kill a master knight and handle an outer god from the texts. The agent considered what it would take to defeat him. At least 5 people, I'd say, but I only have 3 right now, and we don't even know his exact abilities. As he continued to weigh his options regarding Count Palacio's strength, the agent made a decision. Since I can't gather my full forces right now, I'll just find someone who knows Palacio's abilities in detail and ask them. With a wicked grin, the agent looked toward Caliban. His target was Deus Mausolien, one of the master knights and someone who maintained a connection with Count Palacio. Besides, it'll give me a chance to show Palacio just who he's crossed. If someone had been able to read the agent's thoughts, they might have wondered if he was simply insane. But the agent smiled confidently. After all, every agent was as strong as a master knight. Killing one master knight won't be difficult. With that, the man disappeared from the scene. Just over a week later, Alan leisurely returned to the Count's manor and took an extended rest there for more than 3 months. In truth, he had wanted to resume his activities immediately after dealing with the outer god, but unfortunately, his body had yet to recover from the magic poisoning. Although he had recovered to a certain extent, enough that he could use magic, it still took him 3 months to fully regain his ability to harness magic properly. By the time the sweltering summer had passed and the chilly winds of winter had arrived, he could finally say that his body had somewhat recovered. During those long yet brief 3 months, Alan focused on 3 things. One was handling the internal affairs of the estate that had been delayed. Another was exchanging letters with Yusha, who had sent a backlog of correspondence. And the last was delving into magic. For about 3 months, he hadn't been able to use magic properly, so his approach had been mostly academic. However, for him, exploring magic wasn't so much about studying as it was about enjoyment. Especially the brief moment of self-manifestation he had achieved while dealing with the outer god had piqued his interest even more. Since I've recovered, I should probably head back to Colony soon. But maybe I should activate the ring Heinkel gave me first. Or should I rest a bit longer? The truth was that Alan's body hadn't fully recovered. While his magic poisoning had been significantly treated, he still wasn't completely healed. That's why he thought to himself, I need to figure out a way to increase my magic power somehow. Just as Alan was contemplating this, Someone called out to him. "Count, sir." "What is it?" "A letter arrived from Duke Altia." "Ah." Alan took the letter from Evan, who had snow piled high on his head. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't considered this because of his poor health, but upon receiving the letter, Alan was reminded that he was the leader of the faction Kalfa, created by those in the shadows. When he opened the letter, he found a small crystal orb inside. The moment he picked it up, buzz, magic power vibrated slightly. This allowed him to quickly realize that the crystal orb was for communication. Shortly after, the face of Duke Altia appeared through the crystal orb. "It's been a while, Count." Despite being a duke, Altia bowed his head with great politeness, which left Alan briefly pondering how to respond. "It's been a while," he said, nodding slightly. "I'm contacting you because it's time for a report." "A report?" Before Alan could ask what it was about, Duke Altia started giving an earnest and literal report right in front of him. "Ah, I've heard the news. The word is that you played a significant role in handling the outer god in Labyrinth City Lartaniat." Before getting to the actual report, Duke Altia spent about 20 minutes praising Alan's achievements in Lartaniat. "Ah." Realizing her mistake, Altia cleared her throat and got to the main point. There weren't any major issues in the Kalfa's current situation except for the last report. "Ah, and as you requested, all matters have been handled." "Handled?" "Yes, the underworld of Asteria is now under the complete control of our Kalfa as of yesterday. No one in Asteria's underworld can stop us now." "Congratulations, Count." For a moment, Alan stared blankly in confusion at Altia's words. He had barely done anything, yet he had become the king of the underworld. Chapter 61. In somehow, I became the head of the underworld. Alan, from I just breathed and became the king of the underworld, held onto his dizzy thoughts and pondered. Did I really give that order? When on earth? While Duke Altia stood with her head bowed, Alan, deep in thought, finally let out a soft exclamation. "Ah! Let's start by cleaning up the underworld." He realized, recalling that he had indeed said something along those lines after giving it some thought. Wait, isn't it normal to take that statement as meaning we just get rid of a few unnecessary thugs? Not this level of cleanup. But what truly shocked him was not that Duke Altia misunderstood his words, but that they actually cleared out the entire underworld of the Asteria kingdom. Is this, even possible? Of course, Alan knew that Duke Altia and Count Zenanya would become major figures in the shadows of Asteria in the future. But still, for them to completely dominate Asteria's underworld like this was practically impossible. In the game, the underworld of Asteria was recognized as one of the largest dark forces alongside the Kingdom of Ashtalon in the United Kingdoms. Most of the underground organizations active in the United Kingdoms were rooted in these two areas. In other words, Asteria's underworld had countless organizations. For them to have taken control would mean they must have wiped out all those organizations, which seemed unimaginable. Did they really wipe them all out? With a heart full of doubts, Alan asked cautiously. "Yes," came her response, her head nodding with such strong conviction that Alan momentarily fell silent before managing to speak again. "You must have gone through a lot." "No, it was thanks to you, Count, for taking care of both the royalists and the nobles." "The royalists and the nobles?" "Yes, since you detained the heads of both factions, the cleanup went much more smoothly." Alan wanted to say, "Wasn't it you guys who handled that, not me," but that thought only lasted a moment. "So, as you ordered, we have conquered the underworld. What should we do next?" Duke Altia's words left Alan speechless. In truth, he had no plan whatsoever. The only reason Alan suggested cleaning up the underworld in the first place was that it seemed the most plausible and something that would take a long time. "I never imagined it would be finished this quickly." As Alan pondered what to say next to Duke Altia, the Duke spoke again. Perhaps next, the Queen. The Queen. Yes, now that our forces have grown, it's time to move. After hearing that, Alan gave his next order. For now, let's maintain the current state. With that command, the communication device was deactivated, and he quietly thought. At this point, it would indeed make sense for the Queen to start moving. Although Asteria was a kingdom where the nobles essentially controlled everything, it was still a monarchy, with a queen at the helm. Asteria's eighth monarch, Cretaneian. She was the eighth queen of Asteria, and despite the chaos caused by the nobles running rampant, she had held onto significant power without directly managing the kingdom's affairs or participating in political games. The reason was none other than the unique ability possessed by the royal bloodline of Asteria, and more precisely, by Cretaneian herself, the Golden Eye of history. Well, despite the name Golden Eye, it wasn't actually a power related to vision. The Golden Eye of history that Alan knew was simply named after the royal family's naturally striking golden eyes, but the inherited power itself was quite simple. It allowed the wielder to pass on their strength across generations. Like transferring game data, this special power could be handed down to the next generation, and while its explanation was simple, it was an incredibly potent ability. The more generations the power passed through, the stronger it became, granting the royal family enough strength to maintain the monarchy without needing to engage in political schemes. Additionally, nobles naturally became more cautious and avoided crossing the line. As far as I know, Cretaneian simply doesn't act because she finds it too bothersome, Alan thought, recalling the indifferent, almost emotionless expression she wore in the game's illustrations. Considering how much has happened, there could be some resistance, but based on her personality, she might just let it slide. He recalled the way she behaved in the game, where she mostly only intervened when one of the 5 great sins descended on Asteria. During those times, she briefly joined the players' party and displayed tremendous power. But aside from those rare moments, she showed little interest in the affairs of her kingdom. Her indifference was so extreme that players even had a running joke, treating her more like a guardian dragon than a monarch. With that in mind, Alan decided to relax. However, the next day, SSSHHH. While continuing his magical research and pondering over a question he hadn't been able to answer, who was the being that whispered to him during the battle against the outer god? He was eating a sweet potato when Evan interrupted him. Count, are you eating sweet potatoes again? Do you want one? If there's any left. Actually, no. You've received an important letter. Evan handed him the letter, lightly brushing the snow from his head. It was sealed with the royal family's crest. This is. It seems that 1 month from now, at the start of the new year, the royal palace will be holding its first ball in 5 years. And there's more. Yes. The messenger who delivered the letter said the Queen personally requested that Count Palacio attend. Hearing this, Alan let out a soft sigh, ah. And exactly 1 month later, after receiving the royal family's letter and fully recovering from his 5-month-long battle with mana addiction, Alan found himself once again contemplating how to make up for his lack of mana reserves. Count. Yes. He boarded the carriage heading to the royal palace to attend the ball. I'll stop by the royal family, visit the desert labyrinth, and then return. It was a long journey ahead, his first trip in quite a while. In a dark cave near Caliban, 3 figures stood. One was a man wrapped head to toe in bandages, covered with strange markings. The second was a woman with a grotesque circuit tattoo covering half her face. And the last was a man carrying 2 on his back. Salgui, is everything ready for the spirit summoning? The man asked, looking at the 2. What's there to prepare? It's just the 3 of us. If we're going, it's already done, replied the woman, Juraiong, casually shrugging her shoulders with confidence. I'm the same. Do we really need to prepare? The man called Salgui also responded in a relaxed tone. Just prepare, in case. Oh wow, I didn't know you could be this cautious, boss. For someone who's killed several royals and more than 2 sword masters, aren't you being a bit too scared? Zhu Ruiyang snickered. Well, I did hear that Deus Mausolien is somewhat special. It seems he defeated Reinhardt. So what? The 3 of us together could handle Reinhardt easily. The man sighed lightly as he listened to their conversation. If anyone else had made such a remark, he might have laughed at them. But knowing the history of these 2, he didn't think they were being arrogant. Everyone present had taken down at least 1 Master Knight on their own, making them formidable in their own right. Nevertheless, he warned them against underestimating their enemy. Don't be too complacent. Defeating Reinhardt means he's stronger than that. His words made Salgui and Zhu Ruiyang pause, wiping away the playful smirks they had worn just moments before. Well, if you say so. Let's finish this as quickly as possible. Since it's not a frontal assault but an ambush, we can probably deal with him without even needing to fight. As Zhu Ruiyang and Salgui discussed their plan seriously, the man quietly infiltrated the central district of Kerdam, the capital of Caliban, where Deus was located. It wasn't long before the 3 agents made their way into Deus Mausoleon's mansion. And then, who are you? Upon entering the mansion, they immediately saw Deus Mausolien standing against the backdrop of the blue moon. All 3 agents frowned in unison, as none of them had sensed his presence. The fact that they hadn't noticed him meant that they could have been ambushed at any moment. Yet, instead of attacking, Deus had calmly appeared before them. This suggested that as a Master Knight, he had already gauged their strength and was confident enough to face them head-on. Do you really think it's wise to reveal yourself so easily? That might have been your last chance to live, Zhu Ruiyang asked, frowning slightly. An assassin? Deus asked indifferently. And if I am? I see. Zhu Ruiyang smiled fiercely as tension filled the air, but Deus remained unbothered. In that case, I'll just kill you. He declared flatly, swinging his sword with a calm, expressionless face. Exactly 5 minutes later. Damn it! The 3 agents stood frozen, staring at Deus in shock. Despite expecting to take down a single Master Knight without much trouble, the battle had gone entirely differently. Even though it was 3 against 1, they had only managed to fight Deus to a draw. In fact, they were starting to be pushed back little by little. What kind of monster is he? The man looked at Deus in disbelief. Based on what he knew, Deus Mausolien had become a Master Knight only 2 or 3 years ago, and his rank wasn't particularly high. When rumors spread recently that he had defeated Reinhardt, the man assumed luck had played a part. But now, in this moment, he realized how foolish that assumption had been. I propose we negotiate, the man offered. Negotiate? Yes, our original target wasn't you, but Count Palacio. Of course, they were well aware that Deus had a strong relationship with Count Palacio. However, given the current situation, the man decided to reveal this fact. No matter how much of a monster he is, if the 3 of us fight him to the death, even he must realize he would have to gamble with his life. The man subtly examined Deus's body. Although there were no major injuries, he could see small cuts scattered across him, indicating that Deus was not entirely unscathed and couldn't afford to remain complacent. No matter how loyal someone is, if their own life is at stake, they'll change their tune. If you give us the information we want about Count Palacio, we'll withdraw immediately. We won't come after you again. But if you refuse, the man added in a voice as low as a whisper, our comrades will come after you, day or night. It was a blatant threat, but the man said nothing more. He knew there was no need to explain further to someone who could perceive strength as clearly as Deus could. And then, it happened. The man stared ahead in confusion. The scene before him hadn't changed much. Yet, one thing was different. Beneath the blue moonlight, he suddenly saw thin, violet threads glowing brightly, now visible in his line of sight. These threads, like a spider's web, had enveloped the entire mansion, or more precisely, filled his entire field of vision. They were coiled around not only him but also around Salgui and Ju Ryong. At that moment. What is this? Everyone there began to move. Salgui gripped his axe, Ju Ryong clutched the comma in her right hand, and the man raised the sword in his left hand, each one pointing their weapons toward their own necks. This is, damned. Stop, stop. Arg. The intruders, all with horrified expressions, desperately struggled to move their bodies, trying to resist the uncontrollable force. But it was too late. Ensnared by the violet threads, they moved like puppets, controlled by an unseen puppeteer, as their weapons were slowly pressed against their own throats, regardless of their will. No, no. Please, no. Please, please. Their terror-filled screams echoed briefly until squelch. In the end, they each severed their own lives with their own hands. Red blood trickled down the violet threads. And the last thing the man saw, as he too drove his sword into his neck, marking the end of his life, was, "Don't ever say such things in my presence again." A pair of eerie, glowing violet eyes. Chapter 62. On the 5th day since departing for the royal capital, with about 2 days remaining until they reached Teria, the capital of Asteria, Alan was inside the carriage, reviewing a list. It might be best to take care of the others if possible. The list he was looking at was one he'd created over the past few days, detailing the villains from Psychedelia. They weren't small-time criminals, these were the types that would cause real trouble if they started acting out. Thanks to Duke Altia and Count Zenanya conquering the underworld, a few of them have disappeared. Unfortunately, what Alan needed to be wary of in Psychedelia wasn't so much the main underworld organizations, but the shadowy factions rooted within that world. They wouldn't show up at first, but once the player began acting, they'd suddenly appear and start causing chaos. These hidden organizations were strong, and there were several that posed a significant threat to his safety. But it was unrealistic to deal with all of them just because they might be dangerous, so Alan decided to eliminate only the two most threatening groups: the Proxy and the Ghost Castle. In Alan's experience playing, the Proxy and Ghost Castle weren't particularly concerning when viewed from the player's perspective in Psychedelia. The Proxy, a small but elite group, was strong, but they only appeared if you followed a specific route. As for Ghost Castle, it was similar: if you didn't pursue the side quests in the Kingdom of Ashtalon, you wouldn't encounter them. However, the reason Alan considered these two groups to be the top priorities for elimination was that he was no longer a player but a noble of Asteria, and these organizations were plotting to overthrow the nation in the future. Of course, Alan had never seen their plans succeed. By the time those groups were diligently preparing their schemes, the 5 great sins would appear, obliterating the kingdom, making any plan to overthrow it irrelevant. But now, in this world where the 5 great sins had already been eradicated, who knew what could happen? Moreover, the Proxy and Ghost Castle were known to assassinate many nobles in pursuit of their goals, so Alan believed these two absolutely had to be dealt with. If you include the Empire, there's also the Bone Eater. Alan glanced eastward, toward the Empire, then shrugged. The Allied Kingdoms and the Empire were far apart, and most of the events happening in the Empire would be handled by the protagonist of that region. They said the in-game timeline is the same, so once the original story begins, the protagonist over in the Empire will start moving as well. While recalling faint memories from the past, Alan thought to himself unconsciously. The protagonist over there. Was their name Palion? The protagonist of the Empire. To be precise, at the time when the original story of Psychedelia begins, a separate game by the same developers, Calypsophobia, would be progressing in the empire. In simple terms, psychedelia covers the events in the allied kingdoms, while calypsophobia focuses on the happenings in the vast neighboring empire. Having thought this far, Alan stopped pondering any further. He had only played the early part of calypsophobia before quitting, so he didn't have much information. Besides, Alan didn't need to concern himself with the empire. After all, the empire and the allied kingdoms were strictly separated, and the only things they shared were a few items. All the events in the empire would be dealt with by Palion, the protagonist of calypsophobia, and their party. Therefore, the proxy and ghost castle. How should I deal with these two? Alan sat in the carriage for a while, continuing to mull over the problem. The next day arrived, and Count, you can see Teria in the distance. We're almost there. Did we arrive a day early? Yes, thankfully we made it with some time to spare. At Evan's words, Alan glanced out the window at the scenery of Teria. Although he had seen it before, Teria's landscape was still as grand as ever. High, sturdy walls befitting the image of a nation's capital. As he gazed at it absent-mindedly, Alan clicked his tongue. If he had come to simply tour the capital, his heart would have felt rich and expansive, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. I hope nothing major happens. As Alan gradually entered the inner part of Teria, he unknowingly wished that while watching the passing street scenes. Of course, he wasn't really expecting things to go smoothly. After all, the fact that the Queen had specifically summoned Alan meant that there was something special he needed from him, and it was highly likely that it was related to Kalfa. Will things flow as I want them to? In fact, Alan had thought of a rather decent plan on his way to the capital this time. If the Queen mentions expanding my power here, I could pretend to be swayed a bit, reduce Kalfa's influence slightly, and then keep pulling strings, maintaining a balance of power between the factions. It was merely a fantasy of his, without any advice from others or consideration of the current situation, but it was still one of the better ideas he could come up with at the moment. In the first place, no matter what, it wasn't a situation where he could openly oppose the Queen, so if things went that way, there was a high chance that Alan's moderate involvement in factional maneuvering could prove useful. Sigh. He let out a soft sigh as he saw the royal palace drawing closer. Late at night. Despite it being a night where the moon hung high in the sky, Raiden had not yet gone to bed and was waiting in his office. The reason was that tonight was the regular meeting of the Blue Moon. Although the meeting was still 20 minutes away, most of the members of the Blue Moon, except for Deus, had already gathered. It wasn't because something special had happened. It was just that all members of the Blue Moon were always required to gather 30 minutes before a meeting. In fact, the fact that Deus hadn't yet shown up with only 20 minutes left until the meeting was a bit unusual, but something even more peculiar was happening. We're getting married. I told you last time, no. We're getting married. I said no. Unlike the usual silent meetings, Yusha and Seal Rang had been arguing for over 10 minutes before the meeting even started. Why not? You don't have the right to stop me. Still, the answer is no. This is unfair. Seal Rang was adamantly insisting on getting married, while Yusha was desperately trying to stop her. Raiden, watching this, thought to himself, if she's that determined, wouldn't it be better to just secretly get married and report it afterward? But then again, that might be tough. Considering Yusha's personality and her unique fanaticism, no one could predict how she would react afterward, so Raiden remained silent. Time passed quietly as they continued to argue. Rhine. Yusha is being so unfair. With about 5 minutes remaining until the meeting, Seal Rang, looking extremely upset, sought help. Raiden turned his gaze toward Rhine, but she appeared deep in thought, as if she hadn't even heard Seal Rang's plea. Seeing this, Raiden shrugged his shoulders. He hadn't expected Rhine to respond to Seal Rang's complaint anyway. However, don't take it too personally, Seal rang. Yusha has been assisting the Great Moon for much longer than any of us. Raiden's face showed surprise at Rhine's unexpected words. He knew well that during the previous meeting, she hadn't intervened in their argument, deeming it unworthy of her involvement. See? Just listen quietly. To be honest, Raiden didn't fully grasp how Yusha's long service to the Great Moon related to the current situation. Nevertheless, seeing Rhine show such a surprisingly fresh attitude, he relaxed a bit. Oh, now that I think of it, Yusha, I have a suggestion. Huh? What is it? Perhaps feeling good about Rhine taking her side, Yusha gave a pleasant smile, and Rhine proposed an idea. I was thinking of sending my own report soon, what do you think? Is that necessary? I've already summarized everything from your team and sent it. I know, but I wanted to report something regarding Eye of the Tracker. If it's about that, you could just tell me dash. Yusha maintained her smile. However, wouldn't it be better if I delivered it directly rather than going through you? As Rhine continued, Yusha's previously bright smile began to fade. I've always handled the reports well so far, haven't I? But this is about Eye of the Tracker. I'd like to speak personally on that matter, as well as give my own report. Both Raiden and Seal Rang were shocked when they saw Rhine smile slightly as she spoke. Despite spending over 8 years together since childhood, neither of them had ever seen Rhine smile before. They were stunned for a moment. Dash. Ah, excuse me, I just thought of something amusing. As Rhine suddenly smiled even wider, baring her fangs, everyone was left dumbfounded. Could there be some sort of hypnotic artifact from the Great Moon at work? Seeing how drastically Rhine had changed, Raiden couldn't help but think that. It was understandable since meeting the Great Moon, both Seal Rang and Rhine had undergone significant changes, much like Deus had before them. Their reverence for the Great Moon had become almost as fervent as Yusha's, leading Raiden to seriously consider whether the Great Moon possessed some kind of hypnotic artifact. Just as everyone was still reeling from Rhine's unusual grin. Sorry, I'm a bit late. Deus entered, right on time for the Blue Moon's regular meeting. He briefly looked confused by the sight of the other members, who all had blank expressions on their faces, but quickly gathered his thoughts. I apologize, but I need to urgently share something before the meeting begins. As he spoke, the rest of the members, snapping out of their daze, turned their full attention to him. It seems that an organization called the Proxy is targeting the Great Moon. At his words. Huh? What? What did you say? Excuse me, what? Everyone's eyes lit up with intensity, each reacting strongly to the revelation. Chapter 63. The fifth layer of the Labyrinth City. A place with green meadows and ancient ruins. However, even after half a year had passed, the traces of the battle that took place that day still remained. And there, it appeared. Flutter. With its black cape billowing, and ominous black ornaments hanging from its waist and hands, the hooded figure began walking through the fifth layer. It walked the place where mercenaries fought an outer god half a year ago. It walked the spot where Alan once stood. And finally, standing where Alan had finished off the outer god, it tilted its head side to side, as if finding something very curious, or perhaps something it couldn't quite understand. How much time had passed? A moment ago, it had stood still, staring at the ground without the slightest movement. Then, ha! With a smile that spread across its face, it opened its mouth, as if finding something truly amusing. I never expected to make it this far. A small murmur. In a voice so ambiguous, it was impossible to tell whether it belonged to a man or a woman, it murmured to itself while glancing around. Then, it casually waved its right hand. Boom! The black ornament emitted a resonant hum, and after confirming this, the figure turned its body. Interesting. I wonder how much further this will go. It's getting fun. With an innocent laugh, like a child who had just found a fascinating toy. If you manage to survive the next time, things will really get interesting. It began walking towards one side of the fifth layer. And as it walked toward the land with no exit, it suddenly vanished. Though it might seem like an obvious story, Raiden was completely loyal to the Great Moon. Without it, he wouldn't have gained the great power he had now, nor would he have been able to avenge his family. In short, Raiden's loyalty was clearly and firmly directed toward the Great Moon. However, the reason why his loyalty seemed a bit tarnished was because kill them all. Right now. That sounds like a good idea. I agree. Same here. Compared to Raiden's loyalty, the loyalty shown by the other members of the Blue Moon was overwhelmingly stronger. So, where are these so-called agents? From what I've heard, they seem to be spread across the United Kingdoms. There are about 15 in total. I've taken out 3, so there are 12 left. You didn't kill them without knowing their locations, right? Of course not. While I haven't pinpointed them all, I've confirmed the location of the leader and a few others. Good. Hurry up and tell me. I'm going to kill them right now. Sounds good. Seal Rang's sinister, golden eyes gleamed as he spoke, and Rhine, who had been smirking just a moment ago, returned to her cold, expressionless face, muttering eerily. After this meeting, I plan to kill one of them. It seems there's an agent near Caliban. Even Deus, whose eyes flashed ominously, seemed ready to rush out with his sword as soon as the meeting ended, making Raiden sense the madness in the room. No, I think we should come up with a plan first. Raiden quietly assessed the situation. Even in this very moment, the conversations around him continued casually, talking about tearing and killing the agents without a second thought, a discourse he was still not entirely accustomed to. Among the original members, only Yusha had been like that, while most of the others had acted much more rationally. There's a huge difference. And, honestly, I didn't expect even Rhine to turn out this way. Looking at the drastically changed members, including Rhine, Raiden finally spoke. I think we should calmly share information and come up with a plan first. A cautious, but extremely reasonable suggestion. However, are you serious? Raiden, what if while we're busy making plans, those guys manage to harm the Great Moon? Exactly. I agree. Despite it being the most rational statement, Raiden took a moment to catch his breath as Yusha, Seal Rang, and Rhine, following Deus' lead, all expressed their disagreement. Everyone calm down, you're all too excited. Shouldn't we first share the information we have about the agents? We need to figure out how much power they have. Another rational statement. However, Raiden. What is it? Raiden, are you a traitor? At Seal Rang's ridiculous suspicion, her golden eyes gleaming, Raiden felt dizzy. Wait, hold on. How did we suddenly get to me being a traitor? But Raiden, you've been objecting to killing the agents since earlier, haven't you? It's not an objection, I'm just saying we should assess the situation first. Raiden stopped speaking as he saw the disgruntled stares being directed at him. Realizing instinctively that no matter what he said now, it wouldn't make any difference, he waved the white flag. I'll prepare right away. The 4 members nodded in satisfaction, resuming their conversation. Watching them, Raiden, who had been thinking about how relatively normal the organization was 2 years ago, except for Yusha, recalled the Great Moon and concluded. There must definitely be a mind control artifact involved. About 30 minutes later. As we talk about this, I'm suddenly reminded of the image the Great Moon showed us. Deus' sudden outburst of worship interrupted the conversation about the agents. Everyone, move now. We'll have a proper meeting once this is all taken care of. At Yusha's words, the blue moon began to move. The next day. After resting in the mansion owned by Duke Altea, Alan set off for the royal palace in the evening when the banquet was set to begin in earnest. Upon arriving at the palace, Alan said, "I'll be back soon," bidding farewell to Evan as he moved forward. "And I'll be waiting." Evan, bowing slightly, straightened up and watched. As his master walked into the banquet hall of the royal palace, a large group of nobles followed behind him. Watching the scene of all these nobles, who essentially controlled Asteria, following behind Alan, Evan once again felt the weight of Alan's position. Well, the Count's fame is already immense. Plus, he's the leader of Kalfa. Although Alan himself seemed indifferent to his fame, the difference was stark for Evan, who was witnessing his master's growing influence in real time. In contrast to the old days, when Alan was shunned or feared at banquets, now he was the leader of most of the nobles. And that wasn't all. Given the reputation he'd built, it was clear that Alan would be openly checked by the Queen. Yet, so many nobles still stood behind him. In other words, the nobles following Alan believed that he had a chance, even against the current Queen of Asteria. Well, based on the rumors, it's no wonder they think that. As Evan evaluated the situation, Alan, leading the nobles, realized something strange. Wait, something feels off. He noticed that things seemed to be going a little differently than he had expected. This looks like I'm heading straight into a confrontation, doesn't it? He glanced back subtly. Behind him, a large number of nobles, all his supporters, were following him. No, this isn't the image I had in mind. His plan had been to get a reasonable scolding during the audience with the Queen before the banquet and make a plausible excuse for maintaining Kalfa. But now, with this many people storming in, it didn't seem like it would end with just a scolding. But there was nothing he could do now, so he continued on and entered the banquet hall. Oh! The moment he stepped inside, he couldn't help but admire it. The banquet hall, fitting its reputation, was larger and more beautiful than any hall Alan had ever been to. Standing there, dazed, staring at the ceiling, Alan soon felt the eyes of the nobles in the hall on him. From what Alan could tell, the nobles' gazes fell into two categories. One was admiration and respect. The other was blatant ridicule. And naturally, the latter group far outnumbered the former. He had a rough idea why the nobles in the hall were wearing such expressions. They probably think I've been growing my power recklessly, only to get smacked down by the Queen. Realizing that the nobles sneering at him mostly belonged to either the aristocratic faction or the royalist faction, Alan let out a small sigh before continuing on his way to meet the Queen. At the far end of the grand ballroom, he could see her. Cretanesian, the eighth monarch of Asteria. As he walked closer from afar, Alan noticed how stunningly beautiful Queen Cretanesian was. Her golden eyes, a symbol of the royal bloodline of Asteria, sparkled brilliantly as they reflected the light from the terrace, even though her expression remained emotionless. Her beauty was so striking that it could cause any noble to risk a momentary glance, committing an act of irreverence. However, Alan's focus was on the hope that what was about to happen would unfold in his favor, so her appearance was not his priority. And then, "Loyal servant of Asteria, I stand before your majesty," Alan said, bowing deeply in a formal greeting as he reached Cretanesian. The Queen, who had been silent up until then, spoke. "Raise your head." Her face remained emotionless. At her command, Alan naturally lifted his head. "Are you the Count of Palatio?" "Yes." At the sound of the Queen's voice, the nobles who had been smirking at Alan all broke into smiles. This moment was a crucial spectacle for the nobles of both the royalist and aristocratic factions, who had been eagerly anticipating the downfall of Kalfa, which had been a thorn in their side. As a result, they all wore malicious smiles while watching the Count of Palatio. But their smug expressions vanished in an instant, and they were left with blank, dumbfounded faces. The reason? Very well, Count of Palatio, I shall bestow upon you the title of Marquis. When Queen Cretiniacian spoke these words, Alan couldn't help but respond in a daze. What? He unconsciously let out a bewildered sound. Chapter 64. The nobles' faces were filled with confusion. The nobles who followed behind Alan also wore bewildered expressions. The nobles who had anticipated the growth of Khalfa to be obstructed by the king were also shocked and astonished. However, they were not the only ones showing such expressions. Alan, who had just heard such words from Cretiniacian, was also puzzled by the situation unfolding before him. A marquis. For a noble, a title carried immense significance. It was similar to a social ranking, and a marquisate would grant Alan far more power than his current countship. From the land holdings to the number of private soldiers he could raise, it would affect many aspects of his life. There would also be no awkwardness in leading a faction within noble society. Although Alan, as a count, had already become the leader of Khalfa, it was an anomaly. According to the rules of noble society, it was impossible for a mere count to occupy such a high position. It could be considered an unusual structure. But if Cretiniacian were to raise his title to marquis, such an unusual structure in Khalfa would immediately be resolved. In other words, Cretiniacian was not restraining Khalfa, but rather helping them. What is this? Alan couldn't help but look up at her with a blank expression, but Cian casually rested her chin on her hand and spoke. I've heard the stories. That you have eradicated all the pests devouring Asteria. This is your reward. Her calm voice echoed through the air. While her words made sense, the doubt still remained. After all, there was no reason for her to reward him based on such logic. It feels like she's just using this as an excuse to promote me to marquis. Alan glanced at the queen. Was she confident that she could crush Khalfa whenever she wanted, even if they grew larger? A reasonable assumption flashed in his mind. Even though he stared directly at her face, trying to read her thoughts, there was nothing but a cold, emotionless expression on her face. At that moment. Why, do you dislike it? Alan snapped back to his senses when he heard Cian's voice. No, Your Majesty. He bowed his head as he responded. In response, Cian, who had never once shown a smile until now, stood up from the throne with a faint grin. Step, step. With light steps, she walked up to Alan. Then, as she bent down, locking eyes with Alan who had looked up at her, she pressed the side of his right lip with her index finger and pulled it to the side. Alan's expression was now strange, with one corner of his mouth raised due to her finger. It was a strange sight to anyone, but she simply smiled and said, "Smile. You look much better that way." After saying that, she withdrew the finger that had been pressing Alan's cheek. Looking very satisfied, she gazed at the bewildered Alan with her characteristic golden eyes glinting. The queen, who had been watching with an amused expression, finally spoke. "I shall take my leave now, so enjoy the banquet, all of you." As soon as those words were spoken, as if she no longer had any business at the ball, she turned around. Creak. Bang. The massive door opened and closed, and silence filled the ballroom. Alan, who was blankly staring at the spot where she had exited, thought to himself. What just happened? He was left even more confused. After the queen had left, the ballroom, which had been engulfed in silence, slowly began to regain its liveliness. However, the atmosphere had shifted completely. The difference now was that the nobles who had been smiling just moments before were now the complete opposite. The nobles of the royalist and aristocratic factions, who had been expecting Khalfa to be effectively checked today, wore expressions as if the world had ended. In contrast, the nobles who had followed Alan into the ballroom were all beaming, congratulating themselves for choosing the right side. And the man who had essentially become the star of the ballroom, Alan, found himself surrounded. "Congratulations, Count. Oh no, not Count anymore. Soon to be Marquis. Oh, right. My mistake. Whether or not Alan responded, the nobles around him continued to flatter him eagerly. Indeed, Count Palacio no, Marquis Palacio is truly remarkable. Exactly. When did he manage to win over the Queen? Receiving the admiring, albeit mistaken and burdensome, gazes from Duke Altia and Count Zenania, Alan thought to himself. When did that happen? I don't even know. With a bewildered expression, Alan turned his gaze to the door through which Cian had left. What is going on? He began to recall everything he knew about the eighth monarch of Asteria, Cretanea Cian. No matter how many times he thought about it, Cretanea Cian wasn't someone who would act like that. She wasn't particularly interested in governing, but she was someone who would cut down anyone she deemed a threat to her royal authority without hesitation. And what was with that smile? Alan thought back to the smile she had shown earlier. From what he knew, there wasn't a single illustration or story from Psychedelia where Cian was depicted smiling. Her character was typically cold and indifferent. Something's not right. As Alan began to realize that something was amiss, tilting his head in confusion. In one corner of the ballroom, Marquis Filboid, who had been surrounded by other nobles, was staring at him. Count Palacio. Marquis Filboid gritted his teeth unconsciously. Half a year ago, he had been forced to kneel before Alan, and though he wasn't treated as severely as Duke Limegrave, he had been summoned to the Holy Kingdom and imprisoned in a strange cell for about a month, enduring something close to torture. As a result, he had been eagerly anticipating today's events. He had been sure that Alan would pay the price for foolishly expanding his faction. But contrary to his expectations, the Queen had instead granted him a marquisate, as if acknowledging his faction. How is this possible? Gritting his teeth as he watched Alan, Marquis Filboid let out a deep sigh. At this point, there was nothing he could do now that events had unfolded this way. But that didn't mean he would sit idly by after already suffering a form of retaliation. If it's come to this, I'll have to meet them. With a resolute expression, Marquis Filboid turned around and started walking somewhere. 5 days later. As Alan, after having tasted every snack at the week-long ball, was beginning to think about leaving for the colony, Marquis Filboid had already left on the first day and was heading toward Pakistan, one of the territories of the Kingdom of Ashtalan, close to the Kingdom of Asteria. Normally, he would have been cautious about being seen, but now he didn't care. Ever since he had been dragged to the Holy Kingdom, he had lost most of his political power and was no longer the leader of any faction. In other words, he had become a toothless tiger, and no nobles cared about him anymore. Thus, he was able to reach his destination without worrying about anyone's gaze. And upon arriving in Pakistan, he headed straight for the entrance to the underground slums near the territory. Whew! Letting out a sigh, he looked at the ominous underground entrance in front of him. Then, tightening his lips, he took a step toward the entrance. Marquis Filboid had learned that the agent, a person who would kill anyone, noble or royal, for the right price, was located here. With that in mind, he descended into the underground. Tisk. He frowned at the sight of the gambling den filled with noisy people and thick smoke but continued walking. The person he was looking for would be deeper inside. As he made his way further into the den, he whispered the passphrase to a man blocking his way, then opened a firmly closed door without hesitation. And then, inside the room, Marquis Filboid saw a young girl. No, to be more precise, a girl with radiant blonde hair and an innocent expression. And next to her, lying face down on the floor, was a headless corpse, its body horribly mangled. Marquis Filboid grimaced slightly at the sight, but he didn't flinch or run away. He had already been informed about the grotesque nature of the agent before coming here. I heard that the agent is a vicious beastman who enjoys toying with corpses, but this is more revolting than I expected. Quickly relaxing his frown, Marquis Filboid reminded himself that he needed to hire this agent. Who are you? The voice of the agent broke his thoughts. It was filled with pure curiosity and innocence, which brought the Marquis back to his senses, and he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of surprise. Even though there was a corpse right there, the agent's appearance was very different from what the Marquis had imagined. But only for a moment, as he soon opened his mouth to speak. I'm here to make a request. A request? Yes, I'm here to request the assassination of Count Palacio. Recalling the recommendation that the agent disliked long conversations, Marquis Filboid got straight to the point. And then, a chill ran down his spine. Het. Marquis Filboid realized without a doubt that the being before him was indeed the agent. As soon as he mentioned his request, the agent's once innocent smile twisted into something more sinister. So. Her lips curled as if amused. You're here to request the assassination of Count Palacio. Her eyes turned chillingly cold. So cold, in fact, that it made the Marquis hold his breath in terror as he faced her piercing golden eyes. The intensity of her gaze made his legs tremble, and he swallowed dryly without realizing it. That's right. As soon as he affirmed, the blonde-haired beastman, now lightly swaying her hair, nodded several times. Ah, I see. So that's what you want? But, what should we do? What do you mean? The person who could take your request, is already right here. She shrugged lightly. Confused by her words, Marquis Filboid followed her gloved finger downward and saw that it was pointing to the headless corpse on the floor. Oh! Only then did he realize that something had gone terribly wrong, and he let out a soft gasp. Chapter 65. Marquis Filboid momentarily felt as though he couldn't breathe, overwhelmed by the chilling aura emanating from the beastman before him. But only for a moment. He quickly reached into his cloak, pulled out an artifact, and turned his body. However, thud. In the next instant, Marquis Filboid realized his body had collapsed, and he wore a bewildered expression. As soon as he sensed the strange feeling coming from below, he lowered his gaze. Marquis Filboid could see it clearly. His legs were grotesquely twisted. Arg! As soon as he confirmed the sight, an excruciating pain struck him, and he screamed in agony. What's going on here? The mercenaries who had been outside the gambling hall rushed in as the door swung open. Zap! As the beastman released a surge of electricity and disappeared in an instant. The mercenaries, who had been charging into the gambling hall just moments ago, had already been reduced to mere lumps of flesh. And then. This is so annoying. I was trying to handle this quietly, but it's become such a hassle. The beastman, who had slaughtered all the nearby mercenaries in an instant, wiped the red blood splattered on her golden hair with a disgruntled expression as she looked at Marquis Filboid. Even though dozens of lives had been snuffed out in the blink of an eye, the beastman, as if it were a daily occurrence, wore an innocent expression. Marquis Filboid felt an instinctual fear rising within him and began to beg, his voice trembling. Please, spare me. The beastman, who had been silently watching him, let out a hum and spoke. Do you want to live? Seeing a glimmer of hope, Marquis Filboid desperately clung to that lifeline. Please. I am a Marquis of the Kingdom of Asteria. If you spare me here, I promise you a substantial reward. A desperate struggle for survival. However, the beastman simply squatted in front of him with a curious expression and stared at his face before asking. Then, why did you say that? What? If you wanted to live, why did you say that? Marquis Filboid, his face full of confusion, couldn't understand at all. Why did you tell me to kill my master? At those words, he realized it. Who this golden-eyed beastman's master was. Could it be Count Palacio? Yeah, master, no, actually, my husband. We're about to get married soon. The beastman nodded with a smile, leaving Marquis Filboid dumbfounded. From his perspective, none of this made sense. That a beastman who had just brutally killed an agent stronger than a master knight was standing before him. That this beastman had a connection to Count Palacio. He couldn't comprehend the depth of Count Palacio's abyss. He could only deduce one thing from hearing about the relationship between the beastman and Count Palacio. Baba Yaga. The beastman standing before him was none other than one of Colony's Baba Yaga, the Golden Lightning. Oh, how did you guess? At the beastman's reaction, Marquis Filboid's mouth dropped open. Why was a Baba Yaga, who was supposed to be in Colony, here? It was incomprehensible to him. However, without a care, the beastman casually said, "What do you mean, why? It's only natural." She answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "I couldn't just let those who try to harm my master go unpunished, could I?" The beastman's golden eyes were shining brilliantly. But they were filled with a deep, intense murderous intent like never before, and he could sense what was coming next. Thud. After the sound of something bursting, there were no further thoughts from the Marquis. And then, "This will never do." "No, it won't." The beastman, who had blown off the Marquis's head, wore an eerily cold expression and said, "No one, absolutely no one, can touch my master." With that, the beastman disappeared. The royal ball, which had been ongoing for a week, had come to an end. Cretaniocean had not shown herself after the third day, and Count Palacio had yet to receive the formal ceremony of succession from the Queen, but was now being called the Marquis of Palacio in all but name. What could Cian's true intentions be? For about a week, Alan had managed to endure the bombardment of what's next, from Count Zenania and Duke Altea, buying himself time. He had tried to think about the reason behind her granting him a title, but he still couldn't grasp her intentions. In truth, he would have liked to ask her directly, but that wasn't possible from the beginning. So, even though he was pleased to have been elevated to the rank of Marquis, there was still a nagging sense of unease. Regardless, he had to leave the capital and start reviewing his upcoming plans. There's quite a lot to do. First, I need to visit the ruins again to meet that, and I also have to go to Raxus to activate the ring. I've already drafted the strategy, so I'll need to lay the groundwork for the agents, too. Oh, maybe I should visit the Colosseum while I'm at Colony. He recalled that achieving a certain number of victories in the Colosseum event in Colony would grant him an audience with the Queen and the chance to acquire one of the relics stored in the royal treasure. With this thought in mind, Alan began to calmly organize his thoughts. A moment later, he set his priorities. Let's start by laying the groundwork for the agents. Although it was slightly more urgent to meet that at the Forgotten Ruins, it so happened that the place where he would spread the groundwork was on the way to Colony, so he decided on the order. A few days passed, and he soon reached the small territory of Atla, situated on the border between the plains and the desert, moving eastward. And then, "Count, or rather, should I call you Marquis now? That's the 10th time you've said that. Call me whatever you prefer. Then I'll stick with Count for now. But, Count, are we in the right place?" In response to Evan's question, Alan glanced around. The surrounding landscape was quite curious. On one side, there was a forest, but on the other side was a desert that stretched endlessly into the horizon. As he quietly observed the contrasting scenery, Alan stood up. "Yes. Are we going to a labyrinth like the one we visited last time?" As he got out of the carriage, Alan replied to Evan's question. "No. There's somewhere I need to visit briefly." "Wait here." "Shouldn't I come with you?" "No." He then began to walk into the forest. How far had he walked? There it is. The entrance to a cave hidden by vines appeared within the forest. It seemed like a natural cave untouched by human hands. However, Alan knew that the cave before him was no mere natural formation, so he felt a little tense. And rightly so, because inside this cave lay the leader of the agents, whom he needed to deal with. The one infamous in early psychedelia for being known as the Spinecutter, a boss so notorious that it made players curse even after playing for some time alchemy. Moreover, according to the lore, he was strong enough to face off against at least 5 agents at the level of Master Knights. Given his strength, comparable to bosses encountered midway through the game, Alan let out a small sigh and then he resolved himself. Let's just stick to the plan. With that thought in mind, he cleared his throat and spoke up. By the first covenant, fulfill one promise. A moment later, nothing happened. What's going on? With a bewildered expression, Alan spoke once more to summon the leader of the agents hiding inside the cave. By the first covenant, fulfill one promise. But there was still no response. That's strange. After several attempts, Alan, confused by the absence of the expected response, finally began to walk toward the inside of the cave. As he ventured deeper into the dark cave, before long, a massive mansion, built inside the cave, appeared in view. The mansion was enormous, comparable even to the Count Palacio estate where Alan resided. It was both stately and large enough to fill the vast cavern, a testament to the dignity of the agent leader who resided there. Although Alan had visited several times to kill the leader and steal his relics, seeing it in person, as opposed to through the game's illustrations, was a completely different experience. That feeling didn't last long. Soon, he noticed something odd. It's all destroyed. At first, it wasn't obvious from a distance, but the closer he got, the more he realized that the mansion, which should have been intact, was completely wrecked. When he finally entered the mansion, Alan stood bewildered as he looked at the half-destroyed mansion of Alchemy, the leader of the agents. Alchemy had lived for 300 years, and during that time, he had killed countless people. He had beheaded more than 12 sword masters. He had exterminated an entire kingdom, including its king and royal family. He had also killed the Purple Tower Master, the owner of the Mage Tower. In addition to that, he had single-handedly massacred thousands of knights. 150 years ago, he waged a one-man war against a territory and erased it from the annals of history. His strength was undeniable, recognized by all. He was so powerful that every agent with skills surpassing Master Knights feared and revered him. That's why he felt annoyed. He didn't know by what means, but a presumptuous girl had come to kill him. Annoyed by the appearance of this bothersome gnat, he, who had been hiding for the greater cause, thought to toy with her briefly before killing her. Surely that was how it would be. It should have been that way. Cough. Alchemy coughed and spat blood, staring at the being before him with trembling eyes. Standing in front of him was a young girl. Clad in a black ceremonial robe embroidered with red, she held in one hand a staff that emitted a chillingly eerie red glow. At first, her appearance posed no threat. But even so, Alchemy was filled with unmistakable fear as he gazed at her. It wasn't just fear. It was terror, despair, and futility. All these emotions swirled together and ensnared him. Because of her. Because of her. Because of her. Because of the thing behind her. What is that? Due to the dozens of tendrils emerging from the black space behind her. He realized that his perception was caught in an endless loop. Even though he became aware of it, his thoughts couldn't process. The same thoughts kept spinning in his mind. Terror. Despair. Futility. Fear. The horrifying mixture of emotions constantly drove Alchemy into a pit of hellish agony. And then, why is this happening to me? Amidst this terrible fear, Alchemy, his eyes bloodshot, barely managed to utter those words. The girl who had been staring at him, no, Yusha, spoke. Because you tried to harm him. With chilling red eyes, she pronounced his sentence to the man who had coughed up blood countless times. At that moment, the black tendril seized Alkami and began dragging him into the black rift. It all happened in an instant. Desperately, Alkami tried to resist, forcing himself to stand and swing his sword. But even the sword that had killed sword masters was utterly powerless in front of the young girl. Ennu. Crunch. And with a horrifying sound, he disappeared without leaving even a corpse behind. 1 week. That was the time it took for the organization known as Agents, which had operated in the shadows for 50 years, to completely vanish. And then, normally, I would have made you suffer more before killing you, but I have things to do right now, so I couldn't help it. Yosha muttered as she looked toward the spot where Alkami had disappeared. Thanks Il Rang for that. She gazed beyond the forest toward the desert, specifically at the location of the desert city, colony. I'm in a hurry, so I had to kill you quickly. She turned away. In her hand was a letter sent by Alan. A letter that mentioned he would likely be visiting the desert city once again. At last. A small smile crept onto her lips. Chapter 66. It had been 3 days since Alan had personally gone to verify the news of an incident in Alkami. As he began traveling again with the merchants regularly heading to the desert city, like before, Alan let out a deep sigh under the sweltering heat. Count, could you just use it once? If I use it wrong, it could freeze everything solid. Freezing sounds better than becoming a roasted corpse. Still, no. Listening to Evan's complaints about not wanting to get roasted, Alan gazed at the blazing sun and reflected on the events of a few days ago. What happened to Alkami? Of course, since he hadn't seen a body, he couldn't be sure what had happened to Alkami. Yet, the reason he suspected something had gone wrong was because of the artifact he had taken with him. He looked at the badge in his hand. The badge, instead of shining gold, was a dull gray. In game terms, this artifact could be looted after dealing with Alkami in the mid-game stage of Psychedelia. The symbol of the innocent. I didn't expect to get it this early. Though the badge had no function at the moment, it was known for having impressive stats when appraised, especially for an item you normally obtain mid-game. Just like the ring Alan had received from Heinkel but hadn't used yet. On my way to Laxus to unlock the ring, I should stop by the Labyrinth City for an appraisal. At any rate, this symbol of the innocent was something Alkami had cherished deeply and had cast a binding spell on so no one could steal it. Simply put, if Alkami wasn't dead, no one else could have taken the badge. However, since the badge was now in Alan's hand with no sign of magical interference, he was convinced something had happened to Alkami. Thus, that night, Alan had thoroughly raided Alkami's mansion. He glanced at the treasure piled up in the back of the carriage and smiled faintly beneath his expressionless face. And that wasn't all. His waist pouch was now filled with the highest grade magic potions he had used up in the recent battle against Kalos. Everything was looted from Alkami's mansion. The treasure wasn't as abundant as I'd hoped, but since this world wasn't one where money simply popped out of the ground, Alan was more than satisfied with the treasure now loaded in the carriage. To him, money was always the right answer. How long had they been traveling this way? Everyone, halt. Ding ding. At the shout from up ahead, the caravans crossing the desert came to a sudden stop, and a bell rang out. It was the signal from the merchant group to set up camp, and seeing that the sun was setting, Alan stepped out of the carriage. Not long after they started preparing the camp. Ah, Count, have you been comfortable today? Unlike the leader of the previous golden-haired merchant group, this time, a rather slim merchant leader approached Alan with a bow. Thanks to you. Oh no, not at all. The merchant leader, who kept bowing even though Alan hadn't done much, smiled with a characteristic capitalistic grin and handed Alan something. What's this? Ah, These are products we handle in our group. Over here is wine from the Comer estate, and this side contains food products we get from the Kalmian estate. I see. We brought it hoping you'd give it a try. Alan lightly nodded at the exaggerated courtesy, with the merchant leader bowing so deeply that his face nearly touched the ground. I'll enjoy it. Yes, sir. Please rest well. As Alan watched the merchant leader bow several times before disappearing, he shrugged lightly. In the past, he wasn't treated as a proper noble, but nowadays, he received quite lavish treatment wherever he went. This was largely due to his growing reputation and the rumor that he was the head of the most influential faction in the Asteria kingdom. As a result, anyone who had any awareness of the kingdom's political situation tried their best to make a good impression on Alan, turning into sycophants the moment they saw him. Well, that's only true for people moving near the Asteria kingdom, though. As Alan shrugged his shoulders, looking at the gift the merchant leader had offered in hopes of securing a new business route. Oh really? Of course. He heard Evan's voice coming from somewhere, chatting with a woman after they had finished setting up camp. Wow, that's amazing. Haha, well, it's not that hard. As Alan glanced at the woman enthusiastically responding to whatever Evan was boasting about, he soon realized her identity. The merchant leader's daughter, huh? He made a strange expression as he watched the two. It seems there are more women around Evan these days. Alan had a pretty good guess as to why so many women were suddenly flocking around Evan. It was because of his own fame. Being known as the only knight of the famous Count Palacio, most women showed interest in Evan, approaching him with admiration. Though Alan felt a bit of a strange emotion at what seemed like a situation where the bear does the work and the peddler makes the money, he soon shrugged it off. Well, after all the trouble he went through, I suppose it's fine. Watching Evan putting on an exaggerated, boisterous performance, Alan couldn't help but think once again. I wonder if Evan realizes. The merchant leader's daughter is looking at him with hawk eyes. Since there was no need to spoil the mood, Alan sat in front of the campfire to avoid the increasingly chilly evening. Tasty. The sweet potato that Evan had prepared was perfectly cooked. A week and a day later, at early dawn, Alan finally saw the colony's silhouette again after nearly a year. Though the colony didn't look much different from before, its unique architecture still appeared fresh and new to Alan. After a brief exchange of greetings with the merchant leader, Alan turned around when Master. He felt the familiar sensation of Seal Rang throwing herself at him, hugging him tightly. Hello. Seal Rang, clinging to him like glue, greeted him cheerfully. It's been a while. It has. As Alan watched Seal Rang wagging her tail excitedly. Look at that. Isn't that the Golden Flash? Yeah, it is. Who's that with her? Looks like Count Palacio. No way. The mad dog is actually being so friendly with someone like that. He noticed faint murmurs coming from the surrounding area. Seal Rang. Yeah. Let go of me for now. Got it? At Alan's words, Seal Rang immediately released her grip around his waist and placed her feet on the ground. Did I do well? You did. Watching Seal Rang wag her tail happily after receiving his praise, Alan suddenly realized how quiet it had become around them. As he glanced around, he saw that everyone at the southern gate of the colony was staring at him with astonished expressions. Even the merchant leader and his daughter, who had just greeted him, were standing there with their mouths wide open. Why is everyone so shocked? Feeling slightly puzzled by the overly silent atmosphere, Alan scanned his surroundings with a faint look of confusion. Everyone looked as if they were witnessing something unreal, their faces frozen in disbelief. Seeing their reactions, Alan himself became confused. Hadn't he received the same kind of excitement from Seal Rang a year ago? But now, the difference in their gazes was stark, leaving Alan bewildered for a moment. Humph. Clearing his throat awkwardly to dispel the sudden discomfort, Alan opened his mouth and said, "Seal Rang, I'd like to go straight to the ruins." "Is that possible?" "Of course it's possible." With Seal Rang's words, Alan immediately boarded the carriage. Even as he climbed into the carriage and they set off toward the ruins, the looks of astonishment didn't leave the faces of the onlookers. They were on the road to the forgotten ruins, using the carriage Seal Rang had prepared. Just like last time, they were traveling under the protection of the Golden Mane tribe, but Alan could sense something had subtly changed. Something feels different. Alan glanced at Seal Rang. Seal Rang herself hadn't changed much from a year ago. The only noticeable difference was that her brilliantly golden hair had grown longer, now reaching down near her tailbone. But aside from that, she was the same as before. However, unlike Seal Rang, the atmosphere among the Golden Mane tribe members guarding the carriage was distinctly different from a year ago. They seemed more friendly before. Of course, their friendliness had always been directed toward Seal Rang rather than Alan, but now there was none of the light-hearted or welcoming behavior he remembered from before. Instead, they moved in silence, thoroughly watching their surroundings without a word. Recalling what had happened to Seal Rang a year ago, Alan nodded in understanding. "I guess the betrayal back then hit them harder than I thought." As Alan was thinking that he should be more considerate to Seal Rang to keep her from being affected by such things, Seal Rang suddenly spoke up. "Ah, Master." She called out as if she had just remembered something, and Alan responded. "What is it?" "Can I ask you a favor?" Alan was a little taken aback by the sudden request but nodded soon after. "As long as it's something I can do, of course." After all, it was largely thanks to Seal Rang that they were traveling to the ruins so comfortably, and he had been thinking he should treat her better, so he nodded his head. Seal Rang beamed brightly, pulled out a piece of paper from her bag, and handed it to Alan. Then, as she reached her hand out the window of the carriage, an artifact pen was placed in her hand, as if on cue. Handing the pen over to Alan, Seal Rang said, "Here, sign it." "Sign?" "Yep." Nodding eagerly, she looked at him with a very expectant expression. She nodded so enthusiastically that her long hair, which reached her tailbone, swayed through the air. At this, Alan couldn't help but think. Is she asking me to co-sign for something? Feeling a bit tense without realizing it, Alan looked down at the paper. The document already had several complicated sections filled in. With a puzzled expression, Alan glanced at the top of the document. A marriage registration form. Sign it? Alan was left speechless. Chapter 67. Duke Comelin of the Ashtalan Kingdom, located in the west of the Asteria Kingdom, was a noble who held immense power, even within the Ashtalan Kingdom. Though most nobles were unaware, he also wielded a tremendous influence in the underworld. In fact, there was no place in the underworld of the United Kingdom where his reach didn't extend until recently. Late at night, Duke Comelin, whose youthful face betrayed his status as a middle-aged man who had held the title for over 20 years, stared at documents in his tranquil study. Suddenly, he spoke. "So, it's difficult to exert influence in the Asteria Kingdom?" Speaking to himself in an empty study, yet despite the lack of visible figures around him, a voice responded. "Yes, that's correct." With that reply, a man emerged from the shadows, kneeling before Duke Comelin. This man, named Shuto, controlled immense power in the underworld of the Ashtalan Kingdom on behalf of the Duke. Without turning his head, the Duke continued asking questions. "Not at all." "Yes, they've eliminated all of our operatives there." "Did the organizations that received abyssal gems and abyssal bodies collapse that easily?" "Well." Shuto hesitated for a moment before answering. "No organizations worthy of receiving abyssal gems or abyssal bodies have taken root in Asteria yet." "I see. So, there were no suitable recruits." "My apologies." Shuto bowed his head. The Duke, tapping his quill absent-mindedly, responded calmly. There's no need to bow your head. I'm sore. Just as Shadow lowered his head further to speak, something felt off, and as he recognized the incongruity, his vision shifted, revealing Duke Comelin's figure in reverse. Shadow's face twisted in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. And then, dying will be your apology. With that, Shadow's body collapsed with a thud, and as soon as the quiet voice gave the order, shadows emerged from the darkness, dragging Shadow's body off the study floor. Shortly after, Angela. At the call of Duke Comelin, who had killed the underworld power broker with ease, another figure stepped out of the shadows, this time a dark elf with black skin and large ears, speaking up. You called. Yes, from now on, you will handle things. Understood. The dark elf nodded. Without a second glance at Shadow's body, being dragged into the shadows, Duke Comelin spoke again. And, did you say we can't exert influence in Asteria? Yes. That's troubling. It's necessary for the plan. Shall we act? The dark elf inquired. However, Duke Comelin seemed to ponder for a moment before shaking his head. No, we should focus on what's happening in Rakshasa. There's no need to reveal our strength right now. So, the leader of Kalfa is Count Palacio, right? Yes. Kalfa, which dominates the underworld in Asteria, operates under that noble. Count Palacio, huh? There was a trace of interest in Duke Comelin's muttering. This was because Count Palacio had recently interfered with his plans a few times. Though it didn't seem intentional, there had been several instances where he had to redo unnecessary tasks due to the Count's involvement. Additionally, recent rumors had piqued his interest, especially as they pertained to his ongoing plans. Don't move directly. It'll be troublesome if we're caught moving on our end. Understood. So, what should we do? Tell those who've been bribed to express their discontent to Count Palacio. Our goal is just to exercise some influence, after all. If we shake up his prestige a bit, cracks will start to appear quickly. As if fully aware of how futile a sandcastle built on politics could be, Comelin spoke casually. This is actually good timing. They've been asking for us to pay more attention to Asteria as well. Once we deal with the Count, we can use that as leverage to expand our influence. Understood. The dark elf Angela responded, and Comelin, about to lower his gaze back to the documents, paused as if something occurred to him. And how's the experiment going? If you're referring to young Master Carmine, he's currently in the isolation room. His condition. In previous tests with the abyssal gems, although there were symptoms of anxiety and increased violence, he could still manage daily life. However, after absorbing the abyssal body this year, his violence and rage have become uncontrollable, and he's essentially broken. Angela reported calmly, but Duke Comelin, though hearing such a report, showed no change in expression as he mulled it over. I see. I understand. I'll handle the Asteria side properly. With that, he shifted his gaze, no longer interested. Understood. The dark elf bowed his head and disappeared on the spot, leaving the Duke's office to return to its earlier stillness. It was as if no one had ever been there in the first place. Alan stared blankly at the marriage registration form, then turned his gaze to Seal Rang. Seal Rang's eyes were glowing brightly. Let's become a family. Seal Rang had an expectant look on her face, but Alan, holding the form, thought, this is a bit. With a slightly awkward expression behind his neutral face, he asked, is there anything else you want? Nope. Sorry, but I can't agree to this. Seal Rang's ears drooped in disappointment, clearly showing her dismay. However, no matter how disappointed she looked, Alan had no intention of marrying her right away. Objectively speaking, there was nothing lacking in Seal Rang as a potential bride. She was incredibly beautiful, and her honor and status were nothing to scoff at either. But that was from an objective viewpoint. To Alan, there were several issues that made him hesitate. First, although there wasn't a huge age difference between them, Alan had always thought of Seal Rang as a daughter figure. Second, Alan believed that Seal Rang didn't truly love him, she just wanted to get married to him to become family. In other words, she liked him, but she wasn't in love with him. These 2 points were significant to Alan, who held fairly traditional views on relationships, and that's why he refused her request. You. Seal Rang let out a pitiful sound, her tail drooping sadly, as if she were feeling down. Alan then. First of all, I need to soothe her after the trauma from the previous betrayal, but saying things like we're family probably won't help much. After a brief moment of thought, Alan made up his mind and spoke. Let's think about this again after you get a little older. How much older? 2 years. Alan sighed inwardly. He figured saying something too far off wouldn't be comforting, while saying something too soon would sound strange, so he landed on 2 years as a compromise, mostly for reassurance. Did I say too short a time? But regardless of his concerns, Seal Rang, seeing a glimmer of hope, brightened up and wagged her tail. Okay. Seeing her perk up, Alan let out a sigh of relief. Well, in 2 years, she'll probably change her mind. Alan thought briefly. Some time later, Alan arrived at a forgotten ruin. Leaving Seal Rang, who had insisted on waiting behind, he immediately began moving. He soon reached the central tower, where he had previously encountered something unknown. Without hesitation, he made his way up the tower. And then... Oh, you've come. As soon as he entered a large room, a figure appeared before him as if it had been waiting. Alan's eyes widened in surprise. The last time they met, this figure had been so distorted that it was impossible to recognize. Now, its form was clear. It had the physique of a human, yet it sported antlers on its head and a long tail that extended from its back. A dragon. No, a dragonkeen. Though still obscured like a shadow, Alan could now roughly discern the figure's identity. Ho, you can see me now. I suppose defeating the outer god has raised your level. Quite impressive. Honestly, I didn't think you'd manage. Alan replied to the dragonkeen-like figure, which still resembled a shadow. I nearly died doing it. If a mere human can handle an outer god and only almost die, that in itself is quite remarkable, isn't it? Although, judging by the energy, it seems you dealt with it before it fully manifested. The figure sat cross-legged atop the desk in the study and propped its chin in its hand. Still, it's curious. How did you kill it, even if it hadn't fully manifested? It's not something a human should be able to do. The dragonkeen, forming a question mark with its long tail, seemed genuinely curious. I used manifestation of essence. Huh? Manifestation of essence. You. Yes. Alan answered calmly, but the figure, which had been speaking arrogantly just moments before, suddenly went blank. Then, puh ha 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 ha. It burst into uncontrollable laughter, leaning back like a child, slapping the desk as it laughed. Alan, taken aback by the sudden reaction, could only watch in confusion. I'm sorry, I haven't heard such a joke in a long time. What part of that was a joke? The part where you claim to have succeeded in manifestation of essence, of course. The dragonkeen wiped tears from its eyes, still chuckling. Well, it's easy to misunderstand. After all, a wizard needs pride, but a bit of arrogance too. The figure, now blatantly mocking him, continued. Let me tell you something. It's impossible for you to have succeeded in manifestation of essence. How can a mere human, who hasn't even mastered mind resonance, succeed in manifestation of essence? Mind resonance. See? You don't even know what mind resonance is, and you're talking about manifestation of essence. The Dragon King snickered, resting its hand on Alan's shoulder as it added. I'll give you credit for defeating the outer god, but lies aren't good. Oh, and if you're embarrassed, I'll let you leave for a moment to regain your composure. Take your time. Still giggling, the Dragon King removed its hand from Alan's shoulder. Alan, looking at the figure, asked. Do you really think I lied? Of course. And what if I didn't? If you didn't? The Dragon King, still maintaining its smug expression, grinned widely. Then if you can prove it right here, I'll start calling you master from now on. How about that? Can you prove it? The Dragon King proposed this as if it were all a joke. Make sure you keep that promise. Alan warned as he formed a seal with his hands. Oh, I'll definitely keep it. If you can really prove it. The Dragon King, still filled with ridicule, sneered. But Alan thought to himself. Can I do it? Truthfully, recreating manifestation of essence with his current power was nearly impossible. However, this wasn't a real battle. If it's just to demonstrate a small-scale version, without practical use, I should have enough magic to pull it off. With that thought, he quietly began chanting. As the spell slowly started to take form, the Dragon King, who had been grinning up until then, froze. As the ice sphere in front of Alan slowly morphed into a giant crystal, forming a spear, the grin faded from the Dragon King's face. The spear twisted and turned, creating the key to manifestation of essence. Huh! For the first time, confusion filled the Dragon King's eyes. The Dragon King, with wide eyes, as if something had gone terribly wrong, stared at the scene in disbelief. And then, Ice Spear of Conjuration. As Alan uttered the final words of the spell, the frozen ground spread before him. Nonsense! The face of the Dragon King was filled with astonishment. Chapter 68. The absurdly small range of the ice formation spell disappeared before even reaching 3 seconds. In fact, the actual implementation was so weak that it had no practical use. My magic power. Even with just that, Alan felt his mana core completely drained, and he suddenly realized just how reckless he had been when fighting the foreign force half a year ago. I should have been grateful just for surviving back then. With that thought, Alan looked at the Dragon King who had been mocking him moments ago. Even though all he could see was a dark form with nothing more than white holes where its eyes and mouth should have been, Alan could clearly make out its expression. The Dragon King, mouth agape in disbelief, stared at the spot where the magic had manifested just moments before. How is that possible? You clearly don't know anything about mind resonance or anything else. The Dragon King mumbled in disbelief, its face showing utter shock as if its very understanding of the world had been shattered. Keep your promise. Alan reminded him of the most important thing. The Dragon King's expression twisted. For a moment, it seemed like the Dragon King was going to shout that Alan had lied, that the promise was void. But after Alan's remark about how someone of its rank should at least keep its own words, the Dragon King groaned as though it carried the burdens of the world. Master! Grinding its teeth with an audible crack, the Dragon King finally managed to speak. Although the words seemed to carry more murderous intent than respect, Alan nodded to himself in satisfaction, feeling a sense of vindication. Do you really not know anything about mind resonance? The Dragon King asked again. Alan nodded. I don't. It doesn't seem like you're lying. Why is it such a big deal? Alan asked, genuinely confused. The Dragon King hesitated for a moment before explaining. As I said before, magic was originally created to approach laws. Phrases, seals, and inscriptions all serve that purpose. However, there's a key difference. While phrases and seals can be used if their meaning is understood, inscriptions alone aren't enough. Sitting on the edge of the desk, the Dragon King continued. As I mentioned last time, inscriptions are the key to accessing the laws that mages have imprinted upon this world. I remember you saying that, but if what you're saying is true, and one must understand mind resonance to perform self-manifestation, why did you teach me that inscription? If I really needed to know mind resonance, wouldn't I have been unable to use it even if you taught me? In response to Alan's curious question, the Dragon King answered immediately. You're right and wrong at the same time. As I said before, inscriptions are keys, but they are also a means to interfere with the laws. That means they can be used as keys, but also to twist the laws. Alan nodded in understanding. He had used the ice formation spell in different forms before attempting self-manifestation. He also understood which law the inscription glory of the snowy mountains distorted now. So it has two uses, then. Exactly. While it's mainly a key to help mages approach the laws they've inscribed, it can also be utilized as a law itself. The Dragon King continued. But as I've said many times before, self-manifestation requires mind resonance. Mind resonance is memory. Memory. Alan tilted his head slightly in confusion, and the Dragon King hesitated for a moment before explaining further. Yes. People talk about inheriting history or knowledge, but in the end, it's all memory. The memory of when mages first approached the laws and created the inscriptions. That's what I call mind resonance, and it's absolutely necessary to use inscriptions as keys. That's why I said it didn't make sense. The Dragon King furrowed its brow and added in a slightly lower voice. In this world, neither mind resonance nor the mages who could pass it on to their successors remain. A brief silence followed. But soon, the Dragon King's sigh broke the quiet. That's why I can't quite understand. How exactly did you manage to succeed in self-manifestation? It looked at Alan with a puzzled expression, but naturally, Alan had nothing to say in response. After all, even Alan himself didn't know how he had managed to use self-manifestation. No, to be more precise, he did know the method. He formed a seal, spoke the phrase, and uttered the inscription. With that, Alan successfully executed self-manifestation. However, it conflicted with what the Dragon King had just explained. The explanation that self-manifestation required inheriting mind resonance was at odds with Alan's experience, as he had no memory of inheriting any mind resonance. That wasn't the only contradiction. There was also a significant gap between the common knowledge of the Dragon King and what Alan knew. First, up until now, Alan had used phrases, inscriptions, and seals to cast magic, but most of it was knowledge he acquired by speaking the phrases himself and learning through experience. In other words, he had figured out the meaning of the phrases through trial and error, without any prior understanding. But the Dragon King had clearly stated that phrases and inscriptions could only be used if one understood their meaning. In essence, what it said seemed to suggest that the way Alan had learned magic on his own should have been impossible. Before I say anything else, there's something I'd like to ask. What is it? Alan then expressed his doubts to the Dragon King, who, after listening for a while, muttered. Does that even make sense? It stared blankly, genuinely unable to understand. But that's how I've been doing it. And it's the same now. Alan's response was met with a disbelieving chuckle from the Dragon King, who was about to say something further when. Rumble. Alan looked puzzled as the tower suddenly began to shake, as though an earthquake had struck. It seems my time is up. Time. The time I can manifest in this world is short, and it seems like it's coming to an end. Alan instinctively furrowed his brow at this explanation, but the Dragon King smiled as if to reassure him. Don't worry too much. You can come back in 5 days, and we'll talk again. I'll explain what you're curious about then. And, if possible, find Sparrow's staff and receive the phrases and inscriptions from the one inside. You'll be able to communicate by channeling magic into it. Sparrow's staff? An ego weapon? More like a weapon imbued with a personality, a bit of a nutcase. Get the phrases and inscriptions from it. So you're saying these inscriptions are like secret techniques, yet you're telling me it'll easily share them? Don't worry about that. The one inside regrets not being able to pass on its knowledge, so it'll be more than willing to teach you. I'm looking forward to it. If what you say is true, you'll be able to. The Dragon King let out a sly smile once again. Use the magic of all mages with just phrases, inscriptions, and seals. And before finishing its sentence, the Dragon King vanished in an instant, leaving Alan staring into the empty space in silence. A little time passed. Alan, having left the ruins, was now in a carriage, deep in thought. He hadn't learned the secrets that had originally brought him there, the mysteries he had been curious about for so long. But his focus had shifted away from those secrets. The secrets weren't much of a risk, considering he had to stay in the colony for at least 2 more weeks thanks to the Colosseum. Instead, Alan was reflecting on what the Dragon King had said. You can't use magic without understanding phrases, inscriptions, and self-manifestation, huh? He had thought about it over and over again. That Dragon King didn't seem like it was lying, so how was I able to use them? Despite contemplating the issue multiple times, he knew there was no way to find an answer to something he didn't understand. I feel like there's something to this. With a slight sense of curiosity, he soon shifted his thoughts to another topic. Sparrow's staff, huh? Fortunately, Alan knew where the Sparrow's staff, mentioned by the Dragon King, was located. It should be in the royal treasury of the colony. He had already entered the royal family's vault several times during quests to retrieve various items, so he was familiar with the location. However, despite knowing where it was, Alan had never taken the Sparrow's staff out. The item was among the least useful in terms of performance within the vault. Its abilities aren't impressive enough to choose over something else I originally planned to take. Even so, he didn't intend to ignore the Dragon King's advice, so after a moment of deliberation, he decided. Guess I don't have a choice. I should register as a fighter in the Colosseum first. He made up his mind to join the Colosseum this time and retrieve the Sparrow's staff. Thus. Master. Yes. Can you pat my head? Your head? Yeah. As he stroked Seal Rang's hair, who had leaned in next to him for a head pat. She was clearly enjoying it, even though his hand was barely moving as she rubbed her head against it on her own. Together, they arrived at the colony. And the moment they entered, Alan noticed that the atmosphere was unusually chaotic. Rather, after realizing that there was hardly any foot traffic within the colony, Alan looked puzzled, but only for a moment. As they continued toward the guild by carriage, Alan saw an immense crowd gathered along the central street of the colony and immediately halted the carriage. It was impossible to drive through the crowd. Moreover, Lady Seal Rang, it seems we'll have to wait until the crowd passes. The beastman who had scouted ahead reported the situation, and Seal Rang looked at Alan. After a brief moment of thought, Alan said, "Let's wait and take a look while we're at it." He stepped out of the carriage, his curiosity piqued by the bustling scene. It seemed as though the entire population of the colony had gathered, lining both sides of the central road. As Alan stepped out of the carriage and made his way through the crowd, he eventually spotted a carriage approaching from a distance. Stop! A mercenary blocked Alan's path. The mercenary, clearly rough-looking, gave Alan a light shove with the hand holding his sword and spoke. No one is allowed to approach Lord Mylanen. A blatant warning. Only then did Alan notice that, despite the crowd, this area was empty, guarded by mercenaries. Alan turned his gaze toward the man standing within the cordon of mercenaries. He looked like a noble from the colony, adorned with various decorations, with an unmistakably arrogant demeanor. Having apparently heard the mercenaries' words, the noble glanced at Alan, smirked, and then turned his gaze away. At that moment, Alan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the sight of this noble, who, like many of his kind, seemed to derive a sense of entitlement from the most trivial things. Crack! In an instant, the mercenary who had blocked Alan's path vanished, smashing into a nearby grocery store. It had all happened in a flash. The crowd's attention immediately turned to the scene, and the mercenaries who had formed the barricade began to move before they could even assess the situation. At that moment, zap! Boom! Crash! The mercenaries who had been advancing toward Alan were sent flying through the air and slammed into buildings. Seal rang. The noble, Milanen, who had been smirking just moments ago, recoiled in shock at the sudden appearance of Seal Rang. He began to scream as Seal Rang grabbed his head. Then. He mocked you, master. What should I do with him? Seal Rang turned to Alan with a bright smile, a stark contrast to the way she had been handling Milanen. Alan was at a loss for words. Without giving him a chance to intervene, Seal Rang gripped the noble's head tightly, as if she might crush at any moment, simply because he had mocked Alan. Should I kill him? While it was undeniably satisfying, Alan couldn't help but feel it was a bit too extreme. At least not in such a crowded street. Alan, who had been wondering how to handle the situation, turned his attention to the murmuring around him. He soon realized that the white carriage that had been crossing the crowded street had stopped right in front of him. At the same time, he recognized where the carriage had come from. The Holy Kingdom, huh? As Alan noticed the paladins, he had that thought, and just then, the door of the stopped carriage opened, and someone began to step out. It was a girl dressed in black, but with red embroidery sewn in various places on her sacred attire. Alan only tilted his head in confusion for a brief moment, feeling that her face seemed strangely familiar. "Ca Cardinal." Alan heard the voice of the noble Milanen, whose head was still being held by Seal Rang, as he called out to the girl. In that instant, Alan instinctively sensed that the situation was about to become more complicated. If someone didn't know what had just transpired, this scene would look like Alan and Seal Rang were bullying an innocent noble. Milanen, who seemed eager to take advantage of the situation, put on an exaggeratedly pitiful expression. Alan wondered if he should try to clear up the misunderstanding. But contrary to his expectations, the girl who had stepped out of the carriage didn't head toward the noble with his head caught in Seal Rang's grasp. No, she didn't even glance at him, as if she had no interest in him at all. Instead, she walked straight toward Alan. Eek! As Seal Rang, wagging her tail wildly, moved aside, the girl approached Alan and took his left hand with both of hers. Then. It's been so long. At that moment, as the girl's red eyes now revealed as she opened them met his gaze, Alan realized who she was. The girl standing before him was none other than Lord Ishabi. In a street now filled with astonishment and silence, where the murmuring had died down, she smiled at him without a word. Chapter 69. Milanen, a noble of the colony and a member of the Count of Filmaria's family, couldn't grasp the current situation at all from start to finish. First of all, he didn't understand why Seal Rang, the first Baba Yaga of the colony, had slaughtered all his private soldiers and grabbed his head as if it was about to explode, just for mocking a nobleman walking around with a bewildered expression. He also couldn't understand why Yushabi, one of the cardinals of the Holy Kingdom of Rosario and known to have the strongest influence lately, suddenly stepped out of the carriage and held hands with the very noble he had mocked. Everything was a mystery. However, isn't that Count Palacio? Seems like it, huh? He's with a Baba Yaga, so it must be him. Milanen, hearing the whispers of the citizens, finally realized why Seal Rang had grabbed his head. The rumor that Seal Rang, the Baba Yaga of the colony, followed Count Palacio, a noble of the Kingdom of Asteria, as her master, had spread quite widely since about a year ago. Still, there were things he couldn't comprehend. Lord? She calls him Lord. Milanen had heard rumors about Count Palacio. He knew Seal Rang referred to him as master and that Deus Matzel Lian, the master knight of the nation of Caliban, called him benefactor. He was also aware of his close relationship with the high-ranking member of the Labyrinth City's council. But he's close with the cardinal from the Holy Kingdom as well. Milanen stared at Alan and Yusha with a dumbfounded expression. Unlike Alan, who remained expressionless, Yusha, standing across from him, seemed to be filled with warm feelings. Feelings so full of warmth that even if Milanen had truly been mistreated in this situation, there was no way she would take his side. What on earth is his true identity? As that astonished curiosity filled Milanen, he heard Alan's voice, Seal Rang, stop. With that, Milanen was finally released. Gur. Milanen clutched his head in pain, feeling as if it would split open. Alan approached him. Are you all right? My apologies. The apology was simple and straightforward. Milanen instinctively tried to open his mouth. He knew that mocking a fellow noble like Count Palacio was something he should not have done. But still, the response had been excessively harsh. And there were several witnesses to it. Of course, since Milanen had used his soldiers to block access and keep the area to himself, no one viewed him favorably. In fact, many seemed to find satisfaction in Seal Rang's actions. Still, though, Milanen, who had gained some justification with Alan's apology, was about to say something, but he quickly shut his mouth. He couldn't help it, because both Seal Rang and Yusha, standing behind Count Palacio, were staring straight at him. Their red and golden eyes glinting as if they wouldn't miss a single move. Staring intently. And so. And no, it's nothing. Are you sure? Yes. I am fine, really, fine. With that, Milanen frantically waved his hands and quickly fled the scene. Shortly after, the noble, whose identity Alan hadn't even bothered to confirm, fled in a panic. After the initial surprise of the sudden meeting, they moved to Seal Rang's guild to avoid attention. Finally, Alan could speak comfortably with Yusha. You said you came to the colony for some business. Yes. So, I won't be staying long. Alan nodded at Yusha's bright smile, yet his expression turned somewhat pensive. Her smile was so kind, so saintly, that it was almost fitting to call her a saint. But there was a strange disconnect with how he remembered her. Maybe it's because I only saw her as one of the 5 great sins in psychedelia, but she feels very different now. Alan suddenly realized that although they had exchanged letters frequently, this was his first time seeing her in person. A sense of pride filled him. Yusha had grown up well. Particularly with the destructive image of her as one of the 5 great sins still vividly imprinted in his mind, the pride he felt towards her was even greater than for others. Looking around the room, Alan spoke up again. But, are you two not on good terms? The reason for his question was that Seal Rang, who was always cheerful, had been looking unusually tense ever since Yusha arrived. But Yusha, without losing her smile, replied, Oh, not at all. Seal Rang and I are on very good terms, right? Right, Seal Rang nodded. However, despite their words, the atmosphere between them felt somewhat awkward. Alan tilted his head in mild confusion but then shrugged, deciding not to pry further since they both insisted they were close. Then, out of nowhere, Seal Rang asked, Master, in 2 years, you'll think about it, right? The sudden question left Alan momentarily confused until he realized she was referring to the marriage registration. He fumbled his response, Well, I'll think about it when the time comes. What are you going to think about? Yusha asked curiously. Alan hesitated, wondering how to explain the situation, but before he could say anything, Seal Rang boldly announced, he said he'll seriously consider marrying me in 2 years. Alan, taken aback, let out a surprised sound, ah. Huh. Yusha, equally shocked, voiced her confusion. Seal Rang, on the other hand, looked more triumphant than ever, as if she had never been upset in the first place. Yusha, who had been staring blankly at Seal Rang for a moment, suddenly burst into a soft laugh. Then, with a serene expression, she looked at Alan. You don't need to explain, Lord. I'm sure Seal Rang made an unreasonable request, and you had no choice but to answer that way, right? Even though Alan hadn't provided any explanation, Yusha seemed to understand everything perfectly, as if she were already wise beyond her years. Alan couldn't help but smile inwardly. Anyone could see that she embodied the role of a nurturing older sister. Just as Alan was about to nod in satisfaction, Yusha continued, yes, that must be it. Since Seal Rang is a bit immature, you probably had to comfort her by promising something in 2 years, knowing that rejecting her outright would have made her incredibly sad. I know you only said that because you had no choice. Although lying isn't good, sometimes there are lies that have to be told, right? Alan was left bewildered, his mind filling with question marks as Yusha, still smiling, rattled off her words without even pausing to breathe. She then turned her gaze to Seal Rang and said, so, Seal Rang, you understand now, right? You shouldn't put Lord in a difficult position. And, like I said before, it's too early for you to think about marriage. I didn't put him in a difficult position. And the Vice Guild leader told me that a 5-year age gap is perfect for marriage. Seal Rang, I said no. You shouldn't make things hard for Lord. Yusha continued to speak with a smile, but Seal Rang's expression twisted in frustration as she shouted, you're the one who can't. You're too old. What do you mean by that, Seal Rang? I'm only 2 years older than you. Yusha's smile didn't waver, but I heard it from Rhine. Your age is estimated to be thou. Before Seal Rang could finish her sentence. Boom. Crash. Seal Rang suddenly disappeared through the floor. Alan stared blankly at the scene, stunned by how quickly everything had unfolded. Yusha, who had been glaring down at where Seal Rang had stood moments ago, suddenly noticed Alan's presence again. She quickly softened her expression and smiled kindly. It seems the building is a bit weak. It was an obvious lie, but Yusha said it with a straight face. The building is weak? Alan asked. Yes. Really? Really? It just collapsed all of a sudden, didn't it? Despite her repeated insistence, as if she would never admit to having slammed Seal Rang into the lower floor, Alan could only respond, I see. Alan reluctantly nodded in agreement, while suddenly recalling that Yusha had once been one of the 5 great sins. He thought to himself, so, a woman's age really is a taboo topic. But 1,000 years? I didn't expect that. Alan filed away this new piece of information that he had never wanted to know. I'll go fetch Seal Rang, Yusha said, ending the conversation. A few minutes later, Alan saw Seal Rang, creaking and moving like a puppet, seated back in her chair. He was reminded again of the absolute taboo she had broken. For the next half hour, they conversed, sharing stories. Eventually, Yusha spoke up. Lord, I believe it's time for me to take my leave. Alan nodded in response. Yes, you did mention you had other business. Yes, I'll probably be here for about 3 weeks, so I'll make sure to stop by often while you're still around. All right. Just as Yusha was about to turn and leave with a small smile, she suddenly clapped her hands as if she had remembered something. Oh, and earlier, you mentioned that you would be participating in the Colosseum. They had indeed talked about that earlier during their conversation. Yeah, that's right. As I said, I'm aiming to get something from the Royal Treasury. The Sparrow staff, right? Correct. Hmm. Yusha nodded lightly, understanding his intent. Well then, I'll see you again soon, she said with a smile, before leaving. Alan watched as a white carriage headed toward the royal palace of the colony, and he turned his gaze to Seal Rang, who let out a huge sigh of relief, finally feeling at ease. All right, I suppose I should start preparing as well. The next day, after spending the night at Seal Rang's guild, Alan headed straight to the Colosseum and submitted his application to participate. Thanks to Seal Rang's help, the process, which usually took a week, was completed in just an hour. F-rank fighter pass. This is just the beginning. Holding the pass that all new applicants receive, Alan steeled himself for what was to come. 2 days later. Alan stood in the arena of the Colosseum, about to participate in his first battle. He exhaled a shallow breath and looked around. The audience seats were packed with spectators, not a single seat was empty, and around 100 other fighters stood in the arena with him. His first match was not a one-on-one duel but a battle royale, and the victory condition was simple: be the last fighter standing. There were no other conditions, survival was the only rule. Though Alan generally preferred one-on-one matches, he chose the battle royale for one simple reason: winning a battle royale would allow him to jump from F rank to D rank in a single leap. Once a fighter reached D rank, they gained the right to challenge higher ranked fighters and exchange ranks, which would allow Alan to skip ahead faster. As he glanced around, Alan thought to himself, the only way to enter the royal treasury and retrieve the treasure I'm after is by becoming an A-rank fighter. Of course, becoming a Baba Yaga would allow access to the national treasure, the Rebo, but Alan didn't need to go that far. The items he sought, including the Sparrow's staff, were housed in the treasury that an A-rank fighter could enter. It won't be easy. Alan scanned the area. The other fighters gripped their weapons and stared back at him, as if they had all made some unspoken agreement. Some were tense, others serious, and a few sneered or tried to gauge the situation carefully. Their emotions varied, but they all shared one thing in common: they were ready to point their weapons at him. Of course, Alan had anticipated this. Even though the fighters here were all F rank, none of them were mere cannon fodder. They had joined the battle royale with the goal of advancing by crushing the competition. And to them, Alan was the clear target. Rumors had spread that he had fended off foreign enemies and played a major role in dealing with the Baba Yagas. For those aiming to win, taking Alan out first was only natural. All right then, the fighters' match will begin shortly, the announcer's voice boomed through the arena. Most of the fighters tensed up, waiting for the signal, and as soon as it came, let the match begin. They all rushed toward Alan. The situation grew tense in an instant. The arena echoed with the wild cheers of the spectators, while the fighters' battle cries filled Alan's ears. As the first fighter's axe swung down toward his head, with the faintest movement of Alan's fingers, encased in his black battle armor, crack! A sudden wave of freezing cold swept through the arena. The axe, just inches from Alan's head, froze in mid-air. Ice crystal, Alan muttered, forming a hand seal. A wall of ice began to rise around him. Chapter 70. Lit'enka, an F-rank fighter participating in this battle royale, honestly thought he might be able to take down Count Palacio. Of course, this wasn't because he underestimated Alan's strength. No matter how much Alan might be ignorant of the ways of the world, it made no sense to dismiss the already infamous Count Palacio. The reason he thought this was simple: because the Count was a magician. Essentially, magicians needed time to cast spells. The higher the rank of the spell, the shorter the casting time, but there was always a slight delay. And in this confined arena, Lit'enka knew that this delay would give fighters enough time to strike. That's why, despite his tension, he believed he had a chance. After confirming that Count Palacio was part of this battle royale, Lit'enka gathered all the other fighters, confident they could take him down together. However, Leetonx's arrogance was quickly shattered the moment Alan's magic unfolded. What the, this is insane. He couldn't help but let out an exclamation as he stared blankly upward. Dozens of ice pillars were entangled, forming a small mountain. At the peak of that mountain, the man stood, gazing down at the fighters with no emotion, just cold indifference. While all the fighters held their weapons, paralyzed and unsure of what to do, overwhelmed by the sight, Alan exhaled a frosty breath amidst the chilling cold, watching them. So far, everything is going according to plan, Alan thought as he formed a hand seal. In truth, before entering today's battle royale, Alan had agonized over which magic to use. He was used to fighting stronger opponents, so most of his spells targeted individuals rather than groups. Knowing he could only cast magic 6 times, he foresaw this situation and, after much deliberation, settled on his strategy. What I need here is magic that can cover the widest range with enough power to take down F-rank fighters. With that conclusion, he arranged his spells. Wong. Enhance. Soon, a shield formed in the center of the massive iceberg Alan had created. Compress. Following his command, the center of the enormous iceberg compressed into the shape of a large dome. The center of the mountain instantly transformed into a spherical shape, making the structure look unstable. The spectators silently gasped in awe at the sight. The enormous sphere floating at the heart of the iceberg, on the verge of collapse, looked like a magical work of art. But then, vacuum. As soon as Alan spoke again, the shield, which had just been compressed into what looked like a sphere of magical energy, shrank even further. Return to the primordial. With Alan's final words. Boom! The iceberg exploded, sweeping away the fighters gathered around it. The fragile snow-capped mountain crumbled with a deafening roar. White dust rose into the air. And when the white cloud settled, what remained on the battlefield was Alan. Alone. The silence that followed lasted only a moment. Ah, ahem. The winner of the battle royale is Alan Palacio. The commentator, who had been flustered, quickly regained his composure and announced the result. In his ears, the sound of thunderous cheers began to echo. Alan thought to himself. If it hadn't ended in one shot, it could have been dangerous. He felt the mana hole within him empty, having used more magical power than expected due to the large range of the spell, and broke into a small cold sweat. Looks like I'll need to practice adjusting the spell arrangement more. One more task had been added to his to-do list. Right after the battle royale ended, Alan, who had instantly been promoted from an F-rank fighter to a D-rank fighter eligible to issue challenges, was thinking about which C-rank fighter he would challenge next. Count. What is it, Evan? Yusha sent a gift. A gift? Yes. Upon hearing this from Evan, who had been waiting at the guild, Alan quickly made his way to his room and saw a staff placed on the desk. It was the sparrow staff he had been trying to acquire. She sent this as a gift. Yes. She said you'd like it? Evan's words left Alan perplexed as he examined the staff. Even after inspecting it, he confirmed it was indeed the sparrow staff. What is this? His expression turned blank. It was no wonder. From what he knew, access to the colony's treasure vault required one to prove their qualifications as a fighter. The colony's royal family had upheld this tradition since they established the kingdom, so Alan never even considered buying items from the treasure vault with money, knowing it was impossible. Which led him to wonder. How did she manage this? Though curious about how Yusha had acquired the sparrow staff for him, Alan set the question aside for now, deciding to feel grateful toward her. Thanks to her, he had obtained the item he had originally intended to acquire. Since I've exhausted my mana today, I won't be able to use it. I'll give it a try tomorrow. Feeling as if he had received a gift from a well-raised daughter, Alan gripped the sparrow staff in his hand. The next day, as Alan infused mana into the staff, just as it had described. Huh? Who are you? Why are you waking me up? A gruff middle-aged man's voice, full of irritation at the world, echoed in his mind. I am Alan Palacio. So what? I was introduced by the Dragon King. So what? Alan felt a sudden headache, instinctively sensing that the conversation would be difficult, but pressed on. You don't seem to like long conversations, so I'll get straight to the point. I heard you're a mage. Looks like there's still at least one idiot left in this world of morons. I was told by the Dragon King that you'd reveal your glyphs and phrases to me. Can you do that? What good would knowing that do you? I plan to use them. At Alan's answer, the voice inside the staff let out a deep sigh after a brief silence. I thought you were at least a fool with some knowledge, but it turns out you're just a complete idiot. The middle-aged voice continued, filled with blatant disdain. Hey, idiot, do you really think knowing my glyphs and phrases means you'll be able to use them? If I couldn't use them, I wouldn't have asked. The Dragon King said you'd explain everything clearly. Stop talking about things you'll never be able to do. You haven't even inherited my mental image, so how could you possibly use my glyphs? The voice in the staff spat out words laced with denial, as if dismissing the entire conversation. Just as Alan fell silent, pondering the situation. Count. Suddenly, Evan burst through the door. What is it? You've received a challenge request. From whom? From an A-rank fighter. The name is Phil Cyan. The Colosseum came to deliver the message. How should I respond? At Evan's question, Alan briefly considered it with some confusion. An A-rank fighter, challenging me? It's not impossible, but D-rank fighters were allowed to challenge fighters ranked one tier above them, but A-rank fighters could issue challenges to lower-ranked fighters as they wished. However, it was uncommon for A-rank fighters to challenge lower-ranked fighters. If they didn't fight against others of their own rank, they risked their standing, and if they lost, they would be demoted. The risk was too great. But for Alan, this was an opportunity to rise to the A rank in one swift move without having to fight several battles. After a brief pause, Alan made his decision. If you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet? Huh? Alan smiled at the staff. One day later, Phil Cyan, the A-rank fighter who had issued the challenge to Count Palacio, walked out from the opposite side of the Colosseum's arena, eyeing the man entering the battlefield. As expected, Count Palacio, stepping into the arena amidst thunderous cheers, caught Phil Cyan's gaze. Phil Cyan smirked to himself. In truth, this wasn't a good match for him. As an A-rank fighter, beating Count Palacio, a D-rank fighter, wouldn't bring Phil Cyan any glory, and if he lost, he would be demoted from A rank to D rank. But despite that, there was one reason Phil Cyan had issued the challenge to Count Palacio. To generate buzz. It was true that Count Palacio, standing before him, was a D rank fighter, but his strength had already been proven multiple times through rumors. Moreover, his power was definitively confirmed during the recent battle royale, making him even more famous within the colony. In other words, what Phil Cyan wanted was to defeat Alan and steal the spotlight from him. He had heard rumors that the vacant position of Baba Yaga would soon be filled by one of the A-rank fighters, chosen by the royal family. In short, for Phil Cyan, whose goal was to become the next Baba Yaga, this event was a rare opportunity he could not afford to miss. That's why he took the gamble, though he was confident he could defeat the Count. Of course, Phil Cyan wasn't underestimating Count Palacio. As mentioned, there were many rumors about his strength, and he had already proven his power in the Colosseum. Ignoring Count Palacio would be a foolish act, something no fighter should ever do. Especially not fighters. However, there was one reason Phil Cyan was confident. Count Palacio only uses ice magic. Of course, he knew that magicians could use other spells aside from their primary magic. but he also knew that if it wasn't their specialty, the power of those spells would be significantly weaker. Moreover, before sending the challenge, Philsayan had thoroughly investigated and confirmed that Alan only used ice magic, which further boosted his confidence. And with good reason. Smirk. His race, the Flame Clan, was inherently capable of wielding fire, an element with a strong advantage over ice magic. No matter how powerful Alan's ice magic was, it would naturally weaken in the face of the high-temperature flames Philsayan controlled, which brought a smile to his face. And now, let the match begin. As soon as the commentator's voice fell, Philsayan unleashed his flames. Whoosh! The fire surged, making the already hot ground boil even more, drawing gasps from the audience. At the same time, the cold began to rise from around Alan, threatening to engulf the arena. But, humph! Unfortunately, Alan's frost could not reach where Philsayan stood. As I thought. Philsayan twisted his lips into a grin and drew his twin swords. How should I finish this? In one strike? Or should I wait for the count to cast a spell and then finish him? No, I can't drag this out for too long. Better to make it as impactful as possible. Philsayan, already thinking as though he had won. But, unfortunately for him, his blissful thoughts were cut short. A ray of thunder. The moment Alan uttered a new incantation, it was over. Crackle. Brilliant blue sparks began to surround Alan's body, clearly visible to everyone. Chapter 71. Inside the arena, an intense chill spreads, and blue sparks crackle as they ride the air. To anyone watching, the magic being wielded is clearly abnormal. Disintegrate. At Alan's command, the bursts of sparks transform into glittering blue particles that scatter in all directions. Despite it being broad daylight, the particles glow brightly like fireflies. And then dissolve. Just moments before, his body had been perfectly intact. Now, even as he stands still, it wavers dizzyingly, like a mirage. Philsayan was already within striking distance of Alan. Leaping forward using searing flames as propulsion, Philsayan gripped the sword that had slipped down, aiming at Alan's swaying form. Even if it's unexpected, it's still fine. Though he was startled by Alan using a completely different magic than the anticipated ice magic, Philsayan chose to see this as an opportunity. At this moment of spell preparation, the opponent was defenseless. It would have been better to defeat him in a more spectacular fight, but since Alan had begun using a different kind of magic, the odds of victory had dropped exponentially. I'll end it right now. Just as Philsayan raised his sword without hesitation to strike. Cycle of all things. Alan's words resounded. At that fleeting moment, Alan's emotionless face was staring directly at him. His body, fingers forming a seal, had suddenly crackle. Thunder god form. He became pure blue lightning. And Philsayan's thoughts ceased to continue. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, Philsayan's body crashed into the arena, leaving behind lightning trails that streaked across the field. Crackle. In that brief second, or perhaps even less, everything had happened so fast that no one could grasp what had transpired. The spectators could only witness two things. One was Philsayan's body smashing through the arena wall. The other was crackle. Alan, now completely enveloped in lightning, or rather, transformed entirely into lightning itself, cloaked in a blue aura. Crack. With each movement of his black-colored cloak, lightning crackled and scattered in all directions. Tisk. As the ends of the cloak gradually regained their dark hue, the lightning's form shifted back into the figure of Count Alan Palacio. The spectators, who watched the entire scene as if witnessing a gradient fade, were left speechless. The winner is Alan Palacio. When the previously stunned announcer finally spoke, the crowd erupted with thunderous cheers, leaping to their feet and applauding so loudly that the arena seemed to shake. Amid the jubilant noise and wild applause, Alan stood. Damn it! Unable to fully register the crowd's reaction, he muttered a curse under his breath, grimacing as blood began to trickle down his arm beneath his sleeve. I almost died. This was not a figurative statement. He had truly almost died from using the magic just now. It was true that his mana was completely depleted, but that wasn't why he nearly died. The real reason was the magic he had used. Damn. No, it was in the spell itself. Unlike before, Alan could understand the laws of the spell immediately upon using it. No, he had to understand them. If he hadn't, he wouldn't be standing here. As soon as the magic ended, he could have been broken down into molecules, ceasing to exist in this world. Twisting the laws to convert the body into mana. Why does such a crazy spell exist? The spell he used, a ray of thunder, literally converted his body into mana with the properties of electricity. The subsequent phrases were all pre-prepared electrical magic. The process was to fuse, or rather, enchant it. Finally, the thunder god form was the magic that manifested the fused spell array. In other words, the magnetic manifestation Sparrow taught him was, quite literally, an incredible spell that transformed the caster into lightning itself. But the reason Alan felt the spell was insane was none other than its difficulty. The thunder god form temporarily transformed the body into lightning, allowing the caster to use its properties directly. However, the issue was that the irregular mana array of lightning, when combined with Alan's body, could easily break down with even the slightest movement. In short, if Alan had no talent for controlling the mana array, he could have been nothing more than colorful fireworks in the arena just now. It hurts like hell. Even after hastily reconstructing his body's array in over a second, there seemed to be areas he couldn't attend to, as the blood flowing beneath his sleeve was steadily increasing. Sparrow, did you teach me this just to mess with me? He suddenly recalled Sparrow's staff, which Evan held while watching the match together. Let's head back first. With the thunderous cheers behind him, Alan returned to the waiting room. Count. What is it? No. I don't think I'll ever be surprised by anything you do again. Evan looked at him with a strange expression, while. What the? How? How did you do that? Sparrow's staff, usually full of sneering remarks, trembled with disbelief, its voice shaking. Alan felt a surge of satisfaction behind his impassive expression. It seems the bet is mine. One day later. Alan's reputation as an A-rank fighter, achieved in less than a week, rapidly spread across the entire colony. As a result, there were far more talks about Alan in the colony than any other fighter. Yet, the man at the center of these rumors, Alan, was. To the royal castle now, master. Calmly heading to the colony's royal castle with Seal Rang. The reason was that becoming an A-rank fighter granted him access to the royal treasury. Normally, it would have taken at least a week to gain entry to the treasury. Alan was able to move so swiftly thanks to Seal Rang. Even if Baba Yaga's power is strong, I didn't expect it to extend its influence to the royal family. As Alan's carriage passed a massive castle wall, he marveled at Seal Rang's abilities. Hey! Sparrow spoke directly in his mind, to which Alan responded not verbally but by channeling mana into the staff as instructed. Did you forget the bet? And no. Sparrow's tone became exasperated, but soon shifted. Count, I would like to ask you something. Sparrow's voice, now small and trembling, was surprisingly polite and refined compared to just a few days ago. What is it? Well, as I mentioned yesterday, would you consider forming a contract with me and succeeding my legacy? As I said yesterday, I'm still considering it. No. This is truly a great opportunity. Isn't it? Flustered, Sparrow hastily added a respectful suffix. You, Count, no, your lordship must know from using my laws that they're incredibly powerful. If you just refine it over a few generations, you'll be slapping other wizards 30 times over, seriously. From the moment Alan used Sparrow's laws without having inherited his spirit, Sparrow, following the suggestion of the Yongsan race, had been urging him to become his successor. Successor, huh? In truth, from Alan's perspective of needing to learn magic, accepting this staff as his teacher wasn't such a bad option. Just knowing its phrases and incantations seemed to provide a significant amount of magical knowledge. Even so, Alan avoided giving a clear answer, and the reason was due to the contract Sparrow proposed. Sparrow called it a master-disciple contract, but there was no need to inscribe a magic circle for a contract he didn't fully understand. Anyway, I'm meeting him tomorrow, so I can ask and decide then. With that in mind, Alan dismissed Sparrow's suggestion for the moment. Please, reconsider seriously, just once more. According to you, isn't it impossible for someone who hasn't inherited your spirit to become your successor? No, that was really just something I didn't know at the time. I apologize. No need to apologize. Either way, it would have been difficult for you to find a successor since you're an idiot. You really hold grudges, don't you? What did you say? No, I mean. Because of the bet he lost earlier, Sparrow had to speak respectfully. He continued to desperately urge Alan to become his successor until Alan left the staff behind in the carriage to enter the royal castle. But all Sparrow learned by then was that Alan's grudges ran deep. I shouldn't have let my temper get the better of me. Left alone in the carriage, Sparrow muttered darkly. It was his own karma. The colony's royal castle had a slightly different atmosphere compared to those of other nations Alan knew. Unlike the typical concept of a royal castle, the interior felt rather rough. There were no sculptures or marble to be found inside, which made it appear somewhat lacking in refinement. Yet, despite this, Alan didn't think it was inferior because it was due to the abundance of gold and jewels adorning the rough walls. Walking along the seemingly endless path lined with treasures, Alan finally arrived at the royal throne room with Seal Rang. He knelt and greeted the colony's king, who was looking down at him. The warrior greets the king of the colony. Normally, introducing himself as a noble would have been appropriate, but he came here to enter the treasury, so he introduced himself as a warrior. Raise your head. Upon hearing the solemn voice, Alan raised his head to see the king's face. He was a robust middle-aged man with prominent features, exuding a sense of authority and confidence. Count Palacio, I found your match to be quite entertaining. Very impressive. The colony's king, Carmaxus III, laughed heartily as he continued. I heard you wish to enter the treasury. Is there something you desire? Yes, your majesty. Carmaxus nodded a few times before saying. Then you should take it. The royal family of the colony opens the treasury to anyone who has proven themselves. Thank you for your generosity. However, I have one more gift to offer you. What do you think? A proposal, your majesty. Yes. He spoke casually. I have a daughter. Yes, your majesty. What do you think? Excuse me. Alan's mind froze. Silence. But only for a moment. Of course, it's up to you whether or not you accept this gift, so take your time to consider. Carmaxus maintained his smile. Maxim, take him to the treasury. He then instructed the knight beside him. As Carmaxus watched Alan's receding figure, he let out a sigh. Baba Yaga, are you not following him? He noticed that Seal Rang, who had been beside Alan until a moment ago, remained standing in place and asked. Then. Hey. The smile Seal Rang had worn just moments earlier had faded into a perfectly blank expression. At last. Enough. Her chilling golden eyes matched the icy words that followed. Chapter 72. This is the place. Maxim, one of the king's royal guards, spoke with a notable intensity, and Alan gazed at the opening door. Once you go inside, you can bring out only one item that you desire. However, if you attempt to sneak out more than one item and are caught. Maxim's gaze turned to Alan. Something unfortunate may occur, so please be cautious about that. It was a slightly unpleasant warning to hear, but Alan nodded lightly. He understood Maxim's perspective. There are always a few who try to cheat during this kind of mission. Of course, there weren't many daring enough to try trickery in the royal treasury, but such individuals did exist. You may enter. With little emotion, Alan stepped inside the treasury. Wow! He couldn't help but let out an exclamation. As expected, the inside of the treasury was filled with various items. From swords, axes, and spears to ornaments and accessories, the room was littered with objects on tables and the floor. It was truly a place befitting the term treasury. However, Alan paid no attention to the weapons or ornaments. Instead, he moved unhesitatingly toward a corner and began searching for an item. He already knew what he intended to take from here. After about 30 minutes, Alan, having rummaged around, finally found the item he sought. What he retrieved from a pile of ornaments and accessories was a small dagger. No, to be more accurate, it was awkward to even call it a dagger. It looked like a long sword made to be wielded by a dwarf. While it could technically function as a dagger, the handle was absurdly thin, making it unsuitable for actual combat and seemingly only usable as a decorative item. But Alan didn't mind and took it. The seal of the Blind One's contract. He recalled the name of the item he held. It wasn't something he needed right away. It would only be useful after passing through Roxas with the ring he received from Heinkel. Now that he had acquired everything he needed, he only had to meet the Dragon King, hear their explanation, and head to Roxas. With that, he exited the treasury and returned to the king's chamber with Maxim, who had been waiting outside. Although he wished to leave the uncomfortable palace as soon as possible, he had to express his gratitude to the king out of courtesy. Hence, how should I politely decline the matter regarding his daughter? He was contemplating this when he arrived where the king was. The atmosphere felt quite unusual. Although Carmax's, still smiling, didn't exude the same hearty laughter as before Alan went to retrieve the treasure, there was a subtle awkwardness about him. Ah, master. In contrast, Seal Rang, who had been conversing with the king until a moment ago, was grinning as usual. Have you chosen all the items? To Carmax's strangely awkward question, Alan bowed. Yes, thank you for your grace. All right then, let's be offo, and about what I mentioned earlier, forget it. It was just a joke. Ah, yes. With a forced hearty laugh, Carmaxis continued. Then, I look forward to seeing you again next time. With those words, he dismissed Alan, and the audience ended without even a simple ritual of showing the king the item brought from the treasury and offering gratitude. Alan was simply bewildered. Seal rang. Huh? What's up, master? Suddenly, curious about another matter, Alan asked the grinning Seal rang. It didn't seem like you paid any formal respect to the king when we met him. Is that all right? Huh? It's fine. So, the king must have allowed it. That's right, it's fine. Seeing Seal Rang nod as if it was nothing, Alan felt another peculiar feeling. No matter how informal it is, shouldn't she have shown respect to the king? Of course, Alan couldn't be certain since such details weren't described in detail in Psychedelia, so he decided to let the topic pass lightly. By the way, did you discuss anything with the king? Just ordinary things. Ordinary. Just, you know, the usual? Stuff about meals, things to keep in mind, you know, that kind of stuff. I see. Yep. With Seal Rang's lively response, Alan shrugged as he got into the carriage. Well, if it's the same as before, then it probably wasn't because of Seal Rang. I guess the strange atmosphere was just my imagination. Instead of heading to Seal Rang's guild, Alan's carriage made its way directly to the ruins outside the colony. Having acquired everything he needed, it was now time to meet the Dragon King and hear the story he missed last time. Thus, bypassing the guild, Alan traveled with Seal Rang to their destination, arriving there by the afternoon. "All right then, I'll be back." "Okay. I'll be waiting, master." Seal Rang waved both hands enthusiastically as she saw him off. With her send-off and the still pleading voice of Sparrow, who kept begging Alan to become his successor, he reached the central tower. "You have arrived. I have been waiting for you." Once again, as soon as he ascended to the upper floor, he encountered it, surrounded by rows of bookshelves. "Is there a time limit on your manifestation this time as well?" "There's no need to worry about that. We have sufficient time to talk." "I see. But why haven't you kept your promise?" "Promise? You're not going to pretend you don't know, are you?" When Alan questioned its feigned ignorance, it let out a sound like a cornered animal caught in a lie, and then muttered softly. "Master, is this enough now? I'll let it slide this time. Why did I ever make such a foolish promise in the first place?" With a sigh at Alan's words, it glanced at Sparrow's staff and replied. "But you're more capable than I expected. I didn't think you would already possess the staff. Have you tried using magic with it?" "Yes." "How about self-summoning?" "I succeeded, but it was more dangerous than necessary." Alan spoke calmly. Hearing this, the Dragon King seemed momentarily stunned. "To think you actually succeeded. I'm at a loss for words." It let out a faint laugh. Then, "Mage, you tell me. Did the wizard truly succeed in self-summoning?" As if wanting confirmation, the question was directed not at Alan, but at the staff. "Why yes, that's correct." Alan wore a puzzled expression. Just before entering the tower, Sparrow had been chattering noisily, but now he answered in a tense tone. Alan briefly wondered at the completely different attitude, reminiscent of a mouse in front of a cat, compared to what he had seen over the past few days. "Good, very good." It smiled as if highly pleased, nodding repeatedly. "There's something I wish to tell you right away, and some things you need to know. But everything must be done in order. Since there are already delayed matters, let's start by addressing those." Looking at Alan, it continued. "What do you wish to know?" "I'll tell you everything that can be discussed at this point." Alan pondered its question. There were many things he wanted to ask, but now that the opportunity had come, he was unsure where to begin. After a moment of indecision, Alan finally spoke. "Last time, you said I would need mind resonance to hear this story." "That's right," it responded. "What exactly is this mind resonance?" Alan's first question was about mind resonance. That, of course." The being, wearing a curious smile as if there was no need for further explanation, responded. "Is divine status." While Alan was listening to the conversation, Carmax's 3 was sighing deeply in the office of the Royal Palace in Colony, reflecting on the events from earlier. "I've never seen such a diverse range of reactions before." Carmax's thought about Seal Rang. Until now, he had never seen that Seal Rang wearing a bright smile. The expression on her face had always been neutral whenever he encountered her, whether in the Colosseum or the Royal Palace. So, Seal Rang's change in expression was a peculiar side to Carmax's, though he did not show it. That wasn't all. "Enough." Carmax's recalled Seal Rang's voice. As soon as Count Palacio left, she had dropped her casual expression and delivered a cold declaration in a stern tone. He remembered feeling breathless at that moment and let out a faint, bitter laugh. Seal Rang's behavior was clearly rebellious by any standard. Even though she was accepted as the first Baba Yaga and permitted to use informal speech, displaying hostility toward the king especially to the extent of emitting a chilling killing intent was undeniably a rebellious act. Yet, despite Sealrang's actions, Karmaxes dared not say anything to her. There were two reasons for this. First, Karmaxes was well aware of Sealrang's strength. Not just her well-known power as the first Baba Yaga, the Golden Flash, but her true strength. In Colony, which still had two vacant Baba Yaga positions, Sealrang's overwhelming power was indispensable. The second reason was that Karmaxes had tried to use his royal authority to exploit Count Palacio, even though he knew full well that Palacio was Sealrang's master. Marriage, in the upper class, is typically a political tool. Thus, Karmaxes's initial suggestion to gift his daughter to Count Palacio was intended as a beneficial proposition in some way. If Palacio declined, Karmaxes could create an unofficial debt, and if Palacio accepted, he could leverage the Count's rising fame and promising future. Count Palacio's renown had been spreading considerably in Colony lately. However, the real reason Karmaxes wanted to recruit Palacio was that he was Sealrang's master. If he could bring Palacio to his side, he would gain better control over the unpredictable first Baba Yaga. Additionally, he had learned that Palacio was connected to Yusha Bloodia, a significant figure currently wielding great influence in the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, which is why Karmaxes made such a proposal, even if it was a bit reckless. I didn't expect her to be that defiant. Karmaxes thought about Sealrang once again. He was aware that her attitude toward him was not ordinary. However, despite using informal speech, Sealrang had never once crossed any unnecessary boundaries in the past. That's why. Just who is he? As Karmaxes found himself puzzled by Alan once more and tilted his head in curiosity. Your Majesty, the Cardinal requests an audience. Let her in. The voice from outside interrupted Karmaxes's thoughts. Normally, he would have continued to ponder, but given the kingdom's need for support from the Holy Kingdom, he was in no position to refuse the Cardinal's request. That was why, even previously, he had been forced to break the kingdom's tradition and grant one of the treasury's treasures to her instead of a warrior. Your Majesty. Yusha, the Cardinal of the Holy Kingdom, entered and bowed lightly in greeting. As Karmaxes prepared to return her greeting, he felt something was off. Yusha, who had never lost her smile during their many conversations about support, now wore a blank expression, her mouth set in a flat line as if all emotion had drained from her face. Did something happen? Karmaxes was momentarily confused. Yusha, expressionless, walked into the office and approached him directly. Your Majesty, I have heard something I wish to ask you about, if that's all right. What is your question? Well, I heard that you tried to give Count Palacio, my lord, a troublesome gift. Is that true? She began. And then Karmaxes saw it. Her red eyes. Karmaxes could not read any emotion in those eyes. They were utterly devoid of expression. In one sense, they appeared calm, in another, they seemed indifferent. Will you answer me? Despite her lack of apparent emotion, Karmaxes suddenly felt a cold sweat trickle down the hand that gripped his pen. His body instinctively reacted, even though no discernible feeling emanated from her, like he was facing a being he should never encounter. Karmaxes, feeling a mixture of confusion and uncertainty, instinctively recalled one crucial fact: her change was related to Count Palacio. That's why. Just who is that man? What is his true identity? The king of Colony, Karmaxes, felt even more burdened by his growing confusion, once again reaffirming that Count Palacio's identity could not possibly be ordinary. Chapter 73. Divine status, you say? Yes, it's divine status. What else could it be? Hearing the words of the Dragon King, Alan wore a perplexed expression. He had considered the concept of divine status before, recalling words spoken by supernatural beings in the past, but he had always dismissed the thought. The reason was simple: there was no logical basis for him to attain divine status. As Alan pondered this, he soon opened his mouth to ask a question. Then, why did you tell me to deal with the outer God? Your question is unclear. Didn't you say that I had to deal with the outer God before you would tell me anything? But from what I know, divine status cannot be obtained by killing a god. In the setting he knew, killing a god in psychedelia did not grant one divine status or allow for its absorption. In other words, killing the outer god in Lartania would not elevate one's status. Well, you're not wrong. A normal human cannot absorb divine status, even if they kill a god. It nodded affirmatively in response. Then why did you? However, just as Alan was about to express his confusion, it interrupted him. That only applies when the one who kills the god is an ordinary human. What? Perplexed by its next words, Alan asked again, and it seemed to be deep in thought before finally speaking. Let me ask you in return. Why do you think humans cannot obtain divine status even when they kill gods? It's because humans lack status. To put it in simpler terms, they don't have the right vessel. It continued. In contrast, if there is a vessel, a human can also contain divine status. A vessel, you say? When I say vessel, it's not that profound. It's simply faith. Faith. It seemed to find the right word and then spoke. For mortals, faith is a more relatable term. So, if one has faith, even an ordinary human can gain divine status. Exactly. And you do have faith. That's why I asked you to deal with that being. You have a small capacity to contain divine status. Is that a sufficient answer? It asked, resting its chin on its hand. Alan was still bewildered. I understand the words, but why do I have faith? Isn't it strange to ask me that question? True, but could you be mistaken? Impossible. You certainly possess divine status. If you didn't have the vessel or the status, you wouldn't even be able to look me in the eyes. I suppose that makes sense. Alan nodded at its words but remained somewhat doubtful. Is it because of my fame? Even by his own assessment, Alan had become quite well known in the United Kingdoms. He wasn't so famous that his mere face would be recognized, but his name would be. Still, fame was one thing, faith was another. That makes no sense. Why do I have faith? Alan frowned, deep in thought, but he soon set it aside, realizing it wasn't something he could resolve right away. Looks like there's something else I need to figure out. He then refocused on the fact that he had somehow gained divine status and asked another question. So, will I also gain powers? As he understood it, the gods of this world were granted powers, once acknowledged as gods. The abilities obtained through divine status were overwhelmingly powerful. So, with hopeful expectations, Alan looked at it and asked. Regrettably, your divine status isn't that significant. Are there ranks even among divine statuses? Isn't that obvious? To put it simply, your divine status is comparable to that of a local deity from a remote region with a population of fewer than 500. But I've vanquished 2 outer gods. Even if you eliminated 2 of them, you can't absorb all of their status. And to be precise, you didn't destroy them completely, you only temporarily removed them. I see. With a brief sigh, Alan listened to the explanation. The Dragon King spoke with a hint of curiosity. Still, it is a bit peculiar. The reason you were able to subdue Ulthultus back then was likely because you had status. How could you have not known that you possessed it? Ah! Alan finally understood why he was able to capture Ulthultus just before it fully manifested and responded with a low exclamation. Even so. How strange. In fact, there are many things that can't occur without status, yet you remained unaware of it. The being seemed genuinely intrigued, murmuring something too soft for Alan to hear. I can't hear you well. Oh, it's nothing. Realizing something, the Dragon King deferred the matter to another time. Anyway, that's not what's important here. The important thing is that you've gained at least minimal status, allowing you to see the truth. It shrugged. Let's continue the Q&A. What else do you want to know? With this prompt, Alan moved on to his next question. Starting with the concept of status, Alan asked the being about faith and other questions he had compiled. He had many questions at the moment. Unfortunately, among all these questions, there was only one for which Alan received a clear answer. The term for the lost great gods Beastkin and the mage referred to as Medusa. That was it, he obtained no other information. If you're not able to answer this much, was there any point in me gaining status? Alan spoke in a slightly exasperated tone, but the being merely shrugged. Don't be too discouraged. It's not that I don't want to answer. Then why aren't you explaining anything? Why not talk about the true name, the successor of Will, or even the reason why Ulthulta sent me here? Alan listed the questions he had prepared, and the being responded. There are 2 reasons. Let's hear them. First, all your questions are essentially about the same topic. In other words, the questions will be answered once you see the truth. Once I see. Now that you possess status, you will be able to see. But you'll need to go to the abyss. So, instead of answering here, I need to go to the abyss. Yes, once you look into the truth there, you will understand everything you've asked. Your efforts have not been in vain. Without status, one doesn't even have the right to see the truth, it continued. Alan looked at the being and responded. Is that why you're not giving me answers? Because I'll understand everything once I see it? No, it's not because I'm lazy or unwilling to share information. Then. At Alan's question, the being fell silent for a moment before letting out a small sigh. Because they are watching. They are. Yes, those entities that lurked in the pitch-black darkness, gnawing at the roots of history and pushing the past into the abyss, those that once brought about the fall of the gods era. The Dragon King clicked his tongue briefly and added. Will rise again. This is why I cannot speak directly about the past. Alan stared intently at the being. Even though its face was simply marked by black and white distinctions of eyes, nose, and mouth, Alan could tell that it was telling the truth. How do I get to this abyss you mentioned? In response, the being handed Alan a necklace with a black tree symbol, as if it had been waiting for the question. This is. Take it to the last remaining mermaid on the eastern shore. She will naturally guide you there. Hearing this, Alan quietly examined the necklace and then nodded. The eastern shore was, in any case, the location of Roxas, where he intended to go after this meeting. I'll go then. You've made a wise decision. Just as Alan was about to turn away, he remembered something and turned back. What is it? There's one more question I haven't asked yet. Ask away. If it's something I can answer, I will. Ulthulta said I was recognized by the black one and the blue one. Can you explain what that means? Alan's question made the being pause for a moment before replying with a curious look. After a brief silence, it seemed to realize something and grinned. Oh, I see. Just think of it as recognition from a mighty god. And with that explanation, the conversation seemed to conclude. By the way, if you're interested, I can enhance Sparrow's staff for you. But you'd only be able to receive it in about 2 years. 2 years? Why? It'll take that long to make it useful and for me to regain enough strength to have a proper conversation again. Is that so? Indeed. Right afterward, the Sparrow's staff, which had been silent until now, spoke in a pitiful voice. I actually enjoy being by Alan's side. Wouldn't it be better if I could assist a bit more? Though its eyes weren't visible, its plea was filled with sincerity. Alan glanced at the staff. I'll allow it. Eh? Wait, Alan. No, Count. Hello. As Alan finally set the staff down and turned to leave, the being called out again. Wait, I have one more thing to tell you. Something else. Yes, it's about your magic. Listen to this before you go, it won't take long. And with that, the being continued its explanation. After hearing the full story from the Dragon King, Alan rejoined Seal Rang, who had been waiting for a long time, and returned to the colony. The next day, he began preparations to head to Roxas. In truth, there wasn't much to prepare. Since he planned to move with the caravan departing today, all he needed was food and a few emergency supplies. Soon enough, he was ready, but unexpectedly, Yusha came to visit upon hearing that Alan was leaving the colony. What surprised him even more was the presence of King Carmaxus III of the colony himself, accompanied by soldiers, to see Alan off at the north gate. Your Majesty, what brings you here? I wanted to see you off. The king of the colony, Carmaxus III, had come personally to greet Alan. And what is this? I was told it's a gift from His Majesty. A gift for me? Yes. Isn't that right, Your Majesty? 2 carts loaded with gold and jewels were waiting there. Yes, that's correct. It's a gift from me. Alan looked at Carmaxus, who responded to Yusha with a broader smile than ever. Alan, finding it a bit excessive, expressed his surprise. This is a bit too much, though. Alan wasn't one to refuse money. In fact, he believed the more money, the better. The sight of carts piled high with treasures made his jaw drop. However, it was clearly too extravagant a gift for him to accept. It seemed excessive for a mere token of favor, especially given that the giver was royalty, suggesting some political motive he couldn't grasp. He subtly declined the king's offer. Haha, don't overthink it. Just accept it comfortably. But still, this is. Don't worry. It's purely given out of affection for you, with no strings attached. I'd really like you to accept it. Really, truly accept it? Seeing Carmaxus speak with such a strangely desperate expression, Alan couldn't help but nod awkwardly. And so, on that day, Alan took part in the journey, accompanied by 2 carts filled with gold and jewels. As Alan departed, a small smile appeared on Yusha's lips. And then, I'm glad to see that the negotiations seem to be moving in a positive direction. Indeed. As Carmaxus met Yusha's red eyes, he was reminded once again of what he had realized the day before. No matter what happens, the Count of Palatio must not be provoked. How exhausting! In front of Carmaxus's eyes, the phantom of the magic herb he had quit 13 years ago seemed to shimmer. Chapter 74. About a week and 5 days had passed since leaving the colony. Then, I look forward to seeing you again next time, Count. Indeed. Leaving behind the head merchant, who bowed deeply with a folder-like gesture, Alan decided to return to the Palatio Count's estate first. This was because he couldn't take the treasure wagon he received from the colony along on the upcoming journey. So, he headed back to the Count's estate, stored both wagons, and immediately set off toward Lartania. If the path to Lartania had been entirely opposite to the route to Roxas, he would have proceeded to his destination without hesitation. Fortunately, Lartania lay along the way to Roxas. Even though it wasn't the shortest detour, he was willing to endure it and set off on another journey. 5 days later. Count. As Alan blankly gazed at the leisurely forest, Evan, who was driving the wagon, suddenly asked a question. What is it? It's nothing special, but you seem to have something on your mind lately. Does it look that way? Yes, you've been lost in thought quite often recently, haven't you? Alan remained silent for a moment before responding to Evan's remark. Seems like it. Is it because of what you mentioned before? That you had something to think about? At Evan's words, Alan thought, That's part of it, yes. However, what had been preoccupying Alan's thoughts lately was not related to faith. Of course, he was curious about why he suddenly possessed the capacity to harness power. But there simply wasn't enough information to ponder or deduce anything alone. Currently, Alan's focus was not on faith but rather on the last words spoken by the Dragon King. Two possibilities. He recalled the Dragon King's discussion about magic at that time. As you know, a mage's magic fundamentally requires imagination to be used. This is an unchanging law and truth, as certain and natural as the sun rising and setting. Yet, you seem to ignore it effortlessly. Alan remembered the Dragon King extending its sharp, unusual index and middle fingers, different from those of humans. The law is immutable. It cannot be changed and must not be changed. Thus, I think you fall into one of two possibilities. One is that you, standing here before me, are an existence beyond my imagination. And the other is that you simply don't remember. Recalling the Dragon King's farewell words, Alan clicked his tongue. No matter how I think about it, neither seems right. Obviously, Alan wasn't some inhuman being. If he were, as the Dragon King suggested, he wouldn't be struggling like this in the first place. Yet, the second suggestion regarding memory didn't resonate with Alan either. He had never lived during the Age of Forgotten Gods, when mages were known to exist. Even in the game, the Age of Forgotten Gods was merely part of the lore, while Babylonian phrases and beast folk were merely means to enhance magic attack power, never fully explored. In other words, Alan had learned even a bit about imagination only through his conversation with the Dragon King. As a result, when Alan initially asked the Dragon King if there were any other possibilities, the Dragon King firmly stated that there were no other options beyond the two mentioned. Why is it that as time passes, I learn more about things I didn't know rather than uncovering hidden truths? Alan sighed briefly but then shrugged. According to the Dragon King, when he eventually reached Roxas, he would finally see the truth of this world. Of course, to him, seeing the world's truth was less important than predicting whether this truth would bring danger to the world. After all, his ultimate goal, both then and now, was to lead a peaceful life. A peaceful life. Evan, hearing Alan's quiet mutter amidst the sound of rolling wheels, spoke up. Do you wish to live a peaceful life? Indeed. For someone who says that, your life doesn't seem very peaceful. I'm just a bit busy at the moment. I don't think things will be any different in a few years. Alan didn't respond. Deep down, he knew Evan's words weren't entirely off the mark. Evangelist. Yes. For dinner tonight, just eat some sweet potatoes. What? But thinking and saying are two different things, so Alan, revealing a small hint of annoyance, looked outside the wagon. Contrary to Alan's state of mind, the scenery outside was as peaceful as ever. It was a late sunset kind of day. A few more days later, upon arriving in Lartania, Alan decided to stop by a nearby shop to buy a suitable gift before heading to Murd. He didn't expect to get the artifact appraisal for free, but he believed it was only polite to bring a gift or two when visiting someone's home. Additionally, he regretted not having brought a gift the last time he rushed out to handle an outer god. Recalling the worn-out fountain pen in Ryan's office, Alan stopped by a shop to buy one. While searching for something that wasn't too extravagant but also didn't look cheap, he overheard some rumors. Have you heard? Heard what? One of the triumvirate has died again. I heard about that too. You mean Vima, right? Yeah, that's the one. Considering the bribes he pocketed, he kind of deserved it. But with Riot, another member of the triumvirate, dead as well. Only Ryan is left. That's why there's such an uproar. Why is that? I heard this from somewhere, but the rumor is that she killed all the members of the triumvirate. Why? How did such a rumor start? It's not entirely clear, but they say they had a confrontation recently. Apparently, Someone insulted her godfather. It was a rather unsettling rumor. Deus Mausollean, known as the second sword among Caliban's 5 swords, was incredibly famous within the country. Although unofficial and unrecorded, the fact that he had already defeated Reinhardt was widely known throughout Caliban. Despite his glowing reputation and overwhelming charisma, there were whispers in the background about his suspicious fondness for magic, even though he was a master knight. Some even claimed that, during his knightly sword training, he would sometimes assume peculiar stances and mimic casting spells when no one was watching. Nevertheless, Deus Mausollean's fame was so overwhelming that such strange rumors could hardly diminish it. However, not everyone viewed the situation favorably. One of these skeptics was the Prince of Caliban. Prince Tyrion, the second Prince of Caliban and the son of King Pomerian IV, was not pleased with the current situation. This was mainly because of his bad blood with Deus Mausollean. Of course, this strained relationship was entirely his own doing. Unlike the first prince, who was deemed suitable for the throne, Tyrion was known as the palace's troublemaker. In the past, he had tried to approach Deus Mausollean's only sister with crude, indecent remarks. As a result, he was humiliated in a duel, sanctioned by the king, where he was severely beaten. This incident left Tyrion with deep resentment toward Deus. Tisk. Despite his reluctance to think about Deus, Tyrion's thoughts turned to him today because of a secretive request he had received. The request was to apply political pressure on Count Palacio. Fulfilling the request was not particularly challenging. In fact, it was something Tyrion had to do. Despite his notorious behavior, Tyrion was able to maintain his faction, largely thanks to the item provided by the person who made the request. Moreover, the request itself wasn't particularly difficult. Applying political pressure on Count Palacio without cause was risky for Tyrion. After all, Count Palacio was a noble of the Asturian kingdom, not of Caliban. Even though Caliban and Asturia were united under a confederation, it was still a delicate matter to interfere with another nation's nobility in this manner. However, there was one reason why Tyrion considered it easy to pressure Count Palacio. The person who sent the letter provided reasonable information that would make it seem natural for the second prince of Caliban to exert such pressure. In other words, Tyrion could apply pressure on Count Palacio without significant risk. Furthermore, by doing so, he could put the sender of the letter in a position of slight indebtedness to him. The real problem was the close relationship between Count Palacio and Deus Mausollean. To be more precise, it was troubling that Deus Mausollean seemed to be unusually fond of Count Palacio. Tyrion knew that during the 5 Swords meetings, whenever the topic of mages came up, Deus would soon begin talking about Count Palacio's greatness for nearly an hour. Tyrion was aware of this because he regularly received reports from one of the swords allied with his faction. Recently, Deus had even been abruptly praising Count Palacio, saying things like, "Why does Count Palacio always come to mind?" This left Tyrion in a dilemma. Opposing Count Palacio was insignificant compared to the potential benefits. For Tyrion, who despised Deus, it was the perfect opportunity to undermine someone Deus adored. Yet, Tyrion hesitated. He was unsure what Deus Mausollean might do once he learned of this move. Despite his fame, Deus was like a mad dog. After pondering for a while, Tyrion finally made a decision. No matter how crazy he is, he can't possibly act. A sly grin spread across Tyrion's face. The only reason Deus Mausollean had been able to beat and humiliate him before was that he had just cause. Without just cause, even a mad dog like Deus Mausollean wouldn't be able to touch him. Despite his reduced influence and diminished trust from the current king, Tyrion was still Caliban's second prince. To harm him without any justification would be nothing short of madness, and Deus knew that as well. So, Tyrion was convinced that Deus wouldn't dare make a move. At least, until the day before. Boom. With a blank expression, Tyrion stared ahead. The door to the office of the palace annex where he was staying had been shattered, and a man stood there. Holding a wooden sword in one hand, the man was none other than Deus Mausollean. "The sword of Caliban greets the successor of the five swords," he said, his eyes burning with fierce intensity. "I've come to ask you something." He had come for Tyrion. Chapter 75. Tyrion looked at Deus in disbelief. He had shattered the office door of the detached palace and strode in without hesitation, looking like a madman to anyone who saw him. Tyrion tried to speak immediately, but he soon realized that it was pointless. The knights, who should have always been on standby for him, were lying collapsed in front of the broken door. Aghast, Tyrion looked at Deus Mausollean with an expression that conveyed his confusion. "What in the world are you doing?" "I merely came to ask something." "Ask what?" "I heard you are framing Count Palacio. Is that true?" Deus asked with a cold, piercing gaze, and Tyrion momentarily fell silent. What a murderous aura! No matter how unruly he may be, he's still a knight. But this aura from Deus wasn't something he was deliberately exuding, it was simply a natural part of him, Tyrion realized, his face reflecting both surprise and a slight frown. "So, what is it?" "I would like you to retract your decision." At Deus' words, Tyrion stared into his eyes. "Ha!" He let out a hollow laugh. "Why should I do that?" Deus continued to gaze at Tyrion intently. The subtle pressure of his killing intent weighed on Tyrion, who soon grasped the situation and twisted his lips in disdain, as if thinking, "What nonsense is this? Are you threatening me right now?" "I mean it literally. I have no intention of inciting a rebellion or making threats. I merely..." "Merely what?" "Wanted to inform you that the successor might die due to the architectural issues of this detached palace." The words, "That's a threat, you bastard," rose to Tyrion's throat, but he couldn't bring himself to say them. Deus's eyes clearly belonged to someone speaking the truth. This guy is serious. As cold sweat trickled down his back, Deus spoke again. "So, can you reconsider your decision?" "And if I don't?" Thinking Deus wouldn't dare do anything so absurd, Tyrion spoke, but upon hearing his response, Deus simply murmured, "Is that so?" as if regretting something. He then casually swung his hand. Crack! A purple line extended across the entire detached palace. Soon, as the intertwined lines spread like a spider's web throughout the palace. Creak! An ominous sound that should never be heard in such a grand palace began to echo. The crack on the eighth pillar, which has been there for 18 years, suddenly gave way under the impact and collapsed. A voice, as if reading from a textbook, rang out. Deus, looking at Tyrion with a deeply regretful expression, prepared to clench his fist as if signaling that negotiations were over. Wait a moment. What's wrong?" "I retract it, I will retract it." At Tyrion's urgent shout, the once trembling royal palace suddenly fell silent, as if nothing had happened. "It seems there's not much of an issue after all." Hearing these words, Tyrion, who had an expression that seemed to say, "What kind of madman is this?" let out a heavy sigh. "If I can just survive the situation somehow," he thought secretly to himself. However, Deus, reverting to his usual indifferent expression, spoke up. "Then, we'll need to align our stories." "What?" "The reason I had to enter the palace so violently is because the heir harassed my younger sister." Tyrion's jaw dropped at those words, as if he couldn't believe it. "Fine, let's go with that," he eventually agreed with a nod. After all, he had no intention of giving in to Deus's demands from the start. "Once I get through this, I'll find a way to deal with him," he thought to himself, already plotting to use the situation to his advantage and bring Deus down once he left. A sly smile crept onto his face, but Deus continued. "Oh, and just to clarify, if you're thinking of any other ideas, you might want to reconsider." Unfortunately, Tyrion's vicious plan was cut short by Deus's next words. Unless, of course, you want the rumor about the heir's deep involvement with foreign underworld organizations to spread. How do you know? It was a devastating blow. For Tyrion, who still coveted the throne, it was a story that could never reach the royal palace, let alone the king's heirs. And with that, Deus concluded. I trust you'll make the right choice. Having said everything he intended to say, Deus turned and left the palace. Tyrion, left alone, stared blankly at the exit. Urgh. In a fit of rage, he grabbed his office chair and smashed it against the wall. About a day later, a rumor spread throughout the royal palace. The scoundrel prince had harassed Deus Mycalion's younger sister. Meanwhile, in Caliban, Alan managed to meet Rhine without the difficulties of his previous visit and was finally able to get the insignia appraised, which had been his original goal. Here it is, Godfather. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you, Godfather. Seeing you happy makes me happy as well. Receiving the insignia from Rhine, Alan noticed her lightly fiddling with a fountain pen, her lips curling into a slight smile, and he nodded in satisfaction. I should have brought it sooner if I knew she'd be this pleased. Seeing Rhine's subtle smile, Alan thought to himself. Is it just me, or is her expression a bit more lively than before? Perhaps it was due to her unusually good mood, but the emotions on her face were more apparent than they had been during his last visit. The thought was fleeting, though, as Alan recalled something he had heard earlier. However, he soon shrugged it off. There's no way Rhine would do such a thing. At least, from his perspective, Rhine didn't seem like someone who would kill over mere insults. That's not possible, right? Suddenly, Alan thought of the son of the Lord of Lartaniac. Some time passed, and Alan stood up. Then, let's wrap things up a bit earlier today. You're leaving already, Godfather? Yes, I have some business that requires me to move quickly. Confirming that the sun was still high in the sky, Alan decided to part ways with Rhine earlier than usual. With the insignia appraisal complete, he had no more reason to stay in Lartaniac. As he prepared to leave, Alan suddenly uttered, "Ah! What's wrong, Godfather? Is it possible to get an artifact like this?" After he explained what he needed, Rhine pondered for a moment and then nodded. "Yes, I should be able to get that type of artifact right away. Shall I get it for you?" "Please do." She moved quickly and returned shortly with a box containing the artifact he had requested. "Here it is, Godfather." "Thank you. How much do I owe you?" "No need to pay. It wasn't that expensive to begin with. Please consider it a gift." Hearing her words, Alan paused briefly before nodding in understanding. "Then I'll gratefully accept it." "Yes, Godfather. If you ever need anything else, please let me know anytime." "Thank you for your consideration." With that final exchange, Alan wrapped up his brief stay in Lartania and set off once again. And, watching Alan's carriage gradually disappear into the distance, Rhine turned to look at the Lord's castle of Lartania beyond. "Not much time left," she muttered quietly. It was the 5th day since leaving Lartania. With only about a day's travel left to reach the port city of Roxas. The sea. It's the sea. The sea came into view outside the window. As the ocean gradually appeared beyond the forest, Alan gazed blankly at the scenery. "Stop." A man suddenly stepped in front of the carriage. Wearing a pointed hat, the symbol of a wizard, a blue-haired boy with an exceedingly arrogant expression spoke to Evan. "You there, hand over some food." Evan was baffled by the boy who had abruptly appeared in the middle of the forest and started speaking informally. Perhaps the boy found Evan's confused expression displeasing. "Can't you hear me?" The boy furrowed his brows and raised his voice even more. Hearing the commotion outside, Alan stuck his head out of the window to see the boy blocking the carriage. "Oh, are you the master here? I was having trouble communicating with the servant, but this is perfect. Can you spare some food? The boy made his request for food as if it were the most natural thing in the world, his face brightening. Alan was briefly taken aback by the audacity, but soon asked, "Who are you?" With an exaggerated the boy made a smug expression and declared, "I am Phelan, a third-rank wizard affiliated with the Tower of the Blue Wizard." He introduced himself in a highly dramatic tone. Alan's jaw dropped at Phelan's self-satisfied attitude, which only made Phelan act even bolder. "You probably know that receiving a favor from a wizard is a rare opportunity. And now, that precious opportunity has come to you. Is that so?" "Indeed. Though it may be immodest to say, I am undeniably a genius, even if not on the same level as my elder sister. So you should buy my favor with food," Phelan declared boldly. As Alan pondered what to do with this kid. "Hey, Phelan. I told you not to rush off on your own," a familiar voice called out from the nearby bushes. Though Alan hadn't heard it in quite some time, he instantly recognized its owner. Turning toward the bushes, Alan saw Peenia emerge. "Are you seriously going to keep acting on your own? I swear, I'll beat some sense into you," she shouted at Phelan in frustration. But when she spotted Alan's face sticking out of the carriage window, her body instantly froze. "Elder sister, don't worry. We'll get some food now." Phelan, oblivious to the situation, started to speak again. Crack. Gah. Peenia's eyes widened as she swung her staff at Phelan's head with lightning speed. Phelan collapsed face first into the ground. Then, I am so sorry, Yai." Peenia fell to the ground, bowing deeply in apology. Alan and Evan could only stare in stunned silence.